Tim, to primary purpose, Gordon. Uncomfortable feminism exposed. He wants Catholics to act naturally, but insists on there being two natures to marriage. This doesn't work in theory nor in practice. What's going on is Tim Gordon is just retrofitting NFP onto Catholicism. That's why he's uncomfortable talking about it, answering questions, etc. But in this video, there will be no mercy for Tim on this. I'm John Farrell, the Peter Diamond of NFP, and this is Annulment Proof.
They're gonna put me in the movies. They're gonna make a big star out of me. The biggest fool that ever hit the big time. And all I gotta do is act naturally. Well, I bet you
I must be a big fool. At least those are the ratings I'm getting from a few people. We're going to get into that, and I'll tell you that in a minute. But you know, they say when you're going to come on YouTube and make a point or something, you got to show some of your bona fides or whatever. And I'll tell you, I recently found out that a lot more people listen to me than I thought, and they don't like me. Okay, let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. So the first guy is William Albrecht. He's a Catholic Answers dude, and he does a lot of apologetics or something like that. I'd never even heard of him. Yesterday, I was just, I don't know, cooking some onions or something, and he says, hey, ask me anything online. So I start kind of going in there, and I thought I'd ask him a question about marital debt, and is unity required for the marital debt to be licit, okay? And I want to see what he had to say, and we kind of went round and around a little bit, but he deflected or changed the topic a little bit, and I'll just play kind of the very end of what he said. Let's hear it.
Covenant is what the Jews, the Hebrews of the time.
No, sir. It says the Lord was witness between you and the wife of your youth. It says wife by covenant.
So I was just trying to answer your question.
Well, let me hear the answer.
When they say the wife of your covenant, that they're not talking about a marriage covenant. They're talking about the covenant of the Hebrews or the Jews. In other words,
he was talking all about how marriage is a covenant, and this is key for all this love wins NFP / Timothy Gordon, two primary purposes of marriage baloney. Okay, marriage has to be a covenant, which is a Protestant notion. Anyway, he and I digressed on that, and he didn't, because he didn't want to get to the main topic, but that was the point I was trying to make, and I'm going to cover a little bit of. I'll respond to this in a second, but let's just hear what he says.
People who are in the faith.
What does it say
the
that?
Covenant.
What does Malachi 2
That's what they're referring to. And let me
Where
give you
does Malachi 2 say that, my friend? Where?
That's what it's referring to, not the
I'm
covenant.
going to ask one more time because it's confusing for you. Where does Malachi 2 say that? If Malachi 2 flat out says she's your companion and the wife by covenant, where does Malachi make that distinction that you're claiming?
He doesn't say that marriage.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my friend. Back to the drawing board, my friend. Back to the drawing board. I've seen you before, and I've seen the stupidity you say when you go on your wild rants, and I've seen what people have said about you on Catholic radio as well, when you go up and you try to trap them with all of this garbage. Get help, buddy. I'm telling you with all due respect. Get some help.
That's respectful.
And you can take all these clips. You can tell them William was grumpy. Take the clips and go put them in your channel. You have no right you have no business being anywhere near a woman. Anywhere. If you compare a woman to a car and that you don't even realize that marriage is a covenant, you don't belong talking about.
So what I was talking about was, is marriage a contract? Because you have rights in a contract. Like you have a right to drive your car. Okay, it's not a covenantal thing. You see what I'm saying? And so it's a marriage. In other words, things are based in justice, and he has to say marriage is not based in justice because love wins, because NFP wins. That's where he's at. Anyway, I touched a nerve, and he went off. And I didn't even know this. He knew all my history. It's like, wow, I didn't know. I have never even heard of this guy, but he knew who I was.
Catholicism, my friend. You don't belong there. I'm being very nice to you. You don't belong there. And I tell you with all charity, get some help.
Where do I get the help?
Referring to women in the same vein as driving cars, you don't belong having this dialogue. Go talk to your priest. Yes, there's no doubt. Sam, I don't know if you know who he is. Do you know who he is? The guy has been on all kinds of channels, Sam. I don't know if you know that. He has tried to trap people in Catholic Answers. He has tried to trap people in all kinds of Catholic channels. No,
People who have the truth don't feel trapped in the slightest. People who are living this lie or perpetuating a lie will have to have their guard up because they're living they're totally trapped. Go ahead and try. How he's admitting that their position is false because they're afraid of being, quote, trapped by facts. Okay.
nobody has treated him the way he deserves to be treated to today. Oh, Sam, he's done videos on all. I don't even want to go into that. The guy is not well at all, Sam. He's not well at all, brother. By the way, man, stop celebrating, dude.
Okay, that's funny. So I'm not. Yeah, you don't want to listen to me because I'm not well. We got to get well. It reminds me of that Ramones song, doesn't it? I'm sure it did for you too. Hey, so I've never heard of this Shamanonian dude either. Okay, well, but let's hear what he has to say. Just a minute. Okay, here he goes. I had just called into his show. This is very late at night, man, and I finally got through. Anyway, let's hear what he says.
Hold on 1 second. Annulment, get that out of here before I cuss your ancestors. You sick, demonic bastard. Get out of here. Annulment proof before I annul you and your channel, you stupid bastard. This guy pretends to be a Catholic, comes on Catholic channels and stalks him. He thinks I'm going to be like William. That's crazy. Hold on 1 second.
All right, so that's it. So he obviously he's got a little bit of bile there for me. I think what's going on with all these guys is they either use NFP, they've got annulment, they got divorced, or their livelihood or their channel or something depends on meshing with the status quo. All right, Catholic Inc. is a house of cards, and I was really kind of enlightened that these guys have like huge followings, man. They really do. They're Catholic Inc. It's really mainstreamy stuff, and they got kind of sponsorships or you know what I'm saying. Their channels are money, all right, and they don't want to get near this thing. I mean, holy cow! I just didn't know that anyone even paid attention to little old me, but maybe so. Anyway, so you little rebel out there, let's keep going. What do we got? I mean, let's get to the main gig. All right, I got so much to talk about. By the way, get comfortable. This is going to be a really long video, but it's going to be like 27 videos in one. So instead of, you see those people that make just short little videos, like 10 minutes, I bet you this is going to go 3 hours at least. All right. Moving on. We're going to go through Tim Gordon's new video where he talked all about effectively marriage has two primary purposes, which is a non sequitur or whatever you want to call it. It's like two first place winners to the Boston Marathon or two number ones. Hello, prima means prime means one, not two. I have, like I said, a lot to tell you guys, a lot. I'm just glad Timothy Gordon actually opened his mouth because he admits he doesn't even want to do so on this because he can't, it's a 2 + 2 = 5 moment for him, which is why he gets all excited. More on that later. This is the main thing that got it started, though, was this tweet from Will Noland, who also blocks me. Okay, by the way, all these guys, if they haven't blocked me yet, they're going to, but Will Noland did a while ago. So he says this tweet. This is what inspired Timothy Gordon to make his video. Wives are God's main weapon against porn addiction in men and need to be reminded of the dignity of that role. Okay, so fine, yeah, but a thriving sex life is tremendous spiritual help to a husband. There's no problem. Sounds good, but they use that word, the dignity of that role. This is the reason why this tweet got a huge pushback is because he is asserting the marital debt, okay, and that there's dignity in just the marital debt, and you don't have a right to love and stuff. The problem is that you can't assert right if you think NFP is legal, you cannot assert the right to the marital debt. They are two clashing laws. It's like the right to go at the red light, or it's a dumb analogy. It's like I used the analogy of a car. If I have a right to drive my car, but someone else also has the right to drive my car, and we both want to at the same time, who has the right? Okay, well, it's mutual car ownership. No. Somebody's got to have the right. That's the problem. While I'm here, this is something that Timothy Gordon said a long time ago. I said, look, about trying to talk to him about secondary ends before he blocked me. And he says, there is no secondary end. I made this clear. I'm muting this convo, John. So this is why these guys don't want to answer any questions. Even Father Ripperger is all wet on this, which we're going to get to. I got a little Father Ripperger, Larry the Cucumber, Wayne's World. They're all in here. It's just like I said, get comfy or come back later. It's going to take you all month to watch this video. There's a ton in here. There is no secondary end. This is because he's saying everything is primary, but that's not Catholic. But like I said, Timothy Gordon, the retrograde, is trying to retrofit NFP onto Catholicism. So let's just go to Tim's video and we'll come back to the notes. I got a ton of notes. Okay, so here it goes. And yeah, in the beginning of the video, or on the thumbnail, it says, debate me, bro, and everything. Send in your questions. Of course, I've been long blocked. There ain't going to be any debate. He doesn't want it because he can't make sense of it, which I will attempt to prove here over the course of this video. So let's listen to a little bit of Tim and Mike Super Muscles Pantiel, or however you say his name. Go, Tim, go.
It's always like, look, we're teaching clearly in the first millennium, first 100 years, you have to be married to have sex. That was always a rule. But so there was always that one of the three fonts. You got to be married to have sex. But
they
go so long without any sort of clear guidelines on what's allowed and what's not allowed in married sex, or what even the motivations for married sex have to be.
He says they go for a very long time without describing what the purpose is, the purpose or the motivations. Actually, no, that's in Trent, and a lot of this stuff was already intuitive. You didn't need to define it or talk about it particularly until it gets challenged. Okay. That's the way the church works. Sorry, let's go. Let's keep going.
Until definitively the 20th century, when you get through.
What did he just say? He says marriage hasn't been defined since till the 20th century is what he's saying, which is exactly what's going on. That's like Protestants saying, whatever happened before Martin Luther doesn't exist. We got it. Martin Luther was the one who got it right. Okay. And this is anything we have to keep NFP in the yes column no matter what. Absolutely has to, because the status quo depends on it for its lifeblood, okay? And therefore, anything else has got to be retrofitted or dismissed or not discussed. Sounds very familiar.
Three important papal documents. They wait till 1930, Casti Connubii, 1968, Humanae Vitae, and 1981, Familiaris Consortio. These are the first three really important papal documents on married sex. That's because what's not specifically being proscribed is being mitigated in importance. I mean, maybe there's venial sins here and there, but this is not an important thing if the church is not deigning to speak on it. There's a prefigurement of these three papal teachings at the Catechism of the Council of Trent.
Wrong, false, incorrect. He wants to extrapolate his NFP back to Council of Trent. No way, which we're going to get in and expose. He goes on and on about this. By the way, Timothy Gordon has his little papers. You see those papers there at the bottom of the screen? He doesn't show you what's on his notes or anything. And this is what we are going to do, is I'm going to show you what he's saying or some of the stuff he doesn't say. And we're going to blow this myth out of the water that the Council of Trent says marriage has two purposes. No, it has one purpose. We're going to get there, okay? Like I said, get comfy or give yourself 30 days to watch this whole video. It's good. And I'm not going to, the stuff I'm going to say, it's going to take a while, and I'll give it to you in the thumbnail. The short is, marriage is the primary purpose alone is procreation. The only essential purpose is procreation. That's been taught by everything, everywhere in the church. Humanae Vitae and Pius XII started to talk out of both sides of their mouth about this, and then everyone wanted their NFP, so they just ran with it. And that's the short answer. Okay. The long answer is we're going to explain exactly why everything I said is true. Continuing Go, Tim.
I'll mention that, but it doesn't say what the Puritans think it's going to say. So
I mean, he keeps talking about Puritans like me or something. Anyone who's not hip to the flesh being primary is a Puritan. That's what he's saying.
let me just jump into it, unless you have any sort of prefigurative thoughts of your own, Mike.
No, go ahead.
No, I don't think we need to hear Mike. He doesn't say much. What's the timestamp on this one? 11:20. Yeah. All right, listen, let's go to the next clip just a second. Okay, here we go, kids. Go Timmy G.
Dogma in it. And so in Casti Connubii, there's a first introduction of the two inseparable purposes.
Right there's lie number one. Casti Connubii says, number 17, I could find it for you. I've showed it to you a zillion times. Casti 17, the primary purpose is procreation and education of children. Those are inseparable, procreation, education. There is no two primary purposes. There is no inseparable ends, okay? When something is primary, it is independent. Timothy Gordon. Okay, you're a super smart guy and you know all these terms and stuff. Why don't we talk and use them instead of just blocking all the time, okay? Primary is independent. Secondary is dependent. Now, where Timothy Gordon gets, like I said, he gets weird because he can't distinguish or doesn't want to. He says everything is awesome and you need all of it, okay? Anyway, Casti Connubii in no way says the stuff that Humanae Vitae said in a novelty for the first time ever, which it didn't actually say. It says the unitive and procreative significances are inseparable. A significance, that reminds me of the gospel today. The first, I gotta check that out. Just a minute. Okay, never mind. I can't find it. It was one of the recent readings at church, and they talked about how what was physical was a sign. Okay, in other words, the significance is, you can't use significance as nature. Okay, so like I always talk about, the crucifix may be a sign, but it's also nature. All right, and you can't blend the two together and make them inseparable. The nature can exist without the sign, in other words. So that's what Humanae Vitae did. They did the old switcheroo. I'm getting way ahead of myself. We have to keep going. Let's go, Tim.
Of marital sex. So as we the Catholic Church are being the sticklers on no artificial contraception, and we're holding out from earlier in the year. There's this big modernist conference where all the other Christians in the world became sellouts to contraception. So we're sticklers. But in that same document, a couple other things happen that are more relevant for today's show, because today's show is not about contraception.
Relevant.
I'm just reminding everyone we're the sex sticklers on the things that matter.
I wouldn't say that with a
list. But Casti Connubii in 1930, at the end of the year, as we're being sticklers on contraception, says, look, there's a threefold requirement for sex, which is the main thing that the church is ever going to teach on it. And it's sort of prefigured here, and it's going to get more developed throughout the 20th century.
It's prefigured and it's going to get more developed throughout the 20th century. There's your red flag right there if you don't already have one, okay? The purpose of marriage is procreation. That doesn't need any development. It's already been established out of the gate. After 33 AD, there was lots of patristics talking all about it. It's like, hey, it's just all it is. But we have to, like I say, retrofit NFP onto things. This whole video, nobody ever mentions NFP, but that's the elephant in the room. That's the only reason that they're saying what they're saying.
Got to be marital, unitive, procreative. Got
to be marital, unitive, procreative. Nobody can. Even Cardinal Burke cannot define what unitive is, but the marriage must be unitive. The conjugal act must be unitive. Father Ripperger, we're going to get to him after a bit, okay? He doesn't define what unitive is. He can't really. I've talked to him about it in person. He just doesn't want to. Same with Cardinal Burke. They don't want to. They could if they really had to, but they don't want to. And Timothy Gordon cannot define unitive, although he requires it. Isn't that kind of like pharisaical? You insist to have these burdens, but you don't lift a hand, or maybe that's not the best way to put it. The tribunal, your bishop, requires the unit, you be able to carry out the unit of purpose, but does not, never, can, will define it. That's the crazy. That's why we have all the annulments and the no-fault divorce. Continuing.
And it introduces the latter of these two fonts as two inseparable purposes.
No, it doesn't introduce the latter of these two fonts, if you want to call them that, as inseparable purposes. For the first time ever, Humanae Vitae calls them inseparable significances, as in they are signs, okay? But they're not nature, they're not purposes, they're not ends, they're signs or significance. But Timothy Gordon is like everyone else, wants their NFP or wants to be able to teach NFP or accept NFP or whatever for political reasons. So he says sign means nature. He calls it an end. A sign is not an end. It's not nature.
This is kind of the first. And the two inseparable purposes are procreation and then good of the spouses.
Good of the spouses has always been a secondary end. I got a lot to say on this. Sorry, I'll have to shut up.
So this is not some Johnny-come-lately modernist doctrine.
Are you the Christ? You're the one who said it. This is not some Johnny-come-lately doctrine. You're the one who said it because it obviously is. I shouldn't say obvious. It is. It's just like I said. No one has ever said any of this stuff before 1965. No one has ever called marriage a covenant before 1965, except John Calvin. That was the other thing I wanted to get into, but we'll do it later. Here, let's go.
Of liberal squishiness. This is 1930 Casti Connubii holding the line on condoms and other forms of artificial contraception. But it's saying, Pope Pius is saying, there's this threefold requirement.
Pope Pius is saying there's a threefold requirement. Absolute wrong. Pius the 11th in Casti Connubii says the only thing that's required is procreation because everything must be subordinate to that. Let's take a look real quick. Here's a picture of me at Bellevue Bellevue Community College with Father Ripperger, by the way. He makes me look tall. Okay, here's Casti 59, and I kind of like the from the Latin translation. It sets it a little more clear, you might say. Not that it wasn't before, but okay, there are secondary ends in marriage itself. That's one thing that Timothy Gordon contradicted himself or says doesn't exist right there on Twitter. I got it in print right up here. I'll show you. I already did. Anyway, there are secondary ends in marriage itself and the use of the conjugal law, such as mutual assistance and fostering of mutual love. Those are secondary ends, as in that's all flesh stuff, love, whatever. It's not nature, okay? It's not the purpose. And the pacification of concupiscence, which spouses are not forbidden to pursue. That's exactly what Timothy Gordon loves to say. He's like, no, they're not forbidden to pursue those things. Look, we want mutual love and mutual assistance and remedy of concupiscence. It's not forbidden, provided that the intrinsic nature of the act, as long as you have the intrinsic nature of the act, which is no contraception, right? Okay. And therefore, it's due ordination to the primary end. This means that it's not natural if you don't have the due ordination to the primary end. It doesn't mean that it's automatically oriented towards procreation as long as it's not the intrinsic nature is there. No. The intrinsic nature and the primary purpose go together, but if you are not keeping it subordinate, okay, like it says here, the due ordination, as long as you are, this is what all family planning is. You're changing the order. Now then, let's get back to Tim Gordon. Hang on a second.
It's kind of bare bones. As long as the marriage is, as long as the sex is marital, and basically you're not using artificial contraception, and it's unitive. Whatever that means, you're bringing the two spouses together.
What? As long as it's unitive, that means you're bringing the two spouses together. What do you mean by that exactly? Okay. What he's trying to say is there's some sort of emotional connection, or you're feeling like you're really loving and stuff. That's basically what he is saying, which is the only possible explanation for required unity. Means you have to feel good. This is what, here's the feminist thing I'm trying to get to. Timothy Gordon is a feminist because he thinks NFP is okay, which means unity is required, which means there can be no marital debt law. If you request a marital debt and your spouse says, totally not into it, it's not my love language right now, I don't want that, it would be disunifying for me, I would resent you, no. Therefore, there is no right to the debt if someone has a right to unity, and now you're saying that they have so therefore unity trumps all. It's like if I have a right to drive your car, as long as you give me that right, then you're the only one who holds the keys. Okay, so whoever is the arbiter of unity holds the keys, and typically that is you know who. Sorry, let's keep going.
Then it's pretty much good. Now, Will's tweet, which we'll get to in a little bit,
good.
Was playing.
Oh, by the way, pretty much good. Okay, hello. We don't want pretty much, because you're telling people to put their lives on the line as far as their marriage. You need to commit and consent to unitive purpose, Tim. Okay, so if you're going to consent to that, what is it? Well, it's pretty much this. No. It cannot be pretty much this. It's kind of like, well, I got a right to drive the car. Well, your car is pretty much that car over there, but not exactly. What rights do I have? None. Because anyone can say, I determine that that's not really your car, really. Okay. This is the thing that no one will discuss, wants to go there. They can't, because there's nothing they can say. All they can do is block or do character assassination, or like this. It says in Pascendi, if you have an erudite argument, you get a conspiracy of silence around you. Sounds familiar?
On this as a thing, an act within action theory can have two primary ends, or a primary end plus a close second sort of primary end. We'll get to that in a bit. Let's jump forward next to Humanae Vitae, a 1968 papal document that is the definitive magisterial formulation of the threefold requirement for what?
The definitive magisterial formation. No, it's not. It's an encyclical. No encyclical is infallible, but it leaves, what it does is, Humanae Vitae condemns all family planning, because it does any action. It says in Humanae Vitae 14, any action that is designed to stop pregnancy or to avoid pregnancy or whatever, any action that's against pregnancy is forbidden. Now, he talked about action theory. Planning is an action. Anything you put into action, anything you actualize is an act, okay? So if you actualize or put into action your plan of family planning, however it's done, you are now thwarting the procreative, the only essential purpose, the procreative one. Then that's it. You can't. So, but what Humanae Vitae does is it says, oh, as long as you're pursuing the unitive significance, and that can't be separated from the procreative significance, then that's cool. Okay? So Timothy Gordon has taken the bait, and he calls a significance an end. No. And Father Ripperger does something similar. He doesn't use that. He just calls it an element. It's not procreation is not an element. Okay? It's an end. It's not an element, but you got to call it something. And what they do, they schmooze around the word so they can get their NFP. Ripperger is better, but still has some problems. We're going to get to his video too in a second. I got a little Father Ripperger video for you.
Sex must be. This is the only church teaching that's definitive on marital sex.
Really? Humanae Vitae is the only church teaching that's definitive about the definition of marriage. Wow. That's news to me. Actually, Vatican II is legal poetry, and the Pope came out and said in the end, Paul VI, by the way, none of this is binding. which I'll show you. I got the receipts for that too. Like I said, there's like a ton of notes to get through. I spent a lot of time getting ready for this one, you guys. A lot.
And Humane Vitae, again, Mike, comment on this, is the second hold the line document 38 years after Casti Connubii, after the Lambeth Conference. Again, a stickler document, not a liberal document.
Oh, by the way, there was absolutely no reason to even have Humane Vitae, because you think about this. It's how many years has it been since Humane Vitae? A while. They had the Casti Connubii, 1930. You didn't need another don't use contraception in 1965. 30 years later, it already said it. What they needed was a way to get NFP in the yes column, because it was obviously a fish out of water, because Pius XII said, hey, nature is procreation, except if you're having a super hard time, then it's not. We're going to bend nature based on circumstances, situation, ethics. That's really super crazy weird. Can't do that. That's the only reason Humane Vitae was created, was to make NFP somehow work. So they can't do it. They're going to have to say it has nothing to do with nature, which is why now you got IVF, because if nature can go out the window, well, IVF is my sign of life-giving love, and it's, I'm loving my wife this way and we're giving life, and it's just a significance. So who cares about nature?
Holding the line on what? Contraception. So Humane Vitae, 1968, by liberal Paul VI. Everyone thought, the liberals thought he was going to allow contraception 38 years after.
As you know, the Birth Control Commission, like, overwhelmingly said, look, Paul VI, if you're allowing artificial contraception, you got to allow natural contraception, because they're the same thing, just different means, same end. In other words, procreation is not primary anymore, because now we have two primary purposes, which means love wins, which means there's only the new primary purpose is flesh. Okay, that's all that's going on. I forgot what I was going to say. Let's keep going.
Casti Connubii disallowed it after.
Oh yeah, so what I was going to say was because the Birth Control Commission overwhelmingly voted to allow that, then people thought Paul VI would go with it, because he's got no intellectual leg to stand on. If you say NFP is licit, you have to say artificial contraception is licit, unless you create a new reason why it isn't. And that's all they've done. And Father Ripperger's taken the bait on this. It's all about the separation of the unitive and procreative element, or something weird like that. No. Significance has nothing to do with nature at all. And there is no unitive purpose that is inseparable from the procreative purpose, because there can only be one nature, one purpose. Everything that's essential is independent. Otherwise, you could not have anything first. Do we have to have love first before the procreation? Or do we have to have procreation first before? Well, we have to have them exactly at the same time. Doesn't work, can't work, never has worked. Tons of saints and other documents from the church I'm going to quote. We'll get there.
After the Lambeth Conference, you see this is all the context of stickleriness, and Catholics being the ones that will not change our moral philosophy. Humane Vitae comes out, and liberal Paul VI says, no, you can't use contraception. Casti Connubii got it right. So this is not a liberal document. But here, it's almost an exact formulation / doubling down of Casti Connubii 38 years before. People expected the church to capitulate on contraception. It didn't. But then as a second moment, it now defines in a dogmatic or dogmatic parallel way, there are these threefold requirements for what sex must be to be illicit. Must be marital.
As I already said, you can't redefine marriage and be right, and that's all that Timothy Gordon and his bishop are doing. Humane Vitae didn't redefine anything. It just said, hey, the certain things are signs or significances. And everyone says, wow, we'll just take that to mean nature. All right, so they apply it to nature. It's kind of like, oh, never mind. Let's keep going.
must be open to the powers of procreation. That just means you can't be blocking it. That's just the no condoms, no artificial contraception. It has to be open to life.
Must be oriented towards life.
That doesn't mean they're telling you what day or what time of the day you have to have sex. It just means you can have sex any day, any time of the day with your spouse. It just means you can't be blocking it.
Okay. Let's go to the notes real quick. I got something to say about that. Okay, so I could make this screen bigger and stuff. It doesn't matter. You'll just have to take my word on what it says. I'm going to have it all in the show notes, okay, so you can read it. No problemo. What does St. Thomas Aquinas say about can you exercise your marital rights 24/7, 365, or you know what I mean, like all month long? The answer is no. Here's why. The Bible says, thou shalt not approach to a woman in her flowers. That's Old Testament, Leviticus, okay? And then Augustine says, although he has already sufficiently forbidden this, he repeats the prohibition lest he seem to have spoken figuratively. So it's not figurative, in other words. Let's keep going. Let's see. Men ought to keep away from their wives. This is St. Jerome. Men ought to keep away from their wives because thus, during menses, okay, because thus a deformed, blind, lame, leprous offspring is conceived. Because it is a sin to pursue the flesh when there's no procreation available, which is that period of that time in the month. Okay? Even though conceivably it could happen, statistically though, but in one sense, no. That is when it ain't happening. So when you pursue it, the kid can actually pick up some of the sin, and that's what happens. More on that in a second. So that these parents who are not ashamed to come together in their sexual intercourse have their sin made obvious to all. Yep, and St. Hildegard of Bingen said kind of the same thing. So this is in St. Thomas Aquinas. So he says, okay, and he says, by the way, he says, I answer that it was forbidden in the law to approach a menstruous woman for two reasons, okay? Both on account of their uncleanness and account of the harm that frequently resulted to the offspring from such intercourse. What is he talking about? He's saying the sin of doing that gets transferred to the kid frequently, okay? So you want to observe these laws so that you don't bring some of the sin onto the kid, right? That could be conceived. Because you're pursuing flesh is what's going on. With regard to the first reason, it was a ceremonial precept. All right, so that's Old Testament and it's gone. But to the second, it was a moral precept. For since marriage is chiefly directed to the good of offspring, Timothy Gordon, it's directed to the good of offspring, primarily, aka chiefly, alone. The use of the marriage which is intended for the good of the offspring is in order. Order. Timothy Gordon, there is no dual primary. There's single there's a contradiction in terms, as I've said. Okay, consequently, this precept is binding. St. Thomas Aquinas, right here. Timothy Gordon, I know you like St. Thomas Aquinas. Did you see this? This precept is binding even in the new law on account of the second reason, because when you're pursuing conjugal acts without fertility, you're violating the natural purpose. So, and that results in sin. So you are not allowed to pursue during that time. The wife, St. Thomas Aquinas goes on to say the wife has no right to ask for the dead at that time, and the husband, basically, he should try to get a clue, but he still has the right, but it's just not cool. That's the easy way of putting it. You can get into the weeds on that if you want. But while we're here, there was one thing I saw. Okay, yeah, here's this wife of the covenant stuff that we talked about earlier with William Albrecht. So people like to say, hey, the Bible says marriage is a covenant. Actually, no, it is. No Catholic has ever called marriage a covenant until we got rid of, when still we tried to legalize NFP, and then you have to have no fault because like Timothy Gordon says, as long as everyone's kind of getting along with the love thing, that's pretty much it. Pretty much it. We'll never cut it legally, ever. Therefore, you cannot have a contract because a contract has things written down objectively. Okay? No marriage contract anymore. It has to be a covenant to anticipate pretty much okay. To anticipate, to allow, to accommodate. So here's Malachi in the Old Testament. And this again you have done. You have covered the altar of the Lord with tears, weeping, and bellowing that have no moral regard for the sacrifice, neither do I accept atonement for your sins. Okay, so he's talking about the covenant. Look, the Jews, the Hebrews, whoever you want to call them, they had a covenant with the Lord. That they weren't like the heathens, the everyone else. They had the covenant, okay? In other words, they had the faith, the faithful. The Catholics are to treat brothers different than your average slobby hippie outside, okay? You cut off the brother if they're hell bent, all right? But not everybody. For what cause? Because the Lord has been witnesses to thee and the wife of thy youth, whom thou hast despised, yet she was thy partner and the wife of thy covenant. What that means is the wife of governance in the covenant from Israel, from the state. The Ten Commandments guy, you're under that covenant. When you have a wife who's not of the covenant, she can come and go. It's not binding per God. God doesn't look at it the same way. In other words, God is paying attention to what's going on. God is governing your marriage through the covenant, whereas the other one's just nature. And then look what he continues to say. Did not one make her, and she is the residue of his spirit? And what doth one seek but the seed of God? Okay, so these are people who are covenant believer. Covenant. Keep then your spirit, despise not the wife of your youth. When thou shalt hate her, put her away. So this is all when God's governing the marriage. This is not. There is no God hates divorce. It's when you hate your wife, put her away, saith the Lord God of Israel. But iniquity shall cover his garment. When you have the covenant of God, God's going to basically you separate from your wife without appropriate reason, you're not going to heaven. And nowadays that's governed by the bishop, okay? But back then God was keeping an eye on everything. That was it. So this is the point that I was trying to make with William Albrecht, that marriage is not a covenant, but the people were governed by the covenant they entered with, Moses and God. That's what it is. I can talk more about that. As a side note, I always guarantee, what am I going to say? I'm happy to talk as much as anyone wants to in the comment section. These guys, this William Albrecht, Sam Shimon, I have tried really hard to get through to Mike Pantiel. I got zero response. It's like pulling teeth to get through to Father Ripperger too. Any of these guys, I ask questions of, I can't get a response, or they block me. And if so many people know me or are mad as heck or whatever, how about bring a little comment section? I'm happy to talk as much as you want, and you can do it in the comfort of your own home and really think about what you want to say. But that doesn't work so well when you just want to kind of win a shouting match and move on, which I think William Albrecht is a little more comfy with. These debate tactic guys, what they do is you say, okay, 2 + 2 = what? And they'll say, all you want to talk about is math. You don't know the history of math, and you think history is a word that shouldn't be, they go off on a side tangent, and then they end up just routing you, and they're the ones who control the microphone, so you're dead. So I don't want to control the microphone or the discourse. You come on and you tell me anything you want, especially in the comments, when you can. This is going to take forever if we keep going through this, so let's go back to the video. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Chemically or physically. And then it must be unitive. And that there are these two purposes. There's procreativity and there's this unitive purpose. That makes it definitive.
As I've said, there is zero church document anywhere that says the marriage must have a unitive end. John Paul II did his best to dance around that poetically and try to telegraph the two, but he never says that. There's no unitive end that's required because it can't be defined. Marriage is instituted in law. Unity, whatever that means, is how you feel, can't be in law.
So both Casti Connubii and Humanae Vitae, before you get into the really squishy personalism of John Paul II,
which it was,
who's coming next with that third document in the
all that personalism, all that is the personalistic norm. So instead of the objective contract, we have the personalistic norm, which is how I feel, and the way we need to feel is the quote norm of marriage. Everything flows downhill from that. And no one can define the personalistic norm except me. All right. And how you make me feel, that's my norm. Groovy, not so groovy, because that tyranny of the person can trash anything that's connected to it, and it does.
history. He will personalize Casti Connubii and Humanae Vitae with his squishy language of personalism. But he's going to get to it in the 1980s. But he's not the one that made this up.
Phenomenology.
Okay.
Lived experience.
Did you want to comment on that before I get to John Paul II?
Yeah, real quick. I suppose the tension is held between, so we understand it's marital. You cannot frustrate the end, so procreation. Well, how does the church define unitive? Because
That's a good one. Yes, you can't frustrate the end, which is exactly what family planning does, because the end is seed and egg coming together. That is the end. That's the whole reason why this is supposed to happen, for that cause. How do we keep seed and egg from coming together? Well, we can put up a barricade, or we can make sure that, just like instead of a barricade blocking the road, you have those two flaggers on either end. You know, when there's something going on, there's construction, you got flagger on one side and flagger on the other side, and they go, okay, ready, you go now, boom. Then that person goes through and they're like, all right, stop, you go. The next side goes the other way. That's all NFP. It's like natural flag planning. You know, you're that way there's no crashes, because the goal is to not have two cars go smash in the middle. That is the goal. When you have natural traffic planning, you clear up the lane, so one goes through, and then you clear out the other lane, and the other goes through, and nothing happens. Then there's no crashes. Occasionally there's accidents, but you don't want those. But nature wants the crash. That is the purpose. So you're just changing the timing so that the seed goes through, and then the other day the egg goes through, and nothing meets. Isn't that grand? Isn't that, how gay is that? Man.
I think there's this tension. People are talking at each other between the commentary of, let's say, St. Thomas on 1 Corinthians, I think it's 1 Corinthians, and the Augustinian view that unless you're at risk of burning, meaning fall.
He says there's tension, 1 Corinthians. What he means by that is marital debt versus unity. That's what he's getting at. His microphone's a little quiet, unfortunately, but that's what he's saying. And this is also the rub. This is why I'm accusing Timothy Gordon of being a feminist. By the way, Timothy Gordon and Stephanie are the best people I can possibly think of to discuss, defend, define, expose how husband wears the pants, and everything the church says about. I mean, they are the best at that. At the same time, though, they're undercut all of it because they say marriage must be unitive, and the reason they do that is probably for politics and to get their. I don't think they're doing any NFP, but they're just, it's a lot of it's politics. Okay. So they got to have their NFP. Therefore they must have unity. And when you have unity required, you can't have law, because like I said, I have a right to drive your car unless you say otherwise. Therefore you control the car, not me. I have a right to, but I have to ask you first. That's how stupid this is. So pardon me, we're going to take all day if I don't shut up.
Into fornication, sexual sin, then this is the lesser of the two evils. So thus, you should engage in this for the pleasure alone, because it is the lesser of the two evils. And I think that's what people are getting hung up on. Well, I think a lot of trads. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah. So they're engaged in a false dichotomy, because they're all so all the private theologians, and I mean, look, I'm a Thomist in a doctoral program for
False dichotomy? No, I don't think so. It's a true dichotomy. And I think later in this video, he discusses that they're competing rights. He actually kind of like says the quiet part out loud.
Mystic philosophy. But what was not acknowledged, now I want to rush through the history. I was going through it slowly at first, but I want to get through Familius Consortio, and then I want to go back in time to the Catechism of Trent, because it's going to surprise people. The false dichotomy by the private theologians of the first 1500 years, even after that.
Surprised. I think you know.
Is there wasn't much explicit acknowledgement of the second primary purpose.
There wasn't. Hang on a second. Let's back up real quick.
Is there wasn't much explicit acknowledgement of the second primary purpose.
Anyone thinking out there at all, is there such a thing as a second primary purpose? No, there can't be a second. You can have, because again, primary means one, first, singular, prima, okay? Primero uno. The only reason I know that is because I'm on hold and I can learn Spanish. Right? One, not dos.
Second primary telos of sex.
If you have more than one telos, you have more than one nature. That's why the homos are all over it, and the trans people, because they are just deciding what their telos is, man. And who are you to judge? Because we have taken, Humanae Vitae has said, what's a sign is now nature. So if we have a legitimate sign of love as our telos, and that's now nature, then love wins. Game over, Tim. I was hoping you'd talk to me about this someday, somewhere, somehow, because I know you're smart enough, but the problem is it's about politics. I think that's what the problem is, because if you say the church is wrong about NFP, if you say the Pope is wrong about NFP, you got some splaining to do, and it unravels a lot of stuff. Like, you got big problems. So that's why the price is high. The price is really high for the bishops. It's not even that high for Tim Gordon. He's going to lose some followers, but
So because they only thought the one primary purpose is procreation, they didn't realize that there's this purpose of good of the spouses.
Did you hear that? They didn't realize it. Nobody in the history of the church before 1965 realized that there was this good of the spouses purpose. That was the good of the spouses was never mentioned until I guess sort of 1965, but it was articulated in the new code. Okay. But I'm going to explain more. It was always secondary. Always. Secondary means non-essential. Hey, while we're getting there, I'm going to show you one more thing in the notes. Just a minute. Let's talk about how St. Thomas Aquinas says procreation alone is primary. We're going to get into Trent later. I know. Timothy Gordon's big on that. Hang on. So procreation alone is primary. What does St. Thomas Aquinas say? Blah, blah, blah. On the contrary, there was matrimony in paradise, yet there was no carnal intercourse. Therefore, carnal intercourse is not an integral part of matrimony. Aquinas, procreation alone, primary. He says, I answer that integrity is twofold. One regards the primal perfection. Okay, so the integrity of marriage is twofold: the sacrament and the nature. One regards the primal perfection. That means the primary perfection. That means what makes it consisting in the very essence of a thing. That's a key word, boys and girls, if you don't know that already. The essence is the law. The essence is the nature. The essence is what can't change. The essence is what Timothy Gordon must acknowledge. He is saying the essence must be pretty good, or basically like that. You know what I mean? No. because he says essence is unity, which is love, which is we don't know. That's why Cardinal Burt can't define it. Sorry. So here's Aquinas. The primal perfection consisting in the very essence of a thing. Okay. The other regards the secondary perfection consisting in the operation. Since then, the carnal intercourse is an operation or use of marriage which gives the faculty for that intercourse, it follows that carnal intercourse belongs to the latter, secondary perfection. Okay? And not to the essential primary integrity of the marriage. So this is why you can have Josephite marriages. Okay? And it doesn't, what you do with your body doesn't, it's not essential. But as long as you have the primary perfection. Okay, so hang on, let's I think there's more I wanted to say about Aquinas on this. Oh, there's a lot more, but while I'm thinking about what's primary alone, we're going to go to a Thomistic study from Catholic University of America, and I got this out of that Marshner article from 1978, I think, in Christian University. So this is like just basic stuff that everyone knew until NFP blew everyone's minds, okay? The primary end of anything is that principal good for which a thing exists. It is the end that first arises from the very nature of the thing and is sufficient to account for its essential perfection of the thing apart from any other contributing ends. That's exactly what Aquinas is saying earlier. Okay? And this I just added this in here. This is where this comes from. And now, Lord, thou knowest that not for fleshly lust do I take my sister to wife, but only for the love of posterity, in which the name may be blessed forever. So Tobias got married to Sarah only for posterity. Primary purpose. God has a primary purpose only for posterity. There it is, right there. Okay? The essential perfection. Nobody died because Tobias went for the essential perfection. And that was sufficient for validity and licéity of the act. There was no love required at all. Nope. The secondary end, however, Timothy Gordon, is some added or accessory purpose for which the thing exists. It may proceed from the primary itself or from the nature of the thing itself, but only for its integral and not its essential perfection. So if you want to have a really good marriage, you want to have a lot of unity, cool. Yeah, pump up the unity and stuff. But you don't have to for the essence of marriage to exist, which is why the divorce doesn't end marriage. That's why, because it doesn't matter how you feel. So the conjugal act is licit no matter how anybody feels. Makes no difference as far as licéity, the essential perfection. That sounds so cruel. Whatever. It just is what it is. And if you break away from this law, the cruelty really ramps up because you have the tyranny of will, the tyranny of unity. You just get some trans people on the wrong side of them, man. They'll show you some tyranny because those people, like whatever. Sorry. Of itself is insufficient to account for even the essential perfection which the nature of the thing demands. Okay. Anyone want to talk to me about this? Let's go. Bring it up in the comments. This is what Timothy Gordon rejects. He's got to. Oh, let me find a little more about Aquinas. Just a minute. This is the thing I was trying to find earlier, the Bible verse about significance. It was this reply to objection 4 from Aquinas. The union of Christ with the church is not the reality contained in the sacrament, but is the reality signified and not contained. So Christ, it's the reality. It's in other words, it's a sign. The union of Christ and his church is a sign. That's what I'm saying. It's not nature. It's like Christ and the church are naturally, it's nature, okay? It's a significance. So when you try to make marriage about Christ and his church and saying this is actually nature, now you have to have perfect spouses, and you cannot have, and then you have to have perfect obedience, but they'll say, no, it's just about love only. Therefore, everything must be mutual. All right, let me find the rest on Aquinas. Never mind. The rest of Aquinas is for another part of the video when Tim starts to talk about you got to have procreation primary, and let's just keep listening. I'll tell you what I mean. I'll get to that in a minute.
They assumed if it wasn't procreative, then there's some sort of the only possible motivant for the sexual act could be pleasure, pure pleasure alone. And anytime you,
that's exactly right. There is only two options. You have pleasure or procreation. Those are the two ends of the conjugal act, okay? One must be subordinate to the other. Procreation must take the number one spot. Anything that flows from that is cool as long as you're trying to get pregnant. This is why you have to try to get pregnant. This is why you have to think pregnancy and you have to do pregnancy as far as what the trajectory is, the telos. But Timothy Gordon is doing the modernist thing, whereas they were undeveloped Neanderthals, guys like St. Augustine and stuff, they didn't quite know, but we know a lot better now. Trust the experts, the new Pentecost experts.
you do anything, having an extra bite of food when your hunger is satisfied is a venial sin. Anytime you do anything for pure pleasure alone, it's at least a venial sin. That's what leads them into this fallacy.
He's correct that anytime you do anything for pure pleasure alone, it's at least a venial sin. That's right. So when you do the conjugal act for pleasure alone, that is a venial sin. When you use a method to make sure that there will be no procreation, that is grave sin. Mortal sin.
But what they're not understanding is that the Catechism of Trent first formulates that the idea of the private good of the spouse is namely mutual. It says.
Okay, so what he's basically saying is all these people who thought procreation alone was primary didn't understand Trent. And Trent says the private good of the spouses. He does admit that it is a private good. Now, marriage is a public good. Marriage is publicly governed, Canon 1696. You got to have the promoter of justice for every separation. So you cannot, this is why there's no fault divorce today, and the church is no fault, because good of the spouses is privately judged. And if marriage is good of the spouses, then you can't judge it. And like I said, I have a right to drive your car, but only if you give me permission. And if it's a perpetual consent required, then you own the car. And if you judge that I don't get to, who are we to judge? So if you file for divorce and you go to the bishop, he'll say, "Who am I to judge? It looks like you got to talk to your spouse about that. There's nothing I can do." Brutal. This is the harsh underside of love wins and unity rules and all this groovy stuff. Timothy Gordon, hello, dude.
Mutual help and the remedy for concupiscence, but mutual help is the first formulation that I could find of this unitive idea. Catechism of Trent, 1566, and there'd been no church formulation. There were just
all right. So this is where he starts talking about Council of Trent does speak of the love of spouses and stuff. Okay. Let me get to that. Let's keep going. I got you. We're gonna absolutely nail this Council of Trent stuff. Timothy Gordon will be speechless. He'll have nothing to say, which is why he won't talk. Hopefully he will. It sounds like he does pay attention. He does actually I think he's tried to do cognitive dissonance and to pretend I don't exist anymore. It's like, if I can just block him everywhere, block him on YouTube, block him Twitter, everywhere, I'll pretend he doesn't exist. That'll be a lot easier for me.
Sort of private theologians writing about sex in this very ancient way. The church had never accepted that, had never, written. It's like limbo or something. The church there's no formal dogma on limbo. So it's guys saying stuff that wasn't accepted by the church. Now, The only thing accepted by the church is casti connubii, which formalizes the teaching. You are you're a schismatic. You're like one of these trads that doesn't accept Vatican II if you're not accepting casti connubii, which is.
I don't know if anyone who doesn't accept casti connubii, but the people who are like NFP, they try super hard to hold their mouth just the right way to tweak to get NFP out of casti connubii, which you can't do. That's why I have a whole video on that, and I take all comers to try to show me where you can get NFP out of casti, but you can't because procreation is primary, and there's a lot more I could say on that.
It's an odd thing for a trad not to accept because it's a hardline document. Or Humanae Vitae, it's a Paul VI document, but it was seen as a hardline document. You're not at liberty not to accept these documents.
All right. Yes. Vatican II happened. Vatican II really did exist, but Vatican II is legal poetry. It's not, there was no new anathemas, like Michael Matt said, and Humanae Vitae, yeah, accept it. It condemns family planning. That's what it does. And then it says you can't separate certain significances which are neither here nor there. Okay? It's kind of like, I don't know, if you change something that signifies something, that you change the significance doesn't mean you change the nature of the thing, but people are used, like I said, this is the confusing part, and they love that confusion because then nature can be whatever you want. Hello homo, hello trans, hello no fault divorce, hello contraception. That's all that's going on. And then annulments on demand. You do that when you take nature and make nature whatever you want it to be. Whatever he said reminded me of go to my notes, so hang on a second. All right, you guys, we're going to try to get to some of the meat of this, okay? No more talk. We're going to bring the receipts here. Maybe I'll make it a little bigger just for this part. All right, so this is, let me see how big I can make this print. Here we go, number 23, drum roll please, casti connubii, and this is referencing Trent, and then we're going to get to the text of Trent too. This is kind of the crux of Timothy Gordon trying to hold a candle to NFP and saying it's Catholic, because he's like, look, I got Trent on my side, and I got casti on my side. No, you don't. All you have is crazy Humanae Vitae smoke screen. That's all you got. And then you got Humanae Vitae Light, which was Pius XII in 1951 saying nature is procreation unless your circumstances change, then nature is not procreation, which is nuts. Continuing, here we go. Let's look at Casti 23, Timothy Gordon. All right, what does it say? This conjugal faith, however, which is conjugal faith. Faith is what do you call it? Exclusivity, which is most aptly called by St. Augustine the faith of chastity, blooms more freely, more beautifully, and more nobly. Okay, so this is more like this poetry kind of stuff, it has its place. It's cool, Song of Songs, you know what I mean? Okay, it blooms more freely, more beautifully, and more nobly. Those aren't legal terms, by the way. This is just what happens. Kind of like friendship can grow, okay? Good vibes can grow, but those aren't legal. When it's rooted in that more excellent soil, the love of husband and wife, which pervades all the duties of married life and holds pride of place in Christian marriage. Sounds great. All that is normal, and Augustine would be into it. It sounds Humanae Vitae, it sounds Vatican II, fine. The problem, like I said, is when you take this and make it law, which it's not. It's secondary stuff, which is non-essential, as we are just already figured out from what we said about Aquinas and the Catholic University of America in 1930-something. Okay. Faith demands husband and wife, join especially in holy pure love. So all they talk about love. Love this, love that. Yes. Okay, cool. Good to the spouses. There. Okay. Love then, love. We are speaking not based in passing lust, not lust, but deep attachment of the heart expressed in action. Love is proved by deeds. Yeah. Good. That's right. Okay. This outward expression of love in the home demands not only mutual help, must go further, must have its primary purpose that man and wife help each other day by day in forming and perfecting themselves in the interior life, so that through their partnership in life, they may advance ever more and more in virtue. That sounds so hardcore Vatican II. What could be wrong with that? Because this is Casti 1930. It's saying the primary purpose, the expression of love, its primary purpose, okay? That love has a primary purpose, but the primary purpose of nature is not love. This is what is so crazy about NFP. You're taking charity, you're taking secondary things, you're taking significances, and you're turning them into nature. It's like saying my feelings are now nature. So if you criticize my feelings, you're trying to cut a piece of my nature off or something. Oh man. That's why these trans guys need their safe space. They're saying you're attacking me. My pronouns are death, dude. That's what's going on. By the way, I see some, like I said earlier in the video, we showed William Albrecht and Sam Shimon. There wasn't a lot of love there. You know, they seemed, especially Sam, pretty dang edgy for having like no convo with me. It's almost like that giant trans guy with this mini skirt at the gas station. You call me she, that dude. They're oh man, but they can't, to stay calm and to get it done on the comment section. We're not going there because we lose. They lose. Anyway, that's 23. That's where love is primary. It says right there in Casti Connubii, it's primary to try the basis of love, the primary is the purpose is forming and perfecting themselves, but not the basis of the contract, not the basis of the essence of marriage. Now, 24, hold on, it gets better. Casti Connubii 1930, this mutual molding of husband and wife, like good of the spouses, you might say. This determined effort to perfect each other can, in a very real sense, as the Roman Catechism teaches, Timothy Gordon, this is all you're talking about. Oh, I got to turn this light on. Hold on. I got to turn this light. The Roman Catechism, right, Timothy? Yeah, right here. The Roman Catechism teaches to be said to be the chief reason and purpose of matrimony. So that here, this is it, number 24. This is what Timothy Gordon is betting the farm on, and we're going to absolutely blow him out of the water right now in a loving, charitable, nice way, of course, because we want Tim to sort of, it would be really great if he got a grip on this, really great. He's so, like I said, he's so good what he talks about as far as Ephesians 5, really good. But he undercuts all of it to get the unity as nature, which blows everything out and turns him into a mutual submitter. Okay, this mutual molding of husband and wife, blah, 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 the Roman Catholic is said to be the chief reason and purpose of matrimony. Hold on, kids, hold on. Provided matrimony be looked at not in the restricted sense, as instituted for the proper conception and education of the child, but more widely as the blending of life as a whole and the mutual interchange thereof. There you go. Bam. Case closed. Done. Timothy Gordon, you're shot. Dead. I don't mean literally. Duh. Okay. Look, you can't hold a candle to this. You say the Roman Catechism and Casti make a secondary essential end called love. And it's a chief reason and purpose. Okay? But that's only if you do not look at it in the restricted sense, which means the legal sense. So if you want to go extra legal outside of the law, yeah, marriage is a lot of stuff. It's feelings, it's vibes, it's foot rubs, it's white picket fences, it's your favorite meal. It's a lot of things, okay? Or, it's earning more money. There's so much that comes through marriage that's not the contract, that's not the law, but there's a lot that goes with it that comes along for the ride, okay? Or can be developed, good and bad, okay? For better or for worse. But not legally, Tim. You are taking secondary stuff and making it primary, which means you kill the primary and get the primary so that now procreation is in the back seat. And you know what's in the front seat? Homos with their love. That's in the front seat. So we have to restrict marriage to the legal definition if we're going to talk about what is required legally. Okay? As the institution for the proper conception. If you have an institution of marriage, you have to speak of it in the restricted sense for proper conception of children. Timothy Gordon, you want to discuss and you want to name and claim the way to properly conceive a child, don't you? Yes, you do. Okay. You are saying that all these secondary reasons must be included. You have to have unity, a secondary end. That's why you say there's no such thing as a secondary end on Twitter, which I showed you the tweet earlier. This is why you can't make sense. Your brain's like, bleh, okay? You have to go to the law, my bro, the restricted sense. While we're sort of on this topic, let's get into a little bit of Father Ripperger. So we're going to hear what Father Ripperger has to say about the unitive purpose, okay? Because he's confused on this too, and he can't go there. He just has to gloss over it, and everyone says, wow, Father Ripperger said so. But he leaves you hanging, and he doesn't define it, which when I went to talk to Father Ripperger, he said the unitive purpose is simply the physical coming together, which makes no sense because it's not a purpose. Okay, hit it, Father Ripperger.
This.
It's a little,
because what
it's a little quiet, so you're going to have to listen close, okay?
happens is it becomes romanticized, and people somehow think of the idea that if the conjugal act isn't going to be romanticized, then somehow or another we shouldn't engage in it. It doesn't.
Okay, okay, Timothy Gordon, did you hear that? If it's not romanticized, we don't have to engage in it. That's not how it works. He's correct there. Hang on.
Doesn't work that way. The third category of natural inclination, which is violated by
Oh, wait. I got to rewind this just a minute. All right, here we go. This is the part I wanted to rewind to.
our souls as a result of it.
All right, here, listen.
Recently, there has been a kind of a supplanting in a very subtle way in which most people would be completely unaware of this two-end theory. One is that some people say that the two ends of the conjugal act are union and or not union and procreation, but procreation and mutual love of the spouses.
That is exactly what Timothy Gordon is saying, which is wrong, and that's what Father Ripperger is correctly pointing out. Listen.
This is false. That is not the two primary ends of the conjugal act are not procreation and mutual love, but procreation and union.
There is no primary end called union. It is the primary end is procreation. Union is not an end, but St. Thomas Aquinas says is there's two reasons to come together. There's only two ways to make marriage honest, and that is you're either trying to get pregnant or the other person is trying to get pregnant and you're paying the debt, okay? It's not union. So he's trying to, again, Father Ripperger is trying to horseshoe NFP into the marital debt, and it can't be done, which is why he never defines what union is. Listen.
And the point being is that even if you hate your spouse, you still have an obligation to render the marital debt to your spouse if they ask, and provided that union and procreation, that is, you're open to the procreative element, you fulfill your obligations in the marital debt.
So, provided you're open to procreation, no, that's not what union is. You have to be oriented toward. I'm talking too much. We got to hear this. Let's just listen to it like all at once, and then we'll talk about it.
Union and procreation, that is, you're open to the procreative element, you fulfill your obligations in the marital debt. But if you retranslate that or change that into saying that it's mutual love, then if you don't love your spouse, that somehow or another it's immoral. Well, obviously hating your spouse is immoral, And St. Paul tells husbands that they have to work on loving their spouses. But mutual love is a secondary and non-essential, although important, end of the conjugal act.
Mutual love is secondary and not essential. Bingo, exactly right. That contradicts what Timothy Gordon is saying. So Timothy Gordon is not defining marriage the same way as Father Ripperger, because Timothy Gordon is admitting the only possible explanation is that unity has to be love. Has to be.
We have to be very careful about this. Because what happens is it becomes romanticized, and people somehow think of the idea that if the conjugal act isn't going to be romanticized, then somehow or another we shouldn't engage in it. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, so that's it. So that was his main point. It's that he's saying that unity is the marital debt, but the marital debt is not an end. It's not a purpose. It's not an end. The marital debt is the sacrament. It's the justice part of it. It's the contract, but it's not an end. The only end is what is nature. Nature has procreation. Remember we talked about the seed and the egg coming together? That's the only end. Part of the contract is the debt. So Father Ripperger is saying all this love stuff has nothing to do with nature, nor is it primary, nor is it essential. That is correct. But he never defines what union is, because you have to have something called union to make NFP legal. And Father Ripperger says NFP is legal. So he never discusses what union is. He just says you have to have it. He says what union is not. Union is not love. So what is union, Father Ripperger? The answer is he won't say, or he'll say it just means the physical coming together. That's not a purpose. That is how the conjugal act gets done, but it's not the end. The end alone is procreation. So there is no unity that is an end. It cannot exist. But Father Ripperger won't talk about this. Now, hopefully I was clear on what I just said. And if I say anything that leaves you hanging or it doesn't make sense, we're going to clean this up in the comment section. This is part of what I do that no one else is doing or does do, is that I can, if there's anything that's not clear or whatever, we clean it up in the comments and we discuss it and we figure it out for sure. Timothy blocks. That's what he does, because you can't make it work. And Father Ripperger, basically, he's ivory tower. You can't. I've tried every which way to ask him these questions. I went to the conference. I asked as many questions as I could. Half of them wouldn't even get answered or asked. All right, let's go back to Timothy Gordon.
These are the papal teachings. Now, Familiaris Consortio comes along in 1981, and it redefines the threefold requirement of.
That's probably what it does, is it redefines. That's right, which is something that can never be done. Marriage has a definition. It's the same since 33 AD. It can't be redefined.
Marital sex. But, and it does so in really soft, personalizing, phenomenological JP2 language.
That's because there's no other way to do it. Like Timothy Gordon said earlier, you know, if you're sort of having a good time, everything's working out. You know, there's that unity, which is like sort of pretty good, sort of good enough. Nope. But the personalistic norm is the new basis of marriage, the total gift of self, which is personal, non-public, non-adjudicatable. You know? If you had a good time at the amusement park today, that is on you. I cannot take you to court. You must have a good time at the amusement park, and if you don't, it's illegal. That's a private matter, and that's all it's going to be. But you pay the money to go in the amusement park. Everyone signs the contract. The legal justice is done. The good time part is up to you, and there's no requirement on that. You know, you're supposed to try to have a good time at the park, and, you know, Cedar Point or Disney World or whatever is supposed to try to help you have a good time, but they don't. That's on you. The good time is an inside job. It's private.
but it takes casti connubii and humanae vitae, and it's saying that you have to have these inseparable purposes of it's got to be open to the procreative powers. That means you're not blocking. All it means is you're not contracepting.
It doesn't have to be, there's nothing inseparable because, again, the primary means one. Primary means independent. So it is separate, okay? Procreation, the proper institution for conceiving is procreation alone is independent.
Chemically or physically. So the act has to be open to the powers of conception.
Okay. That means that there can be no planning, there can be no plotting, there can be no timing to try to achieve a certain thing, just like our analogy of the traffic thing. We're going to time everything so that there's no meeting of the seed and egg. Okay, seeds go through. Okay, ready? Flip the switch. Okay, everyone, now the egg goes through. You can't do that. That's all you're doing with NFP, Tim. That is all it is.
Which was stipulated in both casti and humanae vitae. That doesn't mean that it guides what's called a virtual intent. It doesn't mean you have to be hoping to get pregnant.
Okay, we got to go back to the notes. Doesn't mean you don't have to be hoping to get pregnant. Yes, it does. It's a venial sin if you're not hoping to get pregnant, and it's a mortal sin if you take actions to make sure that you don't get pregnant. Let's go to Aquinas and nail that one down. Okay, a little Aquinas here. Okay, so a lot of times people like to use the analogy about eating, okay? And the conjugal act is the same as eating. You can enjoy your food. It's perfectly fine to do that as long as you're just eating, right? Hang on. Objection 1, it would seem that let's just go to the highlight part. But no goods are necessary to excuse the act of the nutritive power. That's right. You don't have, because digestion is constant, so as long as you don't have to be pursuing a good, you just have to eat the food normally. Neither therefore are they necessary to excuse Wait, hang on a second. Let me back up just a minute. It would seem certain blessings affected by marriage, so much more the good of the species is better and more exalted than the good of the individual. But no goods are necessary to excuse the act of the nutritive power. Neither therefore are they necessary to excuse marriage. I don't understand that. Hang on a minute. Okay, the reason I don't understand it is this is objection. This is the bad guy talking, all right? So it's like, look, just because there are no goods necessary for the nutritive power, therefore there's no goods necessary to excuse marriage. This is what NFP people are saying. You don't have to have a certain good to excuse marriage, or you know, as long as you're just doing the thing, as long as you eat the food, it's fine. You do the act, it's fine. You don't have to try for anything. That's what Timothy Gordon just said. Wrong. Here's what Aquinas says, the reply. Okay. In the act of eating, there is no such intense pleasure overpowering the reason as in the aforesaid action, both because the generative power whereby original sin is transmitted is infected and corrupt, whereas the nutritive power by which the original sin is not transmitted is neither corrupt nor infected, and again because each one feels in himself a defect of the individual more than a defect of the species. Hence, in order to entice a man to take food which supplies a defect of the individual, it is not enough that he feel his defect, but in order to entice him to the act whereby a defect of the species is remedied, divine providence attaches pleasure to the act, which moves even irrational animals in which there is no stain of original sin. Hence, the comparison fails. On the contrary, the marriage act differs not from fornication. Okay, Timothy Gordon? It's the same as fornication, except by the marriage goods. What are the marriage goods? The marriage goods are procreation or payment of the debt. If therefore these were not sufficient to excuse it, marriage would always be unlawful. So you have to have either procreation or you got to be paying the debt to the person who wants the procreation. Those are the only things that will excuse it from becoming fornication. Further, it is a aforesaid act that does not differ from the act of fornication except in the aforesaid goods. But the act of fornication is always evil. Therefore, marriage The marriage act will also always be evil unless it be excused by the aforesaid goods. You have to be trying to get pregnant, and you can't have anything in the way to get rid of that. I answer that just as the marriage goods, insofar as they consist a habit. In other words, you're always trying to get pregnant, or at least in your mind, you're like, okay, we're not trying to not get pregnant here. It's got to be a habit to try to get pregnant. Make a marriage honest and holy. It has to be honest. Otherwise, you're having dishonest acts. That's all contraception is. You're trying to cheat the act. That's all any family planning, natural or otherwise, quote unquote, organic. You're trying to cheat. You want that seed and that egg to never meet. You do it through timing. Seed goes through here, later, next timing, boom. Okay. Insofar as they are in the actual intention. Wow, what's that word right there? Intention. You have to be intend. They make the marriage act honest, okay? In regards to those two goods which relate to the marriage act. The two goods are procreation or the payment of the debt, because one is for nature and the other is for justice, for the sacrament, for that's called the faith, okay? The payment of the debt. Hence, when married persons come together for the purpose of begetting children or for paying the debt to one another, which pertains to the faith, that's exclusivity, they are wholly excused from sin, Timothy Gordon. So you have to, the intention. But the third does not relate to the use of marriage, but to his excuse, as stated above in Article 3. The third is remedy of concupiscence. So if you are trying to just remedy your concupiscence or pursuing flesh or whatever else you're doing, it is venial sin. It does not excuse it, but it's because it's venial sin to do that. You have to be trying to get pregnant, in other words, as stated above. Wherefore it makes the marriage itself honest, but not its act, as though the act were wholly excused from sin. That's right. So it's not just doing the thing. In other words, if you're just doing the thing naturally, it's wholly excused from sin. Wrong. You must be pursuing the end for which nature set it out to pursue, the natural destiny, which is conception. Through being done in an account of some this is pretty cool. Wherefore it makes the marriage itself honest, but not in its act, as though the act were wholly excused from sin, but through being done on account of some signification. In other words, you're just doing it because, hey, look, it's the sign, like Humanae Vitae says. You have the significance of procreation and the significance of unity, okay? That's not good enough. No. No signs allowed calling it nature. As a consequence, says St. Thomas Aquinas, there are only two ways in which married persons can come together without any sin at all, namely in order to have offspring and in order to pay the debt. Otherwise, it is always at least a venial sin. Okay? So people say, look, well, we're not coming together to have offspring. We're just coming together to pay the debt. One person pays the debt. The agent seeks offspring. Let me show you what I mean by that. Okay, here we go. I know. Timothy Gordon is big on Aquinas, so let's take some notes, Tim. Here we go. Aquinas says, I answer that just as the marriage goods, insofar as they consist in a habit, make the marriage. So the actual intention, yes. Okay, we already covered that. Right. Okay. Now, as an office of nature, which marriage is an office of nature. Nature is just biology, okay? It is directed by two things, like every other virtuous act. One of these is required on the part of the agent. And those two things, by the way, are procreation and payment of the debt. So one of these is required on the part of the agent. And it is the intention of the due end. Timothy Gordon, intention is required of the due end. What is the due end? Offspring. It is required you have the intention of offspring by the agent, the person initiating, the person who is saying, I'm requesting the marital debt for the intention of the due end, which is offspring. You must have this, or you are violating nature, because that's what it's an office of nature. All right. And the other is required on the part of the act, which is good generically through being its due matter, and thus we have faith. What he's saying there is payment of the debt because of faith. Faith is exclusivity. That's why we call it, are you unfaithful? Exclusivity, meaning that's the only person that's going to happen with, and this is the debt. Thus we have the faith, whereby man and has intercourse with his wife and no other. All right? There it is, Tim. Anytime you want to come in the comments and straighten me out on this, I'm more power. It's right there. You have to have the intention of offspring. Okay, let's go back to Tim's video. Okay, so I think before we get back to the video, I want to finish off the rest of Council of Trent, since I know that Timothy Gordon likes to point to that a lot as justifying something about inseparable unity and all this weird NFP law stuff. Trent says the exact opposite, and that's what Casti Connubii picked up on and articulated, and we're going to go to the source, which is Trent, right now, since Tim did not do it on his video. He just talked about it with his little papers rattling, which I don't blame, because this is a lot of work to get here, but, when you got time to do it, and it's important, right? Spurgs unite. We're going to spurg now, baby. I got more to say about that in a minute, but look, let's make it a little bit bigger. Starting here. Okay. This is Mark 10. For this cause, a man shall leave his father and mother and shall cleave to his wife. Now, what is that cause? That cause right there. For this cause. What could that possibly be? That cause is procreation, because he's talking about that, all right, in the Bible. Now they are two but one flesh. And how do you become one flesh? You become one flesh through a conjugal act with a prostitute or your wife, or it's just the physical that makes you one flesh. And the purpose of that act is one thing. For this cause, not these causes, this cause is procreation. That's the purpose of it. Okay. This is, and there's casting, therefore what God has joined together, let not man put asunder, because when you put asunder that, you destroy the education of the children and you mess up a lot of stuff. And that's done through NFP law, like I said, because it makes everything subjective and private. Casti 54, the conjugal act is destined primarily by nature. Wow. Oh, that's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. For the begetting of children. Not primarily by nature for the begetting of children and the unity of the spouses, whatever the heck that is. No. Tim, take notes. Now, let's go find what Trent said. Hold on. Okay, kids, here we go. Question 8 from the Roman Catechism. The Roman Catechism is considered infallible because Trent is infallible, and it's basically what Trent says, okay? So it's like the gold standard catechism. So you can read the new CCC all you want, but they just call it a sure norm. A norm can move and change. A norm is not like a rock, okay? And we have to go, just like when you read the Bible, Tim Gordon reads a goofy Bible, the Revised Standard Edition, or the whatever the heck it is he reads. You got to go to the Douay Rheims to get the real thing. You got to go to the Roman Catechism if you have questions. And if the ambiguity of the new CCC differs from the Roman Catechism, you got to default to the Roman. Why a man and woman ought to be joined in marriage. How come they should be joined in marriage? Why is that? To train up our children in the true faith. Our children. That's right. And this was the principal object of the Holy Patriarchs. Boom, done right there. Children are the reason why, and it's the principal object. Object is a legal term. Tim knows that. He does. Primary object, essential object, principal object of the Holy Patriarchs. Patriarch is like the fathers of the church. What they say is unchanging. It's infallible, universal. If they were Unanimous, which they were. That none of them said the principal object of the Holy Patriarchs was unity and procreation. No frickin' way. It's all a 20th century invention to roll out the carpet legally for NFP, and everyone was all too willing. And when you let the fireplace out of the fire, when you let the fire out of the fireplace, things happen, and you can't get it back. We're trying, though. Okay. When they engage in the married state, as we learned from the sacred volume, a.k.a. the Bible, when they engage in the married state, so when they're doing the thing, Timothy, Gordon, that makes babies, the principal object is children. Okay? Nothing else. Nothing else. There is no, we gotta have unity. We gotta have, no. Whatever unity is. It doesn't say anything about the marital debt here. That's not an object. That is a matter of faith, as in, like I said, exclusivity. Part of the program is you must pay the debt, and Timothy gets that exactly right. The problem is, like I say, he throws a giant wrench into the thing because he says she only has to pay the debt if she wants to, because she has a right to unity, because now we don't have a principal object of marriage. We have two principal objects, okay? And one always will dominate the other. This is why 99% of trad households are matriarchies, because none of them, if you don't condemn NFP, only 1% do, then unity wins. Love wins. It's really bad stuff. Hence the angel, when informing Tobit, Hence the angel, when informing Tobit by what means he should repel the violent assaults of the evil demon, he says, I will show thee who they are, the devil can prevail. Who can the devil prevail over? Who could that be? For they who such wise receive matrimony as to shut out them for themselves from their mind and give to them, shut out God from their mind and give themselves to lust. As a horse and mule. There are two ends of marriage. There's basically two natural reasons, okay? It's called like instinct, as in flesh, and it's called procreation. Those are the two reasons. That's it. So if you want to give in to the second, the lust, you have no understanding and you kind of lose your mind. So some of these people, they're into that, and when you tell them this is wrong, what do? They lose their mind. They can't really go there. They get mad. They shut down. They do whatever. Like those two guys in the beginning. They're not interested in getting to the truth. They're interested in shuffling this question out of the door. It's only going to make problems if we talk about it. We're not going to get to the bottom of it. We're just going to keep on tripling down on our assertion that NFP isn't contraception, and we'll just keep saying that. When everyone kind of knows it is, like, yeah, but there's enough brainwashing going on. Then he adds to take the virgin with fear of the Lord. So what does God want? Moved rather for love of children than for lust, right? The seed of Abraham mayest obtain a blessing from children. Nothing in here about unity at all. This was the sole, okay, look. Roman Catechism, this was the sole reason. Soul means one, as far as I can tell. This was the sole reason why God instituted marriage. By the way, if you read other translations, they'll say this was the reason, or for this reason. That's all it means. It's the same dang thing, okay? The sole reason why God instituted marriage from the beginning. Why did he institute marriage from the beginning, Tim? The sole reason. What was that? Children. Roman Catechism. Tim, oh no. Why God instituted marriage from the beginning, and hence married persons. Okay, so you got to listen to this. And hence married persons who by medicine either prevent conception or procure abortion are guilty of the most heinous crime, nothing less than premeditated conspiracy to commit murder. That's why contraception is murder. That's why NFP is moida, okay? Because you are trying to prevent conception. I know they say by medicine. Okay. But let's just say it's murder if you prevent conception. You can prevent it with medicine, or you can prevent it any other way. It's the preventing conception part. Well, Okay, does that mean if I'm standing on the street corner, I'm preventing conception? Not necessarily, but if you are engaging in something, if you're not putting a barricade in the road would be blocking conception. That would be a most heinous crime, conspiracy, because here's a baby that's trying to get conceived and you're putting a block there. So no, not like I said, I just thought this was a great analogy. Instead of doing that, we just use our flaggers. We got somebody on one end of the fallopian tube and somebody here. I got to make that screen bigger. Haha. It's just fun to do this. I know you guys, somebody's on one end of the fallopian tube and somebody's on the other end. Okay. And so someone says, okay, go ahead. Boop. They go through, and then they oh, go ahead. Boop. They go through. Nothing touches each other. No seed, no egg. That is a conspiracy to murder right there. Oh, yeah. Now, that's Trent, okay? Notice it does not say that those who cultivate no unity are guilty of the crime of rape. That's right. So, by the way, there is no such thing as marital rape. Marital rape is a modern invention because once you start requiring unity, you start requiring consent every time, which destroys marital debt. The fact that there is something called marital rape on the books is proof manifest that there is no such thing as marital debt, because when you consent, there can be no rape. There can be crime, there can be force, there can be abuse, there can be sin, but there can't be rape. Rape is a crime of no consent. Consent is at the altar, but now that we have unity, the consent is every time. So this whole the idea that people say NFP must be mutual falls apart, because if NFP requires unity and someone says I'm not feeling this conjugal act is unifying, so I have a right to unity, and it's not unity for me to enter this conjugal act, therefore I'm not going to. So that's effectively imposed NFP right there. Let me see if there's more on Trent here. Okay, I guess not. I guess that's the main thing. Yeah, but we can say more on that. Let's go back to the video. All right, here we go. Hit it, Tim.
Wife pregnant every time, right? It doesn't mean you can't.
Let's reverse that just a little bit. He said a little mouthful.
Non-ovulation days.
Hang on a second.
And this is before JP2.
Oh, stop.
Saying that you have to have these inseparable purposes of it's got to be open to the procreative powers. That means you're not blocking. All it means is you're not contracepting.
He's a little bit nervous, I think.
Chemically,
he's a little bit excited.
Physically. So the act has to be open to the powers of conception, which was stipulated in both Casti and Humanae Vitae. That doesn't mean that it guides what's called a virtual intent. It doesn't mean you have to be hoping to get your wife pregnant every time.
We already talked. Yes, you do.
It doesn't mean you can't, have sex on non-ovulation days.
There is no requirement to max out the number of kids. That is correct. But you are supposed to give God all the children that he intends to give you, and that's not your decision to make. So you let nature take its course. So no, there is no rule that you must exercise the conjugal act. There is no obligation to, nor is there an obligation to produce kids. Increase and multiply is no longer a precept that's binding on everybody, because the earth is full and celibacy is better. So the precept of increase and multiply is not binding anymore. There's no obligation to reproduce. You do not have to have kids, which is why NFP for grave cause makes no sense. If it's natural and it does nothing, let people do all the NFP they want. We will constantly have terrible birth rates as long as NFP is legal, because you know what? If you can get in shape without exercising, you'll just wait till it gets hard and you'll say, heck with this. I'll just be in shape anyway. And that's what people do when it gets hard. I already talked about that. Let's keep going.
Okay. And this is before JP2. And then he says that really every act has to have this inseparable goal of being unitive and procreative. This would also, by the way, condemn someone that's, and I'm not saying this is my view or something, but if you're just trying to procreate and you're not even trying to be unitive with your spouse, which is theoretically, I guess, possible, but it's probably practically inseparable, then that would be wrong.
If you're not trying to be unitive. There is no requirement for good of the spouses for the marriage to be valid either. None of this, again, I could talk for 5 hours about this stuff. There's so much in here. The marriage invalidity crisis of exponential proportions is squarely due to NFP law, because we must have love as the law, love as nature, love as the legal contract, which means it's private, and you must consent to something called total gift of self, because that's what love is. Love, it keeps, love always forgives, right? Total gift of self. Who among us can give a total gift of themselves? Nobody. You don't even know half the things are in your brain. You can't, it's like, come on. No. You can't do it. Anyway, let's keep going.
So you have these two primary ends or competing primary ends.
There, he said it. Competing primary ends. That's he stumbled across a piece of truth there he can't get rid of. They are competing because one spouse says, I have a right to unity because I consented to that right. So give me my unity and get away from me with your unloving procreation. And then the other person can say, I have a right to procreation, so get out of here with your non-procreative unity demands because I have a right to oh, really? Well, they're inseparable. So unless I get my unity, you're not getting any procreation. And the other person could say, unless I'm getting my procreation, you're not getting any unity. Sounds like a match made in heaven. What could possibly go wrong? Just have kids and leave the planning to God. When you don't do that, not only do problems happen, you also end up in hell when you're dead. Not a good plan. Not a good family plan.
For what the motivant, for the licit good motivant for Catholic marital sex may be. And you always have these three fonts, and they are the only Catholic teaching on it. So you're not at liberty as a Catholic
Wrong.
To say, no, I don't accept this teaching of Casti Connubii.
You can reject any teaching in any encyclical that is wrong because they're not infallible. However, you got to know it, prove it, show it, and in other words, if an encyclical contradicts faith and morals from what came previous, it's wrong. So, like who is it? Humani Generis or something? Yes, about evolution. No, it didn't say you can believe in evolution, but everyone kind of just took. They winked real hard at it and said, "Oh, it sure does." And Humanae Vitae doesn't say that there's a unitive purpose inseparable from a procreative purpose. It doesn't say that, but everyone kind of just looks real hard the other way and says, "Oh yeah, it does." It doesn't say that. It says it's iconic, but it doesn't say it's natural. Who cares? Give us our NFP. Get out of the way. JP2, we love you. Who are you? Come on.
Humanae Vitae Familiaris Consortio. You're not free to do it. But for those people for whom I guess even Pope Pius in 1930 with Casti Connubii,
sticking up funny,
who's shutting down the idea of contraception. Well, if he's a modernist for accepting that sex needs to be unitive and procreative, and
Paul VI had a sober moment in 1976 where he came out to the Rota and said, love is independent, or marriage is independent of love. Love does not, you don't need love for marriage. No charity for marriage. No unity for marriage. You don't need it because he's a doctor of canon law. He knows what he's talking about, but he realized, man, he just frickin' let some stuff out of the bag, and now he was. So that's, I think it was his last encyclical, Humanae Vitae. Rumor is he used to kind of walk the halls of the Vatican, shaking his head, going, "What have I done?" He tried hard in 76 to say, "Y'all can't do this." I'll give you the receipts if you want to see that too. Too late. He wasn't forceful enough. He just kind of said, hey, everyone just, like I said, unless something is bolted down rock solid, people are going to work around it. People are going to go around it. So you can't just kind of be a little bit easygoing with this stuff. So by the way, why do I bother doing us on YouTube and talking to guys like Tim Gordon and stuff? because they're the quote influencers, and they have more influence than bishops, and people don't really listen to the Pope on this kind of stuff. It's like guys like, just basically top names. Those are the people that have something that sway people. What do you do when you have a problem? You call Catholic Answers and ask them. Okay. So this is why you got to attack some of these statements that they make, because no one else is, as far as I know, with what I'm saying, other than Catholic Esquire's got some good stuff. All right, let's keep going.
That there are two primary ends, or
yeah, no, we're two primary is non sequitur.
At least a kind of a primary secondary end of the good of the spouses. We'll look at the Catechism of Trent in 1566. It acknowledged, and this is not magisterial, it's just catechetical, the chief end is procreation, and there's a chief secondary end.
No, there's not. We already read it. We just read it. There's no chief secondary end.
That's more than just prefigurative of the three fonts, that are mutual help and remedy for concupiscence. So separate secondary ends that are basically...
It's all in the Bible. It's been there. That's so that you don't burn or whatever, okay? That's why you have that's why you can't refuse debt payment. So it's just in the Bible. It's all it is.
Yeah. It's approximate language, but approximating. You can have multiple primary ends. I'll show this as a...
I already showed how you cannot have multiple primary ends, but he's going to get in here with his lips example, which is... Hang on, we'll wait for that.
Thomist, a philosophical precept in a second.
Who's kind of glazing over here is weightlifter man Mike Pantiel. He's like, Tim, okay, dude.
Can't have multiple primary ends, teloses. But it says mutual help and remedy for concupiscence are also ends of the act.
Secondary, non-essential. Aquinas said that. And Casti Canubi 24 said, those are not legal, as in they're not essential. And Trent hit that home. The sole purpose is procreation.
Meaning final causes. Okay, so that's the Catechism of Trent.
Time out.
I'll show this as a Thomist, a philosophical precept in a second. You can't have multiple primary ends, teloses. But it says mutual help and remedy for concupiscence are also ends of the act, meaning final causes. Okay.
No. Final cause is my booty. A final cause is an essential cause, is a primary cause. You cannot have multiple final causes. No. He is wishful thinking on his part. Nature has one final cause, like we already showed in Casti 54, the destiny. The natural destiny is offspring. The natural destiny is not remedy of concupiscence or something called bonding or love or groovy feelings or whatever the heck you got going on.
Okay, so that's the Catechism of Trent. For those people that I think, what kind of set of a contest would you have to be to not accept Casti Canubi? That's Pius XI?
It's not about sede, and it's not about schismatic or anything like that. It's rejecting modernist retrofitting of NFP to fit. That's all Protestants do. They'll say, there's no purgatory because the Bible says blah, blah, blah. Get out of here. We got to go back to history. We got to look at what did St. Ignatius say? Oh, well, I don't know. That's a reason why more history equals fewer Protestants. This is why more questions asked and answered by these guys equals less NFP. They don't want that, because if you get rid of, if your permission with Father Ripperger's cut, all these guys, you're like, your name is mud. You got nothing. If NFP is illicit, you got nothing. And who wants nothing? Everyone wants a piece. So unless they have the eye of the tiger, they're going to keep going with it, but they can't discuss it because they lose.
We're developing newer and newer and newer types of sedevacantist, because these Puritan weirdos that want sex to have to be something utterly unnatural and not.
What is unnatural is when you recreate nature into something that it's not. When you start saying nature is what I say it is. Nature is procreation. And when you start saying nature is more than procreation, because marriage is an office of nature, now you are recreating your own private Idaho, okay? And it grows whatever potatoes you want is what's right. And that's exactly what goes on with, you know, all the trans, all the homo, all the feminism, all the divorce, all the annulment. It's nature is up to me. And that's what I'm going to say is love. So get with the times.
Non-unitive and for the good of the spouses and not about.
I got to rewind.
Okay,
Sorry.
so that's the Catechism of Trent. For those people that I think, what kind of set of a contest would you have to be to not accept Casti Connubii? That's Pius XI. You know, we're developing newer and newer and newer types of set of a contest.
Ain't that right, Mike
Because these
Pantiel?
Puritan weirdos that want
Puritan
sex to have
weirdos.
to be something utterly unnatural and non-unitive and for the good of the spouses and not about developing a better relationship and having a really healthy sex life.
Dude, all the charity. Okay, it's right in the Bible. Love your wives, okay? And then wives be submissive. Everybody, oh boy. I should get to a saint quote really quick. That's pretty cool. Hang on a second. All right, here's a good one. Yes. Okay, so we're talking about all these old guys that didn't know much. They just kind of thought it was just for procreation alone. St. Augustine, undoubtedly by the eternal law, which requires the preservation of the natural order, it forbids the transgression of it. Conjugal intercourse should take place only for the procreation of children. Timothy Gordon. And after the celebration of the marriage, so as to maintain the bond of peace. In other words, you want peace? Go with nature, go with law. You want chaos? Go with Timothy Gordon. He's going to introduce the chaos of undefined love, to quote Devo. Just the girl you want? All right, let's go back to the video.
Which a bunch of the touch-me-nots who are maybe overweight or feminist.
Touch-me-nots, what he's talking about are just all the frigid wives out there, all the chicks who are like, I'm not into it anymore. And it's an epidemic. There's a ton of that. And what those, rather than demonize them or whatever, those are basically people with mommy and daddy wounds, okay? And so the problem here is when they're told they have to have, they have a right to unity, things must be unitive. They're like, wow, this is feeling super ununitive, so I'm not doing it. Okay, I'm not feeling this bond of peace St. Augustine was talking about, so I'm just going to pull out. I'm going to pull back on this. I'm not doing this. And they're given license because John Paul II and Timothy Gordon are like, it's got to be unitive. And she's like, the touch-me-nots, it's not unitive. I forgot what else I was going to go to. Let me think about this for a minute. Hang on. I'll have to get back to it when I think of it. I can't remember right now. Let's keep going.
Or the weird Puritans who became Catholic, but not sexually speaking, or just the weird infiltrators that want to subvert the faith, whatever that weird mesalliance was. They're trying to make sex into something that it's not, or maybe that it was for Puritans. And
nobody is trying to do that. Nobody is trying anything. What we're doing is, I don't know. He's really using this broad brush of a bunch of derogatory terms. Okay, whatever. I don't know who I am in his group or whatever, but and it's not about. Yeah, I think the Puritans were kind of weird, but St. Augustine was not weird. St. Thomas wasn't weird, and the gigantic raft of saints who all said the same thing I'm saying weren't weird. They weren't Puritans. Yeah, you can go off the rails or something and just say the flesh is bad. It's just got to be subordinate. That's what it has. That's all it has to be. But again, because of the NFP, all that is out the window, and the legal basis of marriage is destroyed. All right, let's keep going. Look, dude, we're only 2 hours and 5 minutes. Maybe we can hit 4 hours if we're lucky.
And the Catechism of Trent prefigures this threefold purpose.
No.
Okay.
No. One purpose.
So you're not at liberty to deny Casti Connubii, but even if you did and you're a sede before 1930, And you don't accept what Casti Connubii says about there's two inseparable purposes?
Casti Connubii says nothing of the sort. There's one purpose. Casti Connubii 17. Maybe we'll just go to it. Hang on. Blah, 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 blah. By the way, I have like a really long video I did, a few months ago. It's got Evil Knievel on the front. It's called 18. It's because Casti Connubii 18. The NFP is intrinsically evil. 18 ways that Casti kills NFP. You can check that out. But here, look. Remember, this is Casti right here. Okay. The primary end of marriage is the procreation and education of children. Tim, primary means one. Primary means essential. Primary means independent. I could get into that too, because Pius XII in 1944 said primary. There were all these Christopher Wests out there knocking at the door saying, "Hey, we want love to be primary too, co-primary." No, and no way. Can't do it. It's a deception. It's bad. It's a revolutionary thought. Pius XII, 1944. I've done videos on that too. Anyone want to talk to me about that? I'll give you all the info you want. But Pius XII said procreation is independent. Secondary ends are dependent. That's what he said. Hold on. Let me see what else we got. I could just go on and on with Cassie. I got the whole thing memorized. I think I've read it like 500 times. All right. Yeah, they're okay here. But anyway, the 59's like the main thing. Right down wherever it is, 59. It's good. Yep. This calls NFP sin right here. Okay. Sin. NFP is sin right there in 59 because it's a perversion of the right order. If you want an explanation on that, get in touch with me. I'll give it to you. No problemo. Okay. So you can, for matrimony, there are matrimonial rights, secondary ends. Those are rights. Okay. But they can only be used when through getting to the primary end. So if you're not trying to have a kid, you can't, even if it's menopause or whatever, you are trying to, you can't be like not trying to have a kid. Okay. Let's go back to the video.
Which everyone always blames on JP2. All the people that are Catholic sexual Puritans, they blame it on.
Would you stop it with this Puritan stuff? Okay, JP2 was freaked out. Sorry, because he was a love and responsibility guy. Love and responsibility is a lot of pages to effectively say procreation is secondary. That's what it says. That's all theology of the body is. It's a super brainiac explanation to try to say procreation is no longer essential. What is essential is the personalistic norm. And if procreation happens, we only have to be open to it. No, you have to be oriented toward it. You do not have to be oriented towards the personalistic norm. Legally. God wants you to love. You promise to love, but it's not the essence of the natural office. The natural office, the restricted sense, the legal sense is procreation. Moving on.
JP2, but this is Pius XI in 1930. It's Humanae Vitae in 1968. These are not liberal documents. And
yeah, they are.
Prefigured there in the Catechism of Trent. I don't know if you want to comment there, because I also want to comment on, you have those three papal documents I read you, and then there's three catechetical and ecumenical council histories. The Catechism of Trent. I also want to talk about the modern catechism and Vatican II document, Gaudium et Spes, which doubles, triples, quadruples down on the fact that unitivity is one of the viable ends.
Unitivity is never mentioned, I guess, in Gaudium, but they're saying that love, it's not a viable, it's viable. It's a secondary, non-essential.
Well, then I wonder, if is the argument what drives the motivation for the movement of that appetite or the will in that direction? So call it the unitive way. Let's define what does the church say about that? Are these guys spurging out over, or the women, let's just say?
By the way, it's not cool to say spurging out, really, because it's kind of derogatory, and it's another way of dismissing somebody who has a counter argument rather than addressing their arguments. You just say, look, I'm normal, and you got Asperger's and you're spurging out. I digressed. Let's go back and hear what he said just a minute.
Viable ends.
Well, then I wonder then if is the argument what drives the motivation for the movement of that appetite or the will in that direction? So call it the unitive way. Let's define what does the church say about that? Are these guys spurging out over, or the women, let's just say, it being motivated by pure insatiable lust, and the guy has this pornographic habit, or
I don't quite
this
understand his
tendency
question.
toward lust, and that using it as this way to quell. So that, I guess, that being the motivator of the appetite versus it being, I'm attracted to my wife and I want to engage in this. Because if you take that puritanical approach, then even engaging in it for the pleasure, even keeping the primary end in mind, despite that not being the primary motivator, that being at least venially sinful, which I can't square in my head, really. So is it what motivates the movement of the appetite toward the act, right? That kind of, I guess, cancels out the unitive way?
Okay, I'm going to pause and listen to what he said and try to figure out what the heck he just said. How he cannot square the fact that St. Thomas Aquinas is saying it's a venial sin, even if procreation is primary, but you in your mind are doing the act for remedy of concupiscence. Okay, so if you're not trying to get pregnant, or you don't want a pregnancy, your remedy of concupiscence, that is venial sin. And he's saying he doesn't understand that. The reason he doesn't understand it is because he thinks that there doesn't have you only have to be open to procreation. You don't have to be oriented toward, which is procreation secondary. So I'm going to repeat what Aquinas said about that. Hang on. Okay, here it is right here. This is Aquinas. Okay, the actual intention makes the marriage honest. You got to have the right intention. Okay, so then he says, all right, but the third good, which would be remedy of concupiscence, which is what he's talking about, even if you are not doing any sort of family planning or nothing, you're just in it because of the concupiscence, does not relate to the use of marriage, but to its excuse. Okay, wherefore it makes the marriage itself honest, but not its act. So the physical is honest, but the act is not. It's like, I don't know, going up to communion, but in your mind you don't believe in God, or you're just not into it, or whatever. Okay, so no one's gonna know, but you have to have the right intention also, as though it were a holy excuse from sin, though being done on account of some signification. Yeah, see, it's not excused from sin there, Mike Pantiel. Consequently, there are only two ways. Okay, so you're trying to have a baby, or you are paying the debt to the person who wants to have the baby. Those are the only ways you can come together. Otherwise, it's a venial sin. Super clear, super normal. But NFP throws all of this out the window. NFP kills Aquinas. No chance. That's why they don't want to talk about it. All right, hold on. Coming back. Hang on there.
In my head, really. So is it what motivates the movement of the appetite toward the act, right? That kind of, I guess, cancels out the unitive way. Has the church definitively spoken on that? Like the actual motivator behind the act itself?
The motivator behind the act itself must be procreation, but since these guys don't believe that, because they're not saying what's Catholic, they're saying what's Planned Parenthood, then they don't know how to answer this. Let's just see what I think Tim with Gordon's like, what are you talking about? Hang on.
Well, let me, for one thing, this is, when we're talking about what moves, what animates the will toward a telos, it's not like a precise science. We don't know. I wasn't going to do this yet, but let's give an analogy, okay? First off, to show that there can be competing primary teloses.
All right, so he didn't answer the question. He doesn't have an answer, because I think Mike was saying, hey, what's the motivation to say it's a sin if you're not trying to get procreation? Why are they doing this? Nobody knows. We don't know. It's because nature says procreation is primary, and when you start messing with nature, you wreck civilization. That's all. That's all that happens. Like, who is it? Sigmund Freud said, when you take procreation, out of the conjugal act, you invite perversion. You bring in all perversion. That's exactly what's going on. Look around you. We have nothing. We got perversion everywhere. Because if the church, so goes the church, there goes society. So if the church is saying it's natural to pursue non-procreation, it's natural to put up your flaggers on either side of the fallopian tube so that traffic only passes when there's going to be no meeting of the egg and sperm. Keep the egg and the seed apart. Got to keep them separated like offspring, right? Ha ha. Now, Tim is about to say some weird stuff.
Of a given thing, and that there are eating primary teloses.
Motivator behind the act itself.
Well, let me, for one thing, this is, when we're talking about what moves, what animates the will toward a telos, it's not like a precise science. We don't know. I wasn't going to do this yet, but let's give an analogy, okay? First off, to show that there can be competing primary teloses of a given thing, and that there are
competing primary teloses. That's like saying we can have competing first place winners for the Boston Marathon, and it's totally fine. We can have two people winning the Boston Marathon together, and both claim first place, and that's total unity right there. That's all. It's so dumb.
Licit secondary or tertiary or quaternary teloses, ends, purposes that are licit. They only become illicit when they frustrate the purpose of the primary ones.
They only become illicit when they frustrate the purpose of the primary. Correct. So when somebody is saying no procreation tonight because I want unity, and unity is primary, then I guess there is no frustrating of the primary purpose because unity is primary. So basically what that boils down to is, in practical terms, the wife's in charge. Hello, 99% matriarchy. That's what's going on. Look, see, by the way, he says here, debate, ask for your questions. I can't. I'm zapped out of the YouTube channel a long time ago. I remember I was asking him questions for 2 years, only to realize finally that I've been zapped out of there. I can't ask it. I'm the only one that can see my questions. Nobody else can. Otherwise, this talk would have been different if they had let me ask questions. I gave Timothy Gordon $100 when he first got going. Hoping I get a little bit of payback. I think, yeah, that's the end of that. After this, there's not much to listen to.
Let's give an example. Okay, human lips.
All right. This is the stupidest thing. He goes on and on and on about how lips are two primary purposes, because lips are for eating food and lips are for whistling and lips are for doing all sorts of things. Okay? Completely dumb analogy, because you could say legs. Legs are for walking, but if you are, I don't know, Michael Jackson, they're for moonwalking. They're different things. Or there's pieces of your anatomy that are used for one thing, but they're also used for another thing, depending on what the thing is you're doing, okay? So the reproductive organs are used for reproduction primarily when that is what they're engaged in. Otherwise, they could be used for something else when they're engaged in something else, like going to the bathroom or whatever. Hello? So anyway, I only got two things I want to say about lips. Hang on here.
Oh my, this is more serious than I thought. Laddie, what do you see here?
That looks like a lip.
What about this?
It's a lip.
And this?
It's a lip, it's a lip, it's a lip, 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 it's a lip, it's a lip, it's a lip, 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 it's a lip, it's a lip, it's a lip, 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 lip.
Laddie, tell me about your childhood.
When I was just 2 years old, I left my lips out in the cold and they turned blue. What could I do?
Oh,
So he goes on and on and on and on about lips, and we're just not going to go there because it's too retarded. But I'll let you listen to a little bit of lip chat here.
Human beings are defined by two things, right? We have a genus and a species. We have a specific difference. It's rational animality.
It's crazy.
Have, as far as I can tell, two concomitant primary purposes.
Look at
animal. One is
Mike,
rational.
He's like,
they go along with their rational animality. One is eating. Like your dog has lips. My dog has lips. Have black lips. A lot of dogs I think have black lips.
See,
that's because lips aid in eating, the consumption of food, right? That's the primary
this
purpose.
goes on way too long. It's too stupid. It's just crazy.
Rational animality. So I don't know.
So we're gonna bypass all his lip chat.
Unlike all the other
but you can listen to Funky Town later if you need a little.
And we are linguistic. Our lips do a second. I would just say
let's just keep fast forwarding. Hang on, let me change this thing right here.
That there can be two primary, or maybe more than two primary.
I think Steph Gordon asked a good question at 3015. It's coming up. It's coming up.
Have we established that? Because I couldn't say.
She's one of my favorite Twitter accounts.
I think some people are confused why this matters in context of the married sexual ethics.
Because the Puritans deny that married sex can have multiple ends.
Dum-de-dum-dum, the Puritans. Okay, Catholic Church teaches that there are three ends, but only one of them is essential. Already said it 5 times, already showed it, I proved it. I could even go farther with more stuff on my notes, which I will eventually, okay, because we're shooting for 4 hours, right? Hang on.
They always say, what they say they've created, using non-Catholic teaching, they've made up out of whole cloth the idea that procreation is the only acceptable end of sex. And not only
Hold on. So he just said they've created from non-Catholic sources that procreation is the only, quote, acceptable end. In other words, you have to be pursuing procreation. He just said, this is what Protestants do. They're like, Catholics made up, Catholic Church was created by Constantine or whatever, and they made up the Bible and all this crazy stuff. Dude, those who are steeped in history cease to accept NFP. We got to go to some of these sources right now. Tim, I hope you decide to watch this. I know it's going to be tough, really tough for you, but I'm going to ask you to do it. All right, so let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's go. Oh boy. Okay, hang on. Are we still rolling? Yeah, we are. All right, here. Where were we? Okay. No. This is about during pregnancy, so we'll come back to that. Yeah. Okay, this is all this during pregnancy stuff. Let me find where it talks about this is the Roman Catechism. Hold on, almost there. Hold on. No. Hang on. You guys. Okay. Oh, this is sort of an interesting little thing I put on here. Humanae Vitae 14. Is any action... Okay, what is excluded... What is condemned by Humanae Vitae is any action intended to prevent procreation. So any action intended to prevent procreation is excluded. All right? It doesn't say any action intended to prevent unity is excluded. They don't say that because then it'll be like, what's unity? Well, unity is, I don't know. We can't talk about it. Therefore, there's no way to prevent its exclusion. That's right. It's lawlessness is what it is. Now, so it's a trick question because I said, is NFP actualized? And I only got 3 responses. Yes, everyone has to agree. NFP is actualized, which means it is an action, which means Humanae Vitae condemns NFP. Wow. Who wants to admit that? Raise your hands. Nobody. That's why the poll only got 3 votes. Haha. It's like, I'm not going to touch that. This is like, look, it's exposing the lie. NFP is an action. Action is excluded. NFP is excluded by Humanae Vitae 14. Oopsies. Can't go there. Let's keep moving, shall we? And that's what they do. Now, okay, we already talked about this. Catechism of... Yeah, this was... Okay. We'll just go to the pictures and we'll come back to some of that. Where's their pictures? Yeah, we already did this. St. Augustine right here, right? Yeah. Okay, here is Lactantius, who was he was Catholic, but he wasn't a saint. Anyway, no one stoned him when he said this. He said the truth, but he just came out and said it. There would be no adulteries and no debaucheries and prostitution of women if it were known to all that whatever is sought beyond the desire of procreation is condemned by God. Exactly right. It's all in the Bible. No question about it. Timothy Gordon is saying Augustine and Lactantius are non-Catholic sources for this creation of procreation alone is the only acceptable purpose. It's the only legitimate one where there's no sin. We already did this one too, St. Augustine, bond of peace. Okay. Only for the procreation of children. Timothy Gordon. Wait, St. Clement of Alexandria, wherefore the spiritual man circumscribes his desires reference to both possession and enjoyment, not exceeding the limit of necessity. To such a one, his wife after conception. Yeah, basically, St. Clement of Alexandria is saying, if she's pregnant, just back off, bro, because it's going to be venial sin. You know what I mean? Once you kind of know there's going to be no baby, okay. Just you have a lawful right to it, but it's not cool. It's the third way. It's an excuse. It's not. There's nothing noble about it. It's venial sin. But God gives you a wife because it's better than to burn. Undoubtedly, we already said that. We already did this one. Eternal law. I think it was on there twice. Saint Ath. Each of us reckoning her wife to be whom he has married according to the laws we have laid down. This is Saint Athenagoras, and that only for the purpose of procreation. Another anti or non-Catholic source for Timothy Gordon. Like a farmer who throws seed into the ground and then waits for the harvest, not sowing more on it, so it is that the procreation of children is in measure of our indulgence in appetite. Okay, he's saying, look, if she's pregnant, you already threw the seed down. What do you need? It's dumb to put more, okay? Because the purpose is procreation. But if the purpose is unity, and you want some, quote, unity, whatever that is exactly, no one will define it legally, then all this is out the window, and you must call it an un-Catholic source, because we know what Catholicism is now. Catholicism is, I call it the Unitarian heresy, where unity wins. And on the street, they call it love wins. St. Augustine, if it is not you who used to counsel us to observe so much as possible the time, this is when he's talking about to the Manichaeans. So the Manichaeans were practicing early NFP because they waited till she was least likely to conceive and then cohabitation only at that time. This proves that you approve of having a wife, not for the procreation of children, but for the gratification of passion. In marriage, as the marriage law declares, the man and woman come together for the procreation of children. Tim, take notes, boy. St. Augustine, right there. You're going to say it's a non-Catholic source, non-Catholic invention. This is more Vatican II stuff. Okay, here's a little St. Francis de Sales. I think he's pretty Catholic last time I checked. That guy, he's the man. This is Intro to the Devout Life, the original French version. In like manner, nuptial commerce, nevertheless dangerous to, is just and commendable in itself, and so profitable to the commonwealth. It is nevertheless in certain cases dangerous to those who exercise it. Really? For it frequently debilitates the soul with venial sin. That means you're not trying to procreate. As in cases of mere and simple excess. Excess of what? As in, you like too much, or she's already pregnant, basically. And sometimes it kills effectually by mortal sin, as when the order appointed for the procreation of children is violated and perverted. What is the order appointed for procreation? Is violated. What is that order? Procreation first. In which case, according to as one departs more or less from it, the sins are more or less abominable, but always mortal. So it is a mortal sin when you overturn the hierarchy of ends and you're cruising for something other than procreation. That's the only way you can read this. You can't say the order is procreation and unity together, and it's a mortal sin if you don't pursue unity, or you can't. Okay, this is why they don't like to go here. All right, I think this is part of why the French version's hard to come across. It was really hard for me to find it. Only one place online that has it. For the procreation of children being the principal end of marriage, one may never lawfully depart from the order which that end requires. Oh, Tim Gordon, look what it says. What are we going to do now, Tim? It says the principal end of marriage is procreation. Doesn't say union. Doesn't say dueling teloi. Like he loves to say that word. I cut it out. I cut out some stuff in this video. It's going to be way too long. Never depart from that order. All right. And then we'll come back to this and some of the CCC in a minute. We got to go back to the video. Okay.
Creative, they're talking about intentionalism. You have to be trying for a baby every time you have sex. They're not even talking about the procreative powers and the lack of contraception. It's got to be open to life, because that's correct.
It's got to be oriented toward life, and yes, you need to be trying to have a baby. If it doesn't need to be oriented toward life, it needs to be oriented towards something, and that something is lust or flesh or love or whatever you want to call it, because the byproduct of that could be a conception, but you only need to be open to it. You don't need to be pursuing it, but you do need to be pursuing something, or you're not going to do the act. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we're going to get in our car and we're going to pursue nothing. We're just going to be open to nothing. No, you got to be pursuing something. You could be open to a flat tire, but you're not pursuing it. Okay.
But they're saying it's the only primary end, which they just made up.
All those guys I just said, right from Casti down to Aquinas to all those saints. And there's more saints. There's a ton more I could have named. We could have been here all night. But no, Timothy Gordon is saying these are non-Catholic sources that made up procreation alone as primary. I wonder if he's got like zero leg to stand on. Probably why he blocked me a while back.
Even though Council of Trent is saying 500 years ago, even then, the moral theology was young. But even the Council of Trent, Catechism of the Council of Trent, is acknowledging that there is another viable end of sex. Purpose, telos, whatever. Final cause.
The Council of Trent says no such thing. There's only one final cause, which means one primary cause, which means one essential cause, and that's procreation. That's the only thing Trent said. Like it said, the sole purpose that God created marriage was procreation. The sole purpose. For this reason, okay? Not for these reasons. There's nothing he can say about this. The only thing he can do is not go there and just run the other way. There's nothing he can say. Timothy Gordon, I told you we're going to slay this dude on this. He's got nothing.
Reason God gave it to us. Everything has a final cause, right? Sex has at least two good, well-ordered final causes.
Okay, so if a cause is well-ordered, that means there must be a hierarchy of order. That's what that means. And so the hierarchy of order is Casti 59, which is secondary causes are subordinate, which means they depend on the existence of the primary, but the primary is ordinate or on top, and the primary exists independent of the secondary. I could go back to the Aquinas I said earlier, where it says exactly that, and then the Thomistic study from 1930s said exactly that too. What do you got, Tim, that says that primary purposes are independent or not independent? He cannot name, Timothy Gordon cannot name a purpose of marriage that is independent. Everything is dependent, which means none are primary, which means nothing can be pursued. Marriage has no purpose. It's whatever you feel like you want it to be. That's fine. That's what you want to have kids, fine. You don't want to have kids, fine. You want to be homo, fine. Who are we to judge? You know, there's no contract anymore because there's nothing to define. So, peace in, peace out. Permanence, it's not gay marriage that's the problem. Permanence is the key problem. And how you get rid of permanence is you erase the terms of the contract. So if I agree I'm going to pay you something to mow my lawn, but we never discuss on what that payment is or when it's going to happen, I'll give you a gumdrop in 18 years. That's what I'm planning on doing. And I may change my mind later on that, But that's my idea of unity. That's how that makes me feel good. After a while, nobody mows lawns anymore.
Good of the spouses, which sub-includes, so they don't burn, so they're not suffering concupiscence, but also the good of the spouses to bring them together, because your relationship is better if you have a good sex life, which is the main thing that these Catholic Puritans deny. And then, of course,
what? Hold on. Let me make sure we got the 32-minute mark. All right, we're almost there. Just a minute. Let me go back up what he just said.
Good, well-ordered final causes. The good of the spouses, which sub-includes, so they don't burn, so they're not suffering concupiscence, but also the good of the spouses to bring them together, because your relationship is better if you have a good sex life, which is the main thing that these Catholic Puritans deny. And
the main things that these Catholic Puritans deny is that the marriage is better if everyone is getting along, okay? And that is, nobody denies that. Everyone agrees that, like Augustine, I think it says, the bond of peace comes through the law. And the law is always pursue procreation and honor the debt. Once you do that, everything smooths out just fine. I think Tim kind of agrees with a lot of that because he's a marital debt guy. But the problem is he's throwing rocks at his marital debt the whole time. He's throwing boulders at it because he's saying it's a law, but it really isn't, because unity trumps. He can't escape it. He'd have to answer my poll on Twitter that asks, no action can be allowed. Is NFP actualized? I gotta go. That's his answer.
And of course, procreation. But so I'm bringing up the lips because I'm showing there can be two primary causes. But this isn't the most important
two
part of the
primary
analogy.
causes, whatever, bro.
Let me get to
Somebody in chat was questioning that. He says, yeah, but lips aren't really for eating. I don't think that holds up. That's actually not true biologically speaking. Lips actually help control food and keep liquid inside your mouth.
right.
Okay, so this goes on and on. It's really stupid. Like I said, I just figured this out just today. I was thinking about it. I don't know, ears. Ears have more than one primary purpose, depending on what you're doing with your ear. If you're, if you're all about showing off your earrings, that's their main purpose for that. But the natural purpose is to hear, okay? So a lot of different body parts have different purposes based on what you're trying to do with them. Like hands have more than one primary purpose. Depends on what you're doing. If you're praying, their primary purpose is like this. You're playing baseball, you have a different primary purpose. It's like when you are engaged in the conjugal act, your body has one primary purpose. Okay? This is so basic, but because the politics are so heavy and everyone's got to have their NFP, and then you mix in a bunch of horse and mule that the devil hath power over, you've got what we got now, which is a bunch of like smart guys like Timothy Gordon, like confused. However, I don't think he's completely confused. He doesn't want to know. He comments on something like that later. Now let me push pause here just so I can get to the next section. Anyway, someone said, hey, this whole lips thing doesn't make any sense as far as two primary purposes. And so Tim kind of got a little bit mad and said, like, don't get hung up on these examples. Because they don't work. That's why. Especially when you try to do it in writing, like Twitter. Twitter's a dangerous place for people who are wrong. 3730. Somebody's got something to say. Wait, 3730. Here.
Acts of foreplay versus non-terminal acts of foreplay, which
admits
are most
one
of the moral
Christian
theologians
Wagner.
agree
Hang on.
illicit.
Here we go.
The only way to frustrate the purpose is to literally is that you literally don't have that you actually destroy the procreative purpose.
Okay.
By, a terminal act of foreplay or an act of contraception. Is that clear? So it's a conceptual thing. It's not, we're not using frustration in some other way.
Are you going to go over that? I'm sorry.
Frustration means you're keeping any way you want to keep the egg and seed separate is frustrating the act. It's frustrating the purpose. That's what you can't do. That's all when you're making family planning, you're planning to do just that. By hook or by crook, you're keeping that egg separated. Yeah, for sure.
Hey, a man, you're talking back to me. Take your mouth. separated.
Are you going to go over that for locals, by the way?
Yeah, we'll prefigure that. Christian Wagner's coming on the show, I think, next week, and we're going to have a big dialogue because that was a ground of beef. You know, Christian came in from Protestantism and was one of these guys that's really spoken hard, you know, really taken a hard line on marital sex. And he said, he texted me yesterday, he's like, yeah, my view's much closer to yours than.
That's because Christian Wagner has... he's an NFP guy now. He's grown or whatever. And all these old Protestants were the same as the Catholics. They were saying procreation alone, which is why contraception is always wrong, because procreation is the only end. But the one thing that the Anglicans did in 1930 that they changed from 1920 was they said procreation is no longer nature. They called it duty. So once you call it a duty to procreate, it's a matter of justice, not nature. So therefore, we can justify not pursuing procreation because it doesn't have to be nature anymore. So what that did was it caused blowback with the Catholics, and under political pressure, Pius XII created NFP out of thin air because he's saying, well, now we have a duty to procreate. So therefore, if there's grave cause, you don't have to do your duty. Anyway, if anyone's going to maintain any kind of status anywhere in the church today or online as a YouTube influencer or whatever the heck, like Christian Wagner, he's got to go with the NFP, which means he has to morph and become like Timothy Gordon. But if you left him alone and let him stay with his super old Protestant stuff, that he would be, no, you got to have procreation. I'm sure if you look at, what is it? The back cover of, the Bible and birth control, I think it basically says the same kind of stuff. I got to find that quote, but there's a lot of the old Protestants, same thing. It's procreation alone or it's murder. They said the same thing as Trent. Because it's for procreation, contraception is murder. That's why. But nobody says that anymore. Because it's not about nature, it's about unity, which is undefined. Undefined love. Now, what else do we got? Hold on. Let me, sorry. Enough Christian Wagner.
It used to be. So, anyway, so does that clarify that as you are, not only is there a second primary cause?
How dumb is that? A second primary. Not only is there a second first place winner to the Boston Marathon. Go ahead, Tim. Tell us more about that.
On the books in Catholic teaching, which is very scant, of sex, what's allowed to motivate. So all this idea of like, are you too randy? Are you too lustful? Well, it's not, for one thing, it's not lust if it's for your spouse and it's ordered toward an eventual act of marital procreative.
Oh, he's judged that something isn't lust if it's for your spouse. And hang on, let me see what else. It's ordered toward what?
If unitive sex, meaning you have sex and it finishes up, it terminates in the right place. I'm not trying to be gross here. I'm trying to be ungross. Anything that aids that, we'll get to foreplay next week.
This is okay. So all this like foreplay weird stuff, that's Christopher West territory. The reason why they're even talking about all of it is because marriage now has two competing natures and two sets of rights. And if you have a right to quote unity, love, whatever, and Timothy Gordon has just declared it's not fleshly lust like it says in the Bible. He's going to call it something else, whatever. And just like Father Ripperger wouldn't define unity either. He just says it's not love, but he wouldn't define what it is. Again, paying the marital debt is not a purpose. Okay, the purpose is procreation. Marital debt is justice. It's the law. It's the contract. There's a reason why none of these guys want to talk about this. Okay, hang on. Let's keep going.
Weak, but foreplay aids that. And there's scientific data that shows it. As long as you are not contradicting the purpose, then...
Oh, yeah. So as long as you're not contradicting the purpose. Well, what is the purpose? The purpose is unity. So as long as we're just kind of getting as much, quote, unity as we can get out of this, that's why Christopher West is like, hey, man, do whatever you want to do as long as you kind of get some procreation in there somewhere along the line. No. St. Alphonsus and stuff would say, you're procreating. That's what you're doing. Just keep it moderate. That's it. You're no. Everything is toward one purpose. But if everything is toward two purposes, and that necessarily means if open to life is Catholic, then life is secondary. That means we're pursuing flesh. Therefore, everything we can do to pursue, we have a right to that. That's why all these people are like, oh yeah, just get as much as you can out of this. Milk this thing for all it's worth, because that's Catholic. That's what Tim Gordon is talking about. No. There's one natural end. Tim says there's two natural ends, and the procreation is no longer primary. It's secondary, because you only have to be open to it. You don't have to be pursuing it. The more videos I make, the more I figure this stuff out, sometimes on the fly. Just talking about it's good. And also mixing it up. Oh, by the way, just click like for me. I don't care. I don't like get into these likes or anything. It just helps more people to see it. As you know, it's a free thing you can do. Subscriptions are cool too. I want to get to 1,000 so I can do that super chat. Not because I want money, but people like to do super chats. I mean, I'll take money, but I don't really need more money. But I can, it's just the next level up in YouTube. And it's really hard to get this stuff. When you're talking about a subject that goes over like a lead balloon and everybody hates you, it's pretty hard. I'm lucky I got what I have. Usually it's like, if I could do something more mainstreamy, like Crash Cannon or something, you can get more stuff. It's hard to get any guests really. But there's a priest from Boston who's going to be on pretty soon. So hold on for that. And there'll be more people. I'm going to debate this other guy too. Let's keep going.
There are secondary and tertiary causes, but from the start, there are two primary causes.
Class, what did we already know? Two primary is something that can't exist in nature.
It's the good of the spouses and the good of the relationship, and procreation.
That is just a modernist invention. It came only to accommodate the mess that Pius XII did when he gave in to Margaret Sanger and approved of NFP for political reasons. You have got to have a receptacle for your natural love. And what is that? Two primary purposes. That's all that is. That it's so stupid. It's so not Catholic. But we're all under this spell now, and no one will discuss it with either, because if you do, your name is mud. And you saw those guys in the very beginning of this video; they're not happy. A lot like avoiding Babylon. There could be there's some politics in there too. There's probably some NFP going on or something. They're like, not really excited about talking to John.
And so you can tend more to one. Sometimes if you're just trying to have it, oh man, we're getting old. We need to have another kid. That might be your main intended goal or your virtual intent of that sex, but you're still being unitive, right? You still want, this will be fun. It'll be good for us. It'll bring us together. We want to grow our family. But other times when you're, just had a kid, you might be focusing more on the virtual intent of unitivity. And you're like, we're going to not block the generative powers, meaning we're checking that box for this is procreative.
We're not blocking the generative powers. Go on.
We're checking that box of 3. We're married. Check it. All these trads need to check their pants for
whatever,
private
dude. Come
parts
on.
every day.
What are you saying? Hello. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Still there. Okay.
That's funny.
So, and they need to check every time they have sex. Nothing's natural. Buck Owens, where I come from in Bakersfield, said act natural. These people don't get it.
No, it's you who don't get it, Tim. Act natural means the natural end, procreation. But you're trying to make homo love natural, right? Love wins is your new nature. You only have to be open. If you only have to be open to love, then it's rape. But you only have to be open to procreation. So procreation is secondary. It's you who don't get it. And anytime you want to talk about it, don't be shy. But I think you don't really want to, because you can't escape. The more you open your mouth about it, the worse it gets. That's why I can't be on Twitter with yourself.
They listen to that song Act Natural. They're like, what does he mean? I mean,
put it on the
natural
beginning of the
romance
show.
between you and the person that you've sort of consecrated your life to, your spouse. You're married. Do they have to check that every day? Okay. Is it procreative? Are you using contraception? Or are you polluting? Are you having
Is it
terminal
procreative?
acts
Not if
of
you're family planning. Not if
foreplay?
you're using NFP. Again, that's the one thing he never talks about on this show. NFP was never mentioned. But if you are using NFP, it's not procreative because I already used that analogy too many times. The flaggers on the road, making sure that the seed and the egg stay separated.
Particularly on the male part, especially on the male part. We can talk about the female part later. That's where it gets complicated. But no, okay, if you're not using did you accidentally fasten a condom without knowing it? And
Hold
did
on,
you
let me make sure we're
accidentally
not
terminate
overstepping our
without
41.
noticing it when you're kissing or whatever?
All right, this gets
getting
too
ready.
stupid. Hold on. So 40, okay, 4105. Let's keep going.
Nope. Okay, you're good. Check that second box. And then is it unitive? Well, is everybody having a nice time and getting closer?
Is it unitive? Unitive is, he is saying marriage was instituted for unity. Marriage is legally, and is an office of nature, and is an institution of law, consent, and validity. He is saying that the definition of that is, let's get it one more time out of his mouth. He really is reluctant to say this. I know it. That's why he doesn't like to. That's why he's feeling awkward with this whole thing. He doesn't want to go here.
If you're not using did you accidentally fasten a condom without knowing it? And did you accidentally terminate without noticing it when you're kissing or whatever, getting ready? No. Okay, you're good. Check that second box. And then is it unitive? Well, is everybody having a nice time and getting closer?
So if you're not having a nice time and getting closer, and if you're not capable of making someone have a nice time and get closer, then you're not capable of marriage. All right. So when the marriage relationship hits the rocks, they're not capable of marriage because they weren't capable of unitive per the definition of Tim Gordon, because unity is the object of consent now, according to NFP law. Okay. And if you can't consummate unity, you can't get married. And unity means if it's the total gift of self, that means you must be united the entire marriage. You must be able to produce that all the time. So your marriage is consummated at death because it's a total gift of self. It's a perpetual right. You always have to feel united. This is why at any point, 30 years down the road, you get married and stuff hits the rocks, someone wasn't capable of a total gift of self. That's why you get the annulment on demand. Anyway, continuing.
Okay, boom. That's all the church has given us. So I will just say that we have an ecumenical document on it. One of the sacred constitutions of Vatican II, 1965. Again, we make fun of sedes, but I know I want to get you in here, Mike, for this. But Gaudium et Spes says, by its very nature, the institution of marriage is ordered to the procreation and education of offspring and to the good of the spouses. This
Gaudium et Spes doesn't say that. The Catechism does, which I think he's reading, and he's all excited about that. I'll show you what Vatican II does say in Gaudium et Spes, okay? And I'll show you why we don't have to take it to the bank. Hold on here just a second. All right, so this is what Vatican II, Lumen Gentium at the end, the whole after everyone showed up, all the circumstance and pomp. Vatican II binds only which it shall openly declare to be binding, and Vatican II openly declared binding absolutely nothing. So it basically looked like an ecumenical council that bound stuff like every ecumenical council did before that. At least I think everyone did, but it bound nothing. So all this Gaudium stuff that has all these new ends of marriage isn't real. It's just legal poetry, like I said. Let's look at the quote right by itself. This is the antidote to sede vacante too. They don't like it, but yeah. And I think Taylor Marshall would say this too. So look, this is what Paul VI said: taking conciliar custom into consideration. This is in Vatican II, and the pastoral purpose of the present council. Speaking of purposes, it doesn't have a dual purpose. It's not a dogmatic purpose. It's a pastoral purpose. So we all got together to be pastoral and poetic. No liturgical dancing, but close. It's kind of like synodal, man. Of the present council, the sacred council defines as binding on the church only those things in matters of faith and morals which shall openly declare binding. Vatican II declared nothing binding. So they never said Simon Says. Thanks for coming. It was a great meeting. It sure looked good. Boy, did we have a lot of people here, man. It was so cool. But they didn't define anything. They just said a lot of stuff. People were like, well, look, it sure looked official. Okay? It's like if the president comes out and says, I declare this law. But I didn't declare this law that I just said I declared, so it's not really a law. Okay, what did he do? He did absolutely nothing. I'm going to give you $5, but I'm also taking the $5 back. What did I do? Nothing. That's all that's gone on. So it's pretty simple. You don't have to be too smart to get this. Now, let's go to Gaudium. Hang on, let me just a minute. I think Gaudium was largely written by Father Bernard Herring, who was like wild and crazy, not cool at all. And I think JP2 got in on it a little bit also. Gaudium 48 is nuts. I could do a whole thing about it. Let's just try to keep it short, though. Look, here's the main thing. By their very nature, the institution of matrimony itself and conjugal love are ordained for the procreation and education of children. All right. Tricky wordsmithing. By their very nature. So there's two natures. They don't say by its very nature. They say by their very nature. So two natures. We have a nature of institution of matrimony, and then we have the institution of conjugal love. Those are two different natures, but they are ordained for the procreation and education of children. So this is really sneaky. This is where the personalist norm comes in, all right? So we have the institution of matrimony is ordained for procreation. Sounds good, doesn't it? But we also have, there's another nature. The conjugal love also is ordained. So we have to have conjugal love. And if we have to have conjugal love, we don't have marriage anymore, according to Gaudium. Okay? Because it's all together, dude. Right? We haven't even gotten to Humanae Vitae yet. Holy cow. We'll try. I shouldn't say holy cow. That's not good. So the intimate partnership of married life and love. That sounds nice, but that's just garbage. The partnership, as we learned in Casti 23 and 24, marriage is not a partnership. It's a society. It's a contract. The partnership can exist to some degree, but that's not what it is. It's a contract. It's a society, meaning it's public relations, okay, of life and love. So when you try to make love as legal, you're nuts. You're crazy. You're undefined. You're all over the place. All right. So listen, how do you get married nowadays, according to Gaudium? You bestow and accept each other. You have to give not 99% of yourself, but 100%. And no one can do it. That's why it's annulment on demand. Anyway, the relationship arises by divine will and in the eyes of society is a lasting one. That sounds good. In the eyes of society is a lasting one. Again, I could go on and on with this junk. It's so goofed up. You have to read it like the extreme serpents of, how should I put this, man? They're very deceptive. Whoever wrote this stuff, very deceptive. They can sneak in gay marriage to it, and that's what's going on. All right, let's get back to the video.
This love is uniquely expressed and perfected through the acts proper to marriage. So you can't not accept this. You're ascete. What do you say?
I think a lot of people are still.
I'll have to go back to the catechism on that.
These guys probably have too heavy a scruple on their mind when they're saying, "Well, how can something have a dual primary end?" I mean, we just gave the example of lips and eating.
Okay, nothing can have a dual primary end when it has one. When you're trying to do something with it, yeah. Like I said, you can use different body parts for multiple ends. It depends on what you're doing with it. So if you're okay, it's just that's how stupid it is.
And talking. I don't know how much more. Could you make that example more clear? I don't think you can make that more clear.
No.
Because in that comparative. That makes the most sense. Because you took this all the way to its extreme too. It's like, well, if you're craving food simply for the pleasure of eating the food, it's still nourishing the body in some way, so long as you're not a glutton. That is somehow putting second things first and first things second, or is that a dual primary end? It's like both pleasurable and primarily it doesn't frustrate the primary aspect of actually supplying nutrition to the food. I mean, this, even as a scrupulous guy that I am, that makes perfect sense.
There's a comment in chat basically backing up exactly what Mike says, and the comment is, it seems obvious that objects or body parts are meant to do more than one primary thing, but I'm too dumb to see how an act itself can have dual primary ends.
That's kind of what I'm saying. How an act can have dual primary, it can't.
Well, you have to understand. Well, I don't understand how you could get one but not the other, right? Given that organs and systems of organelles are strictly
okay. So this is where I said this is all Timothy Gordon does right here is give a word salad till 4807. He gives a word salad because the question was worded pretty good. Hey, let's go back to it.
Objects or body parts are meant to do more than one primary thing, but I'm too dumb to see how an act itself can have dual primary ends.
I'm too dumb to see how an act itself can have dual primary ends. That's right. You're too dumb. Because only the super smart can see it. It can't. It can't. So what does Tim Gordon says? He's going to go blah, 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 for like a few minutes. Listen, we're going to fast forward it.
Well,
and he's like, well.
You have to understand. Well, I don't understand how you could get one but not the other, right? Given that
word salad
organs and systems of organelles are strictly ergonomic/functional. So the organs themselves are oriented only towards functions and functioning systems. So I don't get how you're not getting that. Like Mike came up with a great analogy. Take it out of the Puritans think there's something really, really sui generis about the reproductive system, and they're really not. Let's take it to your analogy, Mike, the gustatory system. It's this guy's asking, how can you have the primary end when you're starved? After I finish these, I usually do these streams around lunch. The thing motivating me is that I'm hungry. Okay? So it's not a chronological ordering of two things. I'm hungry and I want to stop feeling hunger. That's like motivate one. Number two, my organs need.
Yeah, the whole reason why the food analogy doesn't work is digestion is constant. So if you're eating, it's going toward the primary purpose, which is nutrition, no matter what you think. Whereas with NFP, if you start using because the reproductive system is cyclical, the analogy would only work if you only ate during that time of the month when you had no digestion. And so that you'd starve to death. That's why marriage is murder, or NFP is murder.
Whatever nutrients they need. That's number two. And they're related and they're inseparable. But I'm not sitting there going, I want to nourish my organs. I'm being motivated by, like, man, my stomach's hurting and I'm really hungry. Like a Chick-fil-A grilled sandwich sounds really good. I get Chick-fil-A chicken
4807.
But
he goes on and on and on.
So
It's
get
just
off my
kind
case,
of dumb.
Strads. Okay, so
4807.
You're saying you don't get.
Hang on. 48.
You need a modicum of health, a modicum of wealth, but the main part is leading a moral life. Everything in balance. But what Aristotle says that's most key in book 2 of the Ethics is that pleasure is necessary as the test for when you do a virtue. When you do a virtue, like when you give to the poor, do you get pleasure as a result? That's a truly liberal man, a truly giving man. If you give to the poor and you don't get pleasure from doing it, you're like, I wish I had that $20 back. Then you did a liberal act, a virtuous act, but you did it in a continent way. So pleasure is the test. So that proves it right there. Pleasure will motivate your actions. So will doing the right thing for its own sake. Okay, and that's relevant here.
Yeah, pleasure will motivate your actions, but only for a natural end. And what they're saying is the natural end effectively is pleasure. That's what NFP says. So, and procreation becomes secondary because you don't have to be open to it.
Gaudium at space, by the way, also says the acts in marriage are noble and worthy.
Violation. Whoa. The acts themselves are noble and worthy. As we already discussed from Aquinas, they're fornication unless excused by procreation. It's fornication unless excused by procreation and the intent. Okay? And it's a venial sin if you have the wrong intent, and it's a mortal sin if you use planning to get something other than procreation. So this is why, and the reason is because The conjugal act, unlike eating a grilled cheese sandwich, kind of makes you nuts. So you lose your mind. So it has to be oriented toward procreation. Otherwise, you that's what St. Thomas Aquinas explains, that it's a different animal. Okay. Let's listen to what Tim says.
For they signify and promote that mutual self-giving by which they enrich each other with a joyful and thankful will. This is the movement from the ancient theologians who made sex seem like, get it over with, it's dirty, it's bad. They have this weird ancient view that sex is dirty and
no, they don't have a weird ancient view. This is like modern Catholics saying, "Oh, old Catholics, old white guys, we're not going to listen to them. They're wrong. We're much more enlightened now." It's called nature, and when you sign on to the horse and mule plan, the devil hath power over you, and presumably your understanding. You'll be able to figure this out. So you're blinded to it, and people don't want to hear the truth about it. They get, like I said, those two guys in the beginning, they get pretty upset, not happy. He wanted to curse my ancestors. I didn't even know who this guy was. He apparently knows all about me. Man.
Bad. The early Christians. It's not. It's noble and worthy. And I'll say this last thing, I know you want to get in here. Even then, that's going to be repeated in the Catechism of 92, which says the acts of sex, this is CCC 2362, acts of sex are noble and honorable. Gaudium et Spes in
2362. Let's check that out. Okay, CCC 2362. Because since he brought it up, we're going to check it out, what it really says, the whole thing. The acts in marriage by which the intimate and chaste union of the spouses takes place are noble and honorable. The truly human performance of these acts. What's a truly human performance? Anyone? Bueller? Okay. Nobody knows what a truly human performance is. It cannot be legally defined. So therefore, marriage cannot be legally defined. And I'll get to that quote from Cardinal Burke in a minute, where he says, we can't legally define marriage. We can't do it. They can, they just won't, because they have to throw out NFP to do it, and they can't. They just won't do it. All right, these acts in marriage by which the intimate and chaste union of spouses takes place are noble and honorable. The truly human performance of these acts fosters the self-giving. They signify. Oh, okay, so they're just a sign. See what I mean? It's not nature anymore. So self-giving is a sign. All right, so if marriage is a mutual self-gift, it's just a sign. It's not nature. That's why there's no natural contract. They've basically taken marriage and gotten rid of it as an office of nature. I just figured that one out. Marriage is no longer an office of nature. It's an office of signification. And this is why you don't have to have nature anymore. And that's why everyone's contracepting, and that's why people are starting to IVF. Doesn't have to be about nature anymore. It's just unity and procreation, however you want to get that done, or not. Enriches the spouses in joy and gratitude. That sounds really nice. Sexuality is a source of joy and pleasure. Okay, it's not, yeah, but that's only rightly ordered, which means procreation, it must be subordinated to procreation. God himself established that the generative function, spouses should experience pleasure and enjoyment in body and spirit. Therefore, the spouses do nothing evil in seeking this pleasure and enjoyment. Yeah, that's true and not true. They do something evil when they seek it independent of life, which means they can't be open to life. They have to be oriented toward life. Otherwise, they're seeking it independent. Okay? But if nowadays marriage is, it's just, if self-giving is marriage and self-giving is just a signification, then you don't need marriage. Marriage is no longer an institution of marriage or of nature. They accept what God has intended for them. Okay, I can use contraception and say, I accept what God intends for me. Maybe I'll have a baby. I can go get an abortion and say, well, maybe it'll be a botched abortion. I'll take whatever God the Creator judges to have happen. You know, there's abortion survivors out there. God's will. I'm open to life. At the same time, spouses should know how to keep themselves within the limits of just moderation. Okay. All right, hang on. Let's go back to Tim. Oh, I forgot to push go again on that. Sorry, I totally spaced. So we were talking about CCC 2362. That's what he was talking about just now. Okay, we already read that. So let's go back. Hang on. Let's push play on his video just a minute. Sorry, I forgot to push go again.
Mike, you wanted to say
No, don't be sorry. So to circle this back, that's all great. I mean, it's cleared up so much for me, and I'm sure many people in the audience. Now, circling this back to the original tweet Will made, I think a lot of people are up in arms also because there's this that he's maybe creating this point, which I know he isn't, that it's tying the porn obsession to a lack of sex, and that if there was just more sex, that it would somehow cure this porn obsession. So we kind of understand now the morality and the telos, so to speak, primary and the dual primary ends of sex. Then I'm curious to hear how you would go about that argument, because people are like, hey, having lots of sex with your wife isn't the cure for a porn obsession, or if a man who's porn obsessed, it's typically because of lack of sex. I think that's at least part of the reason a lot of people are upset by that. What do you say, Tim?
That original post by Will.
Yeah, could you pull it on the screen?
It's on
please?
the screen right now. So Will posted this. Will Noland at Be Her Leader on Twitter. He said, "quote Wives are God's main weapon against."
All right, we already talked about that. Basically, yeah, it's bad. I mean, the tweet is basically good, but it starts to it basically says it asserts marital debt, and that's why a lot of people don't like it. So it's a mixed bag. Anyway, let me skip to the next section. Hang on. Okay, 5251. What's he got to say?
I don't know.
I'm just bothered by. I'm not a grouchy guy, and I'm not a short-tempered guy. I'm really bothered by people trying not to get things, because it's the worst form of tendentiousness.
Okay, he's bothered by people trying not to get things. Tim, dude, I've tried a lot of ways to try to get through to you, emailed you, no response, nothing. It's like you're trying not to get things. Just look in the mirror on that one.
We're trying. It's a very female quality to read something and then take the exception for the role.
Right.
Just be like, but not all water is wet. Like, that's what's happening. And then I read that tweet and I was like, yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, I'll show you a bunch of studies that show Will's right. Not only is Will right, because Will is a Catholic. So all the Catholics out there that condemned him were denying casti connubii, humanae vitae, familiaris consortio,
I don't think there's any condemning what Will said. It's totally fine, but I don't think Will can actually back it up, because if Will supports NFP, then unity, unity runs it all aground. That's all.
Catechism of Trent, Gaudium et Spes. The modern Catechism 92, which says in number 2363, now it's rubber stamped. There's this twofold end of marriage in 2363.
Let's check that out. Okay, so 2363 in the Catechism is wrong, because what happens in the Catechism is it's called incrementalism or gradualism. They take what Gaudium, the poetry in Gaudium et Spes, and then that turns into legal poetry in the new code, and then they take that even further and put it in the Catechism to make it sound even weirder. Okay, it's a progression. I'm going to show you the canon where they take this from to mess it up. This is because the church isn't wrong, but it's deceptive in what's going on. However, this catechism is just wrong, just like the Dutch catechism said weird stuff. Okay, all right. The spouses' union. Okay, but we have to define union. I think they're saying the spouse's conjugal act. Maybe they're talking about the marital union. It achieves the twofold ends of marriage. So a twofold end that's another way of saying two primary or two essential ends. The good of the spouses themselves, which has no legal definition, so it cannot be consented to, and the transmission of life, which does have a legal definition and can be consented to. All right, here. These two meanings or values, are they a meaning or are they a value? Actually, procreation is an end, so look, they're calling it meanings or values, cannot be separated. Oh, brother, this is all humanae vitae. Okay, the meanings and the values can't be separated, but the ends sure as heck can, because only one is primary, procreation. But see what they did? Look, so God, here they're called ends. These two meanings or values cannot be separated. But the ends can be separated, because you don't have to have good of the spouses, as we talked about. altering the couple's spiritual, without altering the couple, okay, yeah, without altering their spiritual life and compromising the goods of marriage and future of the family. Well, is that legally? Can they be separated legally or not? Doesn't really say. It's just kind of, it just telegraphs that you got to have feminist love. That's what you have to have. The conjugal love of man and woman thus stands under the twofold, conjugal love, twofold obligation of fidelity. See, they're just mixing it up more. Okay. Marriage, conjugal love is not a legal thing, but marriage is. But conjugal love's something else. So they're basically saying love is a legal institution, and it has an obligation to exclusivity and to pursue procreation. But you can't be pursuing procreation if you're trying to achieve your other end, which could be good if someone says procreation is not good. Now, we got to go to the canon law just a minute. Okay, this is more sleight of hand crazy, all right? Canon 1055. The matrimonial covenant, which is another way of saying something without defined rights and laws, because a covenant can't be governed by the bishop. Only a contract can. So the matrimonial covenant, there's a bunch of filler words in here. Man and woman establish. Okay, they establish a partnership of the whole of life. Okay. So that partnership of the whole of life is not necessarily what marriage is. It's something in addition to marriage. It's the nature of a partnership of the whole of life is ordered toward good of the spouses. But the nature of marriage isn't ordered towards the good of the spouses. Let's look at the code right before it, the 1917 code. It's the primary end is the procreation, and the secondary, okay? And then we go down to consent down here. Where is it? Yeah, matrimonial consent. Perpetual and exclusive right over the body for acts which are of themselves suitable for the generation of children, right? Okay, no mutual give and acceptance. So this 1055 up here that we just saw, wherever it went. So it's tricky. They're saying if they happen to establish between themselves a partnership of the whole of life, the nature of that is ordered towards the good of the spouses. But the nature of the contract of marriage, the nature of marriage, the essence of marriage is not ordered toward the good of the spouses, because it can only be ordered toward one thing, and that's procreation. This canon 1055 is tricky. Like I said, a partnership of the whole, a partnership could be ordered by its nature, but partnerships don't have nature, okay? But the body does, the right over the body does. The nature has how should I put this? It's hard for me to think anymore. But this is the way that you can say the church isn't wrong but is deceiving. That's what's going on. Marriage can't change. You can use different words to dance around this stuff, and that's a lot of what's going on. All right, let's get back to Tim. Okay, here we go. Hit it.
CCC 2363. Good of the spouses and procreation. Good of the spouses includes not being tempted to burn. Number 2362. Acts are noble and honorable.
We already heard
as long
that.
as they check these three boxes. Even if you're not trying for a baby each time, as long as you're not blocking little sperm half babies from joining with eggs.
Again, when you plan, that's what you're planning to do. You're using geography and time to block. That's what you're doing. It's like saying, well, I'm not going to stop you from hitting me, but I will stand on the other side of the Grand Canyon and just naturally avoid you hitting me, because I'm not doing anything. I'm just standing on the other side of the Grand Canyon. So, it's fine. I'm not avoiding you. I'm not doing anything. I'm just standing here being natural on the other side of the Grand Canyon. You can't hit me, because that's my goal, is to not, see.
Then you're good. Number 2369 repeats the language. It has a unitive primary purpose and a procreative primary purpose.
2369. All right, let's check it out. Okay, here it is. By safeguarding both these essential aspects, okay, procreative and unitive, they may be essential aspects, but that's not nature. An aspect is not nature. I can look at this and I can look at that, but that's not nature. It's just what I'm looking at. The unitive and the procreative aspect. See, they like to use that word essential because essential is big, but as long as you're looking the right way, you don't have to actually do anything. So the unitive aspect is never defined. It's just, it's just a unitive thing. The conjugal act, so that's nature, preserves its fullness. Okay, so we're talking poetry here. We need to preserve the fullness of the conjugal act. What does that mean legally? It doesn't mean anything. The sense of true mutual love, not just mutual love, but true mutual love. Hey, we need to get the legal definition of true mutual love out here. What does it say? Nothing. And its orientation towards man's exalted vocation. So this is all like lofty language. Okay, so they're saying that you keep feminism in there and everything's groovy. You get rid of feminism and everything's not groovy. That's all that's going on here. Oh, you got to be very careful. But guys like Tim Gordon are just happy to eat this stuff up because it preserves NFP, even though that slits their throat. I don't know what he is thinking. It's got to be all politics, man. Somehow he's like hanging on. He thinks Vatican II is binding on faith and morals when it excused itself from doing that because it said none of this is binding. Just because, and that's Humanity Vitae 12. Let's see what this is. What Will Nolan said. Or in other words, you countenance ignoring consent, aka rape. Hence my original post. You still don't get it. When you get married, you give consent to granting all reasonable requests for this. If you don't like this, don't get married. Will Nolan's exactly right here. So this is why his quote got a lot of traction or whatever, because people are like, you're ignoring consent, marital rape. As I said before, marital rape has not existed in the history of the world until later in the 20th century because we got something called good of the spouses going, and it has made its way into law. So everyone's like, hey, rape. When you get married, you don't. This is this kind of thing I would ask Will Nolan about. He doesn't want to talk about this because he knows he can't win the argument with her, because if she asks a follow-up question, when you get married, you give consent. Therefore, you can't rape someone who's consented. It's impossible to do that. Like I said, you can do violence, but you can't rape. However, if the consent is to the right to unity, that means the consent is to the right to perpetually consent. I can borrow your car as long as I get permission from you every time. I have a right to use your car only if you give me permission. I have the right to the marital debt only if you give me permission every time. That's all that's going on here. That's all NFP requires, which is why it blows apart all of marriage. That's all. Let's get back to El Video.
You don't have to be tending to the same purpose in the same way at the same time. They just both have to be open.
Yeah, you do, because only one can be. I guess you don't. That's right. It's impossible to be both at the same time. So you're tending toward unity primary is what you're doing, and you're open to whatever comes. You don't have to see. This is why theology of the body is a fancy way to say procreation secondary. That's all it is. That's all. That's why it's not law. That's why it's not Catholic. It's just poetry that everybody loves, and they've tried to massage it into the catechism and law as best they can.
Now, we gave you the analogy of lips, which I'll wait here. Anybody who thinks that there cannot be two primary purposes, eating and speaking, I'll wait.
It's dumb. This is stupid. If you're speaking, the lips have one primary purpose, to form the words, okay? If you're doing the conjugal act, the body has one primary purpose, to generate. You see what I mean? But that's not the only use for that part of the body. This is why it's dumb. It's what you're doing with it that matters.
Anyone who thinks there cannot be secondary, tertiary, quaternary viable purposes that are non-sinful, What about whistling or blowing bubbles or tying
It's
cherry
just
stems or whatever?
stupid.
Oh, wait.
It's so dumb.
Now, my girl point is, well, Will's tweet. So he just said the Catholic truth.
48.
And did you get 1 Corinthians, Steph?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Would you read that, please?
Oh, sure.
He's just saying what the Bible says in 1 Corinthians.
Okay, so this is 1 Corinthians 7, 2-5. But
Yeah. By the way, we got to go to the Douay Rheims because they're using the ESV, whatever that stands for. It's not good.
because of the temptation to sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife, and each woman her own husband. The husband should give to his wife her conjugal rights.
Okay, we'll go to the Douay Rheims in a minute because it's just it's the right over the body, not conjugal rights. There's only one right.
And likewise, the wife to her husband. For the wife does not have authority over her own body, but the husband does. Likewise, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but the wife does. Do not deprive one another, except perhaps by agreement for a limited time, that you may devote yourselves to prayer. But then come together again so
That's
that
fine.
Satan may not tempt you because of your lack of self-control, which is all what Will was saying.
I don't pretend to be like the smartest guy, and I'm certainly not. But that's exactly what I took from it. And it really came out with this like super gay, spurging out hatred of sex.
That's really fun to say or whatever. No. What did Tim say here? He says, tomorrow at noon I'll be taking the super chat. Body-hating Gnostics who take the issue or ignore this scriptural passage. Well, okay, yeah, marital debt, that's what it is. Okay, but you really want to go? We got to look at the Douay Rheims. All right, so it's like I said, anytime there's anything at all controversial, you got to look at the Douay Rheims to get it straight. Concerning the thing whereof you wrote me, it is good for a man not to touch a woman, but fear of fornication, let every man have his own wife. And what that means is, that just means fidelity. They don't have to get married, because it's better to be celibate, like it says. But it speaks they're already married. So in other words, let them have. In other words, no infidelity. That's what that means. Let every man have his own wife. Okay. And let every woman have her own husband. Let the husband render the debt to his wife, not exercise his rights. It's render the debt to the body. That's all. And the wife in like manner. The wife hath not power over the body. Husband, power. Okay, here we go. Defraud not one another. That's not what it says in the other one. It says careful not to deprive somebody. No, defraud not. That is like hard, cold, legal terminology, and it's grave matter. This is why no marital debt equals grave sin. Okay, defraud not one another, except perhaps by a time that you may give yourselves to prayer, otherwise return again lest Satan tempt you for your incontinency. Right, marital debt and its rights. All right, good enough.
And the feminists, which nobody should listen to anyways, but it makes no sense. That's precisely what I got from this.
I mean, it's like Will's tweet was a paraphrase of 1 Corinthians, right? I mean, it's a super gay spurging out. Now, here's the thing. There is one way, I know you know this, Mike, but there's one way, according to Pius XII, that the marital relation between man and woman is egalitarian. There's only one way. There's only one way that there's a mutual submission, man to wife, wife to man. You know what that one way is? It's not giving orders. That's only
it's just
unidirectional.
Right.
Steph doesn't give me orders. I give Steph orders. I don't give that many.
We already know this. It's good.
If I give Steph an order, she has to do it. I don't have to do what she said, right? God gave woman to man, not man to woman, as 1 Timothy says. So there's only one way that we're equal, and it's here in 1 Corinthians
58:48. That's right.
If wife requests sex of husband, he has to give it. That's called the conjugal debt, and vice versa. Now, why is it only women, particularly Catholic women, that are wanting to deny this? I think
their answer is because typically, I don't know, they stop feeling it or whatever for a variety of reasons. So they say because of unity, I don't have to or I don't want to. That's kind of why. That's typically why. Not always. You hear about the other way around, but typically that's it.
I think Protestant women do this too. Other Christian women do too. There's two main reasons. Because men are pretty much, unless they're actually just gay with a beard, married to a beard. Maybe some of these dudes out there, maybe some of these overly sex-trad Puritan dudes are just gay dudes. That's really an obvious solution. I don't want to skip over.
I don't even know who he's talking about.
For that, or not gay, but SSA. And they just, I have sex with I've had 6 kids and I've had sex with my wife 6 times. And
nobody on the planet does that. Nobody thinks that. There may have been some Victorian era Protestants around there, or some people on the Mayflower once or twice, but that's it.
50 years. Okay, you're just a gay dude, and yeah, that's good. You're same sex attracted, and you did what you had to do 6 times to procreate with a woman. There's either that, or usually it's the woman who's treating it as if this is a unique unidirectional order, the conjugal debt, and it's not.
Oh, really? If she has the right to unity, then it is unilateral direction, because she holds the cards to. So typically, it's the wife who plays the unity card. 90% of the time, it's the wife who says, "I don't have to, because it's not unitive for me. I'm feeling like, oh, I have, I don't know, 6 kids and 12 C-sections and whatever the heck and a bunch of stuff. And the doctor told me I'd die if I had another baby. So we're going to do NFP or something. The husband has the right. Okay. But she, or typically though, it's generally, no, it's just NFP because they don't want to. And they're like, I have a right to unity. Then that's just the beginning of the end, because it's the downward spiral there. And the pursuit of unity, what you get is divorce typically. But if you want the bond of peace, you do everything that God said, which is what St. Augustine, I think. Yeah. Keep procreation in the yes column. Everything works out.
This is the one place, according to Pius XII, that there is a mutual submission, the conjugal debt. A man's got to give it up too. You've got to put out too. The one's not the only one who's got to put out of marriage. But the reason we only talk about it is because of all these touch-me-nots that probably should have become nuns or just consecrated virgins somewhere if they hate the body and hate sex so much. Like that woman who tweeted at me that she always is disgusted by sexiness. What about in the bedroom?
I have that tweet on the screen right now. She said that.
Look at these touch-me-nots. They're freaks.
She said men today are overstimulated, lustful, and dreaming of wives that are personal adult actresses. A thriving sex life, and she blurred out sex life. A thriving sex life should be nobody's goal, but to do what marriage calls for under the will of God.
Okay, that's pretty good. Let me. That's right. Let's look at Casti Connubii really quick. Okay, just a minute. So Tim doesn't like what that lady said, because she was saying, "Hey, it's not about like having the greatest romantic situation ever, but following the laws of God." And Tim's like, "No," because Tim is a Unitarian guy, right? So let's look at what Casti says. Thus it will come to pass, the faithful will wholeheartedly thank God they are bound together by his command and led by the gentle compulsion to fly as far as possible from every kind of idolatry of the flesh and the base slavery of the passions. They will in great measure turn and be turned away from these abominable opinions to honor men's dignity about speech and writing and collected under the title of perfect marriage. Hello, Christopher West, and all the people trying to talk about how love wins back in the 1920s. Margaret Sanger, who said procreation is secondary. Trying to spread in speech and writing and collected under the title of perfect marriage, which indeed would make that perfect marriage nothing better than depraved marriage, as it has been rightly and truly called. Exactly what I just said. That's right. When you make procreation secondary, you get depraved marriage, but you're doing it in the name of love. You're doing it in the name of unity, okay? You wreck it. So this lady on Twitter is right, whatever her name is. We'll get back to her in a minute. Such wholesome instruction and religious training in regard to Christian marriage will be quite different from the exaggerated physiological education. Okay, that's like, hey, Gregory Popchak, toe curling, anyone? All that for better forever. So they're trying to make everything super, super, super great in the name of love. No. In these times of ours, some reformers of married life. Who could that be? That's everyone on Catholic. That's everybody at Catholic Answers and Ascension Press, Couple to Couple League, John Paul II Institute, and on everybody. They're all doing this because they all back NFP. In times, our reformers' married life make pretense of helping those joined in wedlock, laying much stress on these physiological matters. And Pius XII condemned this stuff too, in which is learned rather the art of sinning in a subtle way rather than living virtue of chastely. That's NFP right there. That's exactly what they're talking about. They're saying, look, we're just pursuing what the father of gay marriage, Dietrich von Hildebrand, told us all this lovey stuff, okay? Love wins. Sinning in a subtle way because you're not only merely open to life. You're not pursuing life, you're open to it. Okay. Let's keep going because we're going to read what Tobit's. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Let's just go back to Tobit for a second.
Yeah, she said porn star. I'm also getting sick of the people won't say porn like it's the Dark Lord Voldemort or some shit.
Like using.
Oh shoot! I wanted to get rid of that bad word. Listen, I really didn't want to have any of this. Tim Gordon, he's got problems, man. The guy's mad. He says these words. Look, there's that quote from St. John Vianney. The foul language comes to us through a supply pipe from hell out of the mouths of those that use it. So everyone down in hell is screaming foul language. And when it comes out of somebody's mouth, that's where it comes from. Don't do it. All right, let me look. There was one other point I wanted to make on this. Just a minute. Hang on. It's right here. They were going on and on about this lady, Marian Thoughts. Marian Thoughts has changed her name, by the way. Let me give you her new name. Just a minute. Okay, right after this video, she changed her name. It's Love Holy Dear. It's this St. Luke thing. That's her. She's cool. She doesn't want to get mixed up in the fray in particular. She's not going to get there, but I thought she was good. Anyway, let's go back to what we were talking about. So here, this is the key thing. Now, I wanted to show this part of the video because they never mention the argument that kills NFP, kills what Tim Gordon is saying right in front of their face. It's completely ignored by Stephanie, Tim, and Mike. Tobit 8. And now, Lord, thou knowest that not for fleshly lust do I take my sister wife, but only for love of posterity. This is not in the ESV. That their Bible messes it up. Okay, the Bible has been retrofitted for NFP. You got to go to the Douay Reims like this. This Tobit 8. That's Douay Reims right there. Only for the love of posterity, which thy name may be blessed forever and ever. Valid marriage. God said, procreation only. There are two natural ends to the conjugal act: lust or babies. Those are your two natural ends. Okay, the other ends are non-essential. Let me back that. I didn't mean to say that. They're basically. They're. If you're not pursuing procreation, you're pursuing lust or something that falls underneath that. Okay, those are your two ends. You have to pursue procreation. That's the point I'm making. Now let's go to Tobit for a second. Hang on. Okay, this is the weird version, a bad mixed up Bible version that they were using. Okay, I'll make it a little bit bigger maybe. Wait. You made Adam for him and you made wife for Eve as helper and support. You made Adam and for him you made Eve, helper and support. For the two of them, the human race is sprung. You said it's not good for man to be alone. Let us make a helper for himself. Now I'm taking a kinsman. Okay, so all this stuff right here, none of this is in the Douay Reims. None of it. It's all copy and pasted in there in the new Bibles to try to make good of the spouses the essence of marriage. It's not in the real Bible. It's fake. Doesn't even belong there. They just threw it in somewhere along the line. It's not in the Douay Reims. It's not in there. Okay. Now I take my kinswoman of mine, not because of lust, but with sincerity. Okay. And you know who else? I saw this, like, I don't know, 2-3 years ago or something, but Catholic Esquire pointed out too in his latest video about theology of the body. So not because of lust, but because of sincerity. And they've just preloaded you with some gaslighting up here that it's about helper. It's about being a helpmate and everything like that. That they may grow old together. No, that's not what the Douay Reims says. That they may be blessed forever, only for posterity. All right, so that's the part I wanted to make. Now let's go to the next section. Okay, round 3. Let's see what else Tim and Mike have to say. I think they're going to talk about the definition of porn or something.
So do you know what the real definition of porn is? It's a cheap, diabolical copy of a thing that inverts its end for evil rather than good. The purpose of sexual arousal and sex is marital, procreative, unitive. Those
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Three things we spent the first hour going through. So do you know that sex is, I'm a Catholic, okay? I'm not some weirdo sect of Calvinist Protestant. It's noble and honorable according to CCC 2362.
That's because there's no more hierarchy of ends. So they've got to say it's noble and honorable. Otherwise, there's nothing to justify it, okay? They, like I said, we already just talked about it. It's, pardon me, it's fornication unless it can be excused through procreation, all right? That's all. That's it. That's what you got.
According to Gaudium at Space, it is noble and worthy. It's got the purpose of unitivity beginning in the Catechism of Trent, Casti Connubii,
The purpose of you. He just keeps asserting this stuff. He just keeps going through his papers. That's why I brought the receipts and we went through what the Council of Trent said. I can't remember if we talked about how Vatican II is not binding or not. I think we already did. I believe we already did that. It's because I said we did that yesterday. This thing went on too long. Sorry. We better just keep going. Here we go.
Vitae Familiaris Consortio. We have this philosophy of nature as Catholics that's Aristotelian. We don't hate the body. There's nothing dirty about sex. It's fun to talk as if it's dirty.
102.
Maybe when you're doing the deed, but it's not actually wrong. Okay, so there is porn happening. Porn is an inversion of a thing's natural end.
There's only one natural end, but if there's two, quote, natural ends, then there's no inverting it. All right? And that's why everything that's perverse is multiplying because, well, if the Catholic Church says this is nature, then who are you to judge? There's no inverting. That you cannot, there is no, I'll tell you, the new order, by the way, is the personalistic norm. So that, and that has no definition. Therefore, this is why anything goes. Let's keep going.
And sex is good. Okay, I don't want to sound like Christopher West. He's a fruitcake, but sex actually is a good, noble thing.
That's not that funny, Mike. Okay. Christopher West, he does say some good things. I don't know if he's a fruitcake, but he sounds really weird. There's some video of him. It was so dumb. They're just going on and on about their extreme love feelings and how they feel like godlike and whatever. It's pretty goofy. But that's because you have effectively divinized the flesh. That's all that's gone on. That's what theology of the body does. When you make flesh a natural end, and then if marriage is a covenant of love and God is love, you basically turn your body into love, which is God, which means you have to divinize everything and try to see this deep meaning. And it's so goofy, you'll never get to the bottom of it. And you can use Christopher West as your tour guide, but that's about it. And that's why everyone thinks he's weird. However, Christopher West is not the problem. It's theology of the body and the NFP creating the new hierarchy of ends, which is an inversion anyway.
That's why I just quoted that. And this lady saying that a woman, I don't know, wearing something sexy in the bedroom.
10203.
I don't know, whatever gets your goat,
Okay, that's far enough. Whatever. Anyway, so they, like I said before, they ignored these guys. They totally, this lady, she's no longer called Marian Thoughts. She's called something else. I forgot. Anyway, if you watch this original video, this is put on here and they ignore the whole thing. There's nothing they can say to this. This is the real Bible. I already said that before, as I recall from yesterday. Okay, let me push pause and go to the next. Okay, a little bit more here. Here we go.
And I think my friend Patrick Coffin weighed in here and was also, where's your book? Was also weirdly saying, well, I don't like the blame game. And you're buddies with this guy, I don't know who it is, Majorian on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, Majorian, yeah.
I told him I'd address on the show. He was saying, well, no, you're probably right, Tim, but I just don't like the blame game. Aren't men blaming women? Let's get back to does porn, does having lots of healthy, good sex stop men from burning? Of course it does.
I see what they're saying. They don't like the blame game. Well, whoever does it, if you want to maintain that bond of peace, do the contract. That's what St. Augustine said. And I think, we haven't even gotten to much of St. Francis de Sales. Maybe we did. Anyway, you keep nature in place. There's not the person who is to blame is the one who's not doing the contract, who is not doing what marriage calls for objectively. Okay. It's all subjective today, which is why everyone says, you're not the one. I'm not getting love from you. No, you're not getting love from me. Okay. So define that. No, it's like work, marital debt, no family planning. You put all that in the yes column, stuff goes fine. Continuing.
I have sociological studies that prove it. Does that mean that women who deny the conjugal debt are in a way an efficient cause for it? Can they be blamed? Yes, it does. Did Saint Jose Maria, who wrote extensively on marriage, more on marriage than all.
There's some quote that Steve Skojec, back before he kind of like blew off the Catholic faith, Steve Skojec had a great quote. If anyone's out there can find it, it's from Saint Jose Maria Escriva, and basically it throws shade on the teaching of contraception. In other words, he was a little bit squishy on contraception. There was some quote, and I can't find it now, but if anyone knows where that went, that would be interesting. So there's that. I don't know a whole ton about Opus Dei. I've heard a fair amount of negative. I've been on a lot of Opus Dei retreats. It's whatever. I'm not going to go there right now. Go.
Almost any other saint in the 19th or 20th century. You know what he said? He said that he blamed, in cases of marital infidelity, when the man cheats, specifically, who he blames in 80% or more of the cases for the man cheating? The woman.
She's not attractive enough. Or doesn't put out.
No,
doesn't put out.
Yeah, look, most guys are just going to do what they're loyal. They don't think emotionally typically. Okay, so they're going to make hard-headed decisions. And if she's quote unquote keeping him around, then he's not going to go anywhere. Yeah,
that's the thing. So sorry, ladies. If you were looking to be like a Vestal virgin or a consecrated virgin or a nun, and you went into the married life and you were one of these crypto-feminist Catholic women, like this creep who made this comment, Marian Thoughts is her anon name.
Marian Thoughts is not a creep. She is totally cool. All right. She's good. But not many people she doesn't really want to mix it up. Okay. Her name is not Marian Thoughts anymore. I thought I had told her new name already earlier yesterday, whatever, when I was finishing up this video from yesterday. All right. Anyway, so I think she's a good holy lady. That's what I think.
It's crypto feminist because you're just a touch me not. You got into the wrong profession, lady. If you get into profession, I mean the wrong vocation of marriage. If you get into marriage, it's all about sex. Sex is the marital act. It is the greatest act of love. You're in the wrong.
It's not necessarily an act of love, because when you say it is legally an act of love, you've redefined nature to have no definition. Just reinforcing that over and over. So we're trying to push back the needle that's been pushed the wrong way by a zillion hands for the last 87 years.
Vocation. If you don't like to touch and be touched, and I'm not trying to be gross. Me. You've picked the wrong thing. Go be a nun. Why did you get married if you don't like the marital act? Cool.
Everyone gets married that way, but then things change. And when they are given a way out, they'll take it. And when NFP is legal, love wins. There's no law. You're peace in, peace out. No sin divorce, no fault. Annulment on demand. You get a new spouse, and the cycle repeats itself because they never fix themselves in the first place. This is why it's super bad to have NFP as lawful, because it's like having the Titanic and you just rip open a big hole in the bottom and say, well, we're letting the world in. Brother, it's crazy. You open up marriage to love, you let everything out. That's what happens. Is that you can't. You have to seal what you're consenting to. It has to be defined. I we'll get to Cardinal Burke in a minute where he says he can't do it. And we'll probably talk a little more about William Albrecht also.
It's cruel to men when women enter marriage with this sort of just crappy attitude. It's just mean. It's unfeminine. Just stay single if you feel that way. I mean, you're defective if you have that mentality.
One of my favorite X accounts ever, probably my favorite one ever, was Stephanie Gordon. It was so cool. She was, I mean, that chick, boom, she had really good, incisive things to say, and then she just bailed. It was cool. I liked her the best. That was years ago.
Good woman enjoys sex with her husband.
You will make a man miserable if you involve a man and with a crappy attitude like that. By the way, this is the quote from Saint Jose Maria. He says, "That is why I am not afraid to say that women are responsible for 80% of the infidelities of their husbands because they do not know how to win them each day and take."
They do not know how to win them each day. You don't have to win your husband each day. You don't have to know how to do that. Guys are real simple. If you honor the marriage contract, everything's fine. Falls into place. You don't have to, zero brain work required. Not complex at all. But if you're kind of like St. Jose Maria Escriva here, he's probably on the side reading a little bit of, Dietrich von Hildebrand and trying to find the depths of the depths of the depths of the depths of love somewhere, then Christopher West is handing him a flashlight trying to get this. It's like nuts. That's why he says that.
Loving and considerate care of them. A married woman's attention should be centered on her husband and children, as a married man's attention should be centered on his wife and children. Much time and effort is required to succeed in this, and anything which mitigates.
I don't think a lot of time and effort. It's just will. That's all. People don't need massive. I need tons of understanding, time, and effort. How about just like follow the rules? A willful choice. That'd be fine. Basically, that'd be good enough. It
is bad and should not be tolerated. And he goes on to say, because this is kind of what we're talking about, the purity spiraling. Well, what about prayer or going to church a ton? Well, he disagrees. He says there's no excuse for fulfilling this loving duty. Work outside the home is not an excuse. Not even one's life of piety can be an excuse because it is compatible with one's daily obligations. It is not good nor pleasing to God.
Read that little rhyme he has.
He says, a married woman's first concern has to be her home. There is a Spanish saying which goes,
I love this.
If through going to church to pray, a woman burns the stew, she may be half an angel, but she's half a devil too. And he says, a saint of the Catholic Church says, I say she's a fully fledged devil.
Yeah,
so based.
Not a half a devil. So all you trad women who are just like, I have 80 devotions a day, and that takes up my time. That's more important than this dirty sex.
I don't think that's
get out.
I don't think there's a lot of that going on. I don't think there's tons of that going on. What is going on though is family planning and the idea that love is required. Unity is required. That's everywhere. And when you have that in your mind, it's saying if it's taking like a speed limit 25 sign saying, unless there's a certain quality I can experience while driving 25, I don't have to obey the speed limit. That's only for people who enjoy driving or who are good drivers or experience. If other drivers around me are good, then I have to drive 25. Otherwise, that doesn't apply because I have the right to refuse the speed limit if it's not good for me, because I have a right to good. These analogies are kind of dumb, but that's what I was trying to get across. All right, here we go.
Oh, go back to Puritanism. I mean,
108:47.
Don't really leave the faith, I guess. But leave the faith. If you're not even practicing your primary vocation, then you're not living the faith anyway. If you got married because you're a feminist, touch me not.
Nobody gets married because they're a feminist, touch me not. They get married with the best of intentions. Then when it's like joining a football team and then it's, oh, you mean I have to do a ton of sit-ups before I almost throw up and then run 50 laps with another guy on my back like fireman's lift, and then it's like 105 degrees out here and I have to keep running? I didn't know it'd be that hard. Oh, I need different treatment. Okay, if you feel that's how it should be, then you're owed different. Nope, you're off the team. It's the way it is. But when you give people an out, when you tell them they have to experience a certain quality level or whatever goodness, then they don't have to do the deal. Your football team stinks. Everyone quits. That's what happened. That's why marriage is a free fall. because, and I guess it's starting to come back because people are like, we got to do something here. But for a long time, it has been because there's no contract. There's nothing to sign up to. Hence, annulment proof here to try to bring a little light to the situation.
And you hate men and you hate sex, then you should have been a nun. And because you didn't become a nun, then you're not leading the faith life. Your primary path to heaven is through your husband if you're a wife, through your wife if you're a husband. And if you hate the marital act, the main act of marriage, then there's something really, really wrong with you.
He's exactly right. Father Ripperger will say this sort of thing too. If you got damage, if you got a problem, if you need to fix yourself up, it's not your spouse, it's an inside job. So if there's something up which is causing you to not want to pay the marital debt, you have got to ask for grace. Most of the time, I think what it is it's usually the wife who doesn't want the kids. That's typically what it is. That's what it's all about. I think the lion's share of it, they just don't want more kids. It's too dangerous. My doctor told me, all this kind of stuff. So that's basically why they'll say they don't lie. They come up with excuses. As we say in sales, when the answer is no, any excuse will do. She is saved through childbearing if she perseveres. If she can, that's right there in 1 Timothy something or other. And he's got to work, and she has to have kids through menopause. And if you don't like it, pray for grace. And if you still don't like it because you got baggage from when you were 5 years old kind of thing, go to some talk therapy. The Ramones did a song called Psychotherapy. They tried to soften the word a little bit, the name of it.
And there is a lot of evidence, by the way. Now, sociology is not my bag. It's not where I turn first. But there is so much sociological evidence, studies I'm going to read to you right now, that Will was right in his tweet, that healthy marital sex life creates good of spouses and helps to avoid porneia, whether we're talking usage of porn or temptation to it or adultery or temptation to it. Absolutely. Like Jose Maria Escriva, I absolutely blame the wives in a bunch of these cases. And blame can go two ways, by the way. It's like
he's right. Blame can go two ways, but 80% of the wives file for divorce. 80% of the wives are the ones not honoring the marital debt. It's just the way things break up, the way things break down. Okay, it's just the nature. No, you can't deny that. It's not a 50-50 thing. It's like, anyway, enough said. I don't need to convince people of that.
We were saying about first cause.
Okay, so that's enough of that. While I'm on the topic, I'm going to show you guys a link. Hang on. Okay, so on a related note, here's just a couple seconds from this video.
I got an email from a woman who
this website
about a video.
I'm going to show you the link to this too.
Talking about how men define intimacy through physical contact.
They saw the Lila Rose video.
She wrote, "Men don't need sex; they just want it, and nobody has ever died from being denied sex. You know what? On the surface, at least technically."
Okay, so this video goes on and on for
right.
like, I don't know,
Take vows.
20 minutes
You
or whatever.
to
It's really good. He nails down a ton of reasons why this is a big old problem, and also the solution the Catholic Church gives is you get to bring a case to court. If someone's not honoring the marriage debt, Canon Law 221, you get an ecclesiastical trial because you have a right to this. This is why it's important that the contract be objective. I'll put the link to this particular video in the show notes. The show notes is a treasure trove of stuff. I did a ton of research to get all this together. There's so much cool things in there. There's probably a few other things we got to get to. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of advertise this link to this guy. What's it called? It's I'll tell you in a second. It's called "When Wives Deny Men Intimacy: The Real Consequences." Okay, let's see what else he's got to say here.
It's kind of the mark of the lower vocation. I'm fine saying it's a lower vocation. It's less of a challenge. It's more comfortable. But it comes up with enough of its own daily challenges to suffice. And you know what? We don't need to do what the Protestants do and make up all these rules. You don't have to pray a rosary every day to be on the team. It's good to do, but we're not Protestants. You don't get to say that.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of goofy, I think. You do have to pray the rosary every day if you want to do what Our Lady of Fatima said. Okay, being on the team is not a legal term. Speaking of, it conveys something. But Our Lady of Fatima said, pray the rosary every day. She did say that. I can't remember the exact I can't remember. I have the reasons in the notes. Okay. Pray the rosary every day is a quote from Our Lady of Fatima. She didn't say if you don't, you're not on the team, and it's not required, but when you're on the team, you're pulling on the rope, you're helping out. So I think what Taylor Marshall says is excellent. That's why I say if you're not against NFP, you're not on the team. But on the team isn't a legal, see what I'm saying? So people can, so Vatican II, Humanae Vitae, Mulieris Consortio, and all, it's full of words designed to telegraph a feeling, but they are weasel words, so there's plausible deniability. They can say, I didn't say that. Oh, I thought I didn't say 2 + 2 = 4. I said the addition of 2 plus the same number equals a really great number that's bigger, that's really traditional. Okay, I didn't see what I'm saying? This is what they do. Let's keep going.
Not on the team if you don't pray. You're not on the team if you enjoy sex with your wife. It's for, look, this is for
That's stupid.
Puritans who became Catholic but never became Catholic.
111
for closeted gay men.
I don't know what he is talking about. I don't know. Wait a minute. He is saying this rule that procreation alone is primary is for, let me see what he says. There's 3 types of people that are turned on by this rule of procreation primary.
Become one of the creators of many people and create lots of people and have lots of sex. And sex is a big part of life. It's kind of the mark of the lower vocation. I'm fine saying it's a lower vocation. It's less of a challenge. It's more comfortable.
It's not a lower vocation in a way it is. It's a natural call. It's the natural state. It's not a calling. It's not a vocation. It's a natural state. That's all it is. A vocation is a supernatural calling because God is calling you, but the earth, nature is not calling you. Anyway, yeah, it's a natural vocation or state.
But it comes up with enough of its own daily challenges to suffice. And you know what? We don't need to do what the Protestants do and make up all these rules. You don't have to pray a rosary every day to be on the team. It's good to do, but we're not Protestants. You don't get to say that. You're not on the team if you don't pray a rosary. You're not on the team if you enjoy sex with your wife.
That's goofy. That's just super goofy. You just have to have the hierarchy of ends in place. Timothy Gordon says effectively there is no hierarchy of ends, which is why he said in that tweet to me 2 years ago before he deleted or blocked me that there is no secondary ends. Everything is awesome. Everything is primary. Everything is essential. Therefore, nothing is non-essential. Therefore, marriage is everything. And when you consent to marriage, you consent to everything, which is impossible. Therefore, no one can consent. And if marriage is an office of nature and nature is everything, then here comes Bruce Jenner. What are you going to say? Nothing.
It's for, look, this is for Puritans who became Catholic but never became Catholic, for closeted gay men. And there are a lot of those. There are more of those.
Puritans. Okay. Yeah, maybe there are some Puritans out there, I suppose, that back in the day, whatever, like I said, people on the Mayflower and some weird Protestants that thought all pleasure was bad because they were weird. Okay, I would agree with that. And then he says his second group of people who are into this procreation primary are called closeted homos.
In the Catholic faith than you think. And then for touch me not, crypto.
Apostates.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all it is. They're not living the Christian life. The Christian life.
How come I can't fast forward this?
There's a fork in the road. You can become a priest or a nun, and you are going to be, a virgin or whatever. You're going to live without.
Let me change some. Hang on a second.
Catholic, but never became Catholic. For closeted gay men.
He says closeted gay men. I don't know who he is talking about. I suppose he's talking about people who think that, I don't know what closeted gay men are. Maybe someone could talk to him and ask him what that means, because he's scared to death to talk to me. Just scared. He forget. Oh, brother. I don't know what he means. I guess he means somebody, if it's husbands who think that procreation alone is primary, which it is. That's what the church says.
And there are a lot of those. There are more of those in the Catholic faith than you think. And then for touch me not, crypto feminist women. These are the three parties that won't STF you with this sex stuff. And I don't like them.
Okay, well, the feminists basically are the ones who are saying, Tim, you're the one who says NFP is legal, therefore I have a right to unity, and unity is on my terms, right? Because I have a right to it. Just like the right to the marital debt, you can ask for the debt on your terms. You can ask for the debt as long as it's reasonable when you want. Therefore, you can ask for unity when you want. And unity has no definition, so I win. If I'm asking for unity, that means we have to do what I say. Okay, so these feminists are like, yeah, you got to do what I say because John Paul II said I have a right to unity, and so does the tribunal, so you can't do anything about it. Okay? You say you wear the pants, your marriage is invalid because there's no unity there. Everything has to be egalitarian, which means she's in charge. Love wins, husband loses. That's what that means. The vast majority of the time.
I don't like them. And they're perverting the faith. Sorry, did you have any closing thoughts?
No, Mark? that was it, man. I love what you're doing on your channel.
11:40.
Keep doing it. I love you guys, and I'll be praying for you.
I love you too, bro. I'll be praying for you. I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
I love you, man. Let's hear some more, okay?
Like, I met somebody who literally thought that they had to do a rosary every day. It's like, no, that's not the rule.
As we said, it's what God wants. It's God's will, but it's not the rule, but it's God's will.
The rule.
I'm not saying people who do that are like wrong. I'm just saying don't make your thing everybody's thing unless it's the church says, no, this must be your thing.
Yeah.
It discourages people. Just say what the rules are.
The church gives us precepts of the faith. The 5 things that you have to do there.
As most of you know, there's 6 precepts of the church, but the 6th precept was dropped, which is follow the marriage laws. Let me see if I have it written down. Just a minute. Aren't you lucky? I did write it down. So yeah, pray. Here's Our Lady of Fatima. Pray the Rosary every day in honor of Our Lady of the Rosary to obtain peace for the world, for she alone can save it. If anyone wants peace, because there's only one way, it's through Our Lady, pray the Rosary every day or you're not on the team. You're not pulling on the rope with everybody, okay? There is no legal rope. There is no legal team, but it's a matter of speaking. That's all. So more power, Taylor Marshall, on that one. 6th precept, to observe the church's law on marriage, was in the original 1992 catechism. I just read that. I didn't even know that. So the first catechism that came out from JP2 had the 6th precept, but it quickly got scrubbed out. Why? Because the laws of marriage are a problem now because marriage is lawless, because it's not defined. Which reminds me, if I haven't got to Cardinal Burke yet, I got to show you that quote from him that says they can't define it. Anyway, that 6th precept had to go because you didn't have to. The things got so. Let me think about what I'm going to say. Just a minute. I think generally, once you start viewing marriage as not a contract, then this covenant stuff tends to mean a lot of different arrangements can be okay, like brother and sister and all that. And then there's so much irregular stuff going on that this keeping the marriage law became impractical. So they just don't talk about it anymore because it's effectively not happening. While we're here, let's see what Casty 58 says. Oh, this is good. Oh, wait. We're getting ahead of things. Just a minute. Let's go back to you-know-who. Hold on.
They're called the precepts, right? If you had to pray 5 times a day, facing Mecca, that's a precept of Islam. It's not a precept of
we go to the next section. All right, here we go.
You laugh and make jokes with your spouse like you do with all of them. You watch movies with your spouse, but you do this extra, more important thing that creates unity.
Creates unitivity. This extra more important thing with your spouse that you do, which creates unitivity. There's the problem, dude. You're making this, whatever unitivity is, the primary purpose. And that means nature is feelings. Nature is what you feel. There's the, am I clear on that? Have I beat that up enough? When you make unity number one, tyranny moves in. Where there's, if someone chooses to, and there's a plenty of it, and then perversion. All right.
With you. So when you have to be abstinent, it makes the marriage less strong, which was Will's other point.
Not necessarily, because I heck, there's all those people promoting NFP are like, oh, abstinence makes the marriage stronger. No. Well, there are seasons, I guess, which is why the church would say, during certain times of Lent and all that kind of stuff, there's plenty of that. But, during nursing and during pregnancy, and there's lots of seasons for no action, right? Okay. And then there's lots of seasons for action because there's going to be no NFP. But that's another topic. Let's see what he's got to say.
And to give your wife encouragement, I would remind her that this is the beauty of femininity, is that we think about Our Lady, how much suffering and pain and torture she went through, even just with her one son. So this is one of the things that women, we feel that. We feel that through labor.
Yeah, so she's talking about, let's say, wife recently had a miscarriage and is now fearful of becoming pregnant again. The abstinence now in our marriage is really challenging and creating tension, and she's blaming herself for this. Any thoughts? That's what they're talking about. Listen, and I think that Stephanie Gordon says some good things.
Lose children when we have miscarriages. This is what being a woman is. But there is beauty in that suffering and giving of your body and sometimes your life and your heart to these sorts of truly tragic situations. But that's the beauty of femininity. So just be open to God's will. If God wants you to suffer in this way, you will suffer in that way.
Excellent. She's you know what she's doing? She is echoing Casti Canubi. Let me show you. Okay, right here, Casti 58. This is what Stephanie Gordon's talking about when people are having a hard time. They're thinking, oh, I got to abstain. Oh, the doctor said I'm going to die if I get pregnant again. How many times have I heard that? Lots of times. There's going to be so much suffering. It's not good. What am I going to do? I'm so scared. What does Casti Canubi say? The same thing as Stephanie says. As regards to the evil use of matrimony, to pass over the arguments which are shameful and not infrequently others are false, exaggerated, purported. Holy Mother Church very well understands and clearly appreciates all that is said regarding the health of the mother and the danger to her life. And who would not grieve to think of these things? Who is not filled with the greatest admiration when he sees a mother risking her life with heroic fortitude that she may preserve the life of the offspring which she has conceived? God alone, all bountiful and all merciful as he is, can reward her for the fulfillment of the office allotted to her by nature, and will assuredly repay her in a measure full to overflowing. Okay, good stuff. Very good stuff. Stephanie is right. Casti is right. Anyway, this is the reason why Casti 58 says this is because everyone's saying, look, I have this really hard time. This is my grave reason. He's like, whoa, no. Because that's the evil use of matrimony, to use matrimony to create a traffic barrier so that the seed and the egg never come together, to pass over the arguments which are shameful and not infrequently others are false and exaggerated. So they're saying, look, oh, this is my false and exaggerated problem. Go to heroism. That reminds me, I want to show you guys one picture. This is I made this on Facebook years ago. This is the analogy I was talking about. So the little traffic lady stop on Fallopian Street. She's the NFP traffic babe. Gonna be a few days, egg coming through. Then finally the guy's waiting in his car and she's like, her sign, slow, no baby. Now it's close to life. Okay, dude, come on through. That's all NFP is. It's culture of death disguised as love. What else is new? Nothing new under the sun. Okay, let's keep going.
But what's most beautiful is the openness to that, being open to life. And I can promise you, because we've had, our first daughter was born with horrible health issues. Thinking about Kennedy Hall today, whose wife is giving birth to a child that they don't think is going to survive very long.
We pray for Kennedy's family and Kennedy's little baby.
This is like the sword piercing your heart for women, is that with the beauty of labor and childbearing, you're gonna have these swords pierce your heart. But those swords are beautiful. There's meaningfulness there.
Those are really great words. Those things that pierce your heart are beautiful because it's God giving you his cross that he wants you to experience, and it's the only way to get transformed. Like the Grinch who stole Christmas had to experience some serious pain there, and his heart got 3 times as big, right? No one gets out alive. Everyone gets to experience that. You can kick it off, or you can just say, wow, when this stuff's getting hard, I'm going to reach for my NFP pills, or I'm going to reach for my annulment or my no-fault divorce. If it's available, people are going to reach for it. So this is why I'm making this video, so that we just kill this stuff that Timothy Gordon is like spouting. I don't know why he's so excited about it, because I don't think he does NFP. I think it's, like I said, I think it's just the politics. Okay, continuing.
And just be open to God's will.
Just for the retards out there that are still not sure whether or not an evil woman who did not, I don't mean, after a miscarriage, I'm not addressing the last super chatter, but an evil woman who regularly, for extended periods of time, or without just cause, denies the conjugal act, which is a mortal sin. For the retards that don't think that this creates real hardship and real temptation to some form of porneia for the man, here's some sociology. There's a 2012 study.
All right, so he goes on and on about some. Okay. He makes a good point. It's not cool for the husband when the wife doesn't honor the debt, and there's a lot of things you can talk about data-wise, and we don't need to talk about it because it's obvious. All right, next, vasectomy time.
100%. The act, this would have been something I'd have looked into a long time ago. Yes, if each individual act is open to life, even if one of you is, now it's different if one of you has sterilized yourself. If one of you has sterilized yourself, one or both of you, you're not allowed to have sex.
Well, if you're open to life, what difference does it make if you're sterilized? Because you're open, and even sterilizing isn't 100% effective. So why not, Tim? He just said, I'm going to push pause for a second and read this. So he just said that, again, the vasectomy means no more relations. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. Let's see let's listen.
Right. So if she's tied her tubes, if that's what you're talking about,
or if he got neutered,
or if he neutered himself, if he chopped him off, or whatever these guys called, he got the snip, you're not allowed to have sex until you reverse that.
Okay. Well, what is the truth of the matter, Tim? Because you're not allowed to after. Okay. You heard what he just said. No relations allowed, because you've sterilized yourself, right? That's what he just said. What does here, let's go to the notes. You got to check this out. This might be news to Timothy Gordon. Ooh, where is it? Share this instead. All right, here we go. Timothy, I had a similar question, so I brought it up with the National Catholic Bioethics Center. These are the super duper, incredible, super smart, well-funded, no political here, group, okay? Everyone knows who the National Catholic Bioethics Center is, and the head poobah, the main guy, Father Tad, I went back and forth with him till he figured out I kind of checkmated him, and he stopped emailing me. This is a while ago. So March 27th, 2023. So he emails me. I asked him this. I'm like, how can the relations with a sterilized person, because if the husband has neutered himself, how can that ever be tolerated? Because Casti 59 says you can only it's a sin, and you can tolerate it, but it's a sin. And that is referring to NFP. It's another story. I want to keep this straight. All right. let's focus on the when you're new to yourself. Greetings, John. The link you originally sent, and here is his newspaper article from the Madison Catholic Herald, which says you can use your marital rights after your vasectomy if you just kind of do it prayerfully and stuff. Then when you click on the link now, it's all been taken down because it's stupid. But this is what these guys want to say. Okay, they have to do this because this is. Oh, by the way, there was a ruling in 1977 from the Catholic Church about whether you can get married after a vasectomy or not. I'll have to look more into that's a whole nother topic. This video is going to be 16 hours if I go down every different rabbit hole. But I know in 77 they changed it, which I think doesn't. It's all this good of the spouses stuff. So you can get married after a vasectomy, whereas before you couldn't. There are some fine tuning. There is some weasel words that need to be figured out. I could do a video just on that topic, but let's keep going. But Timothy Gordon disagrees with the National Catholic Bioethics Center. That's my point. Timothy is right on this point, but he needs to get with the times. If he's going to be pro NFP, he's got to say vasectomy is fine for relations because you're open to life. That's all that matters. Procreation isn't primary anymore. With NFP, it's not. Unity primary. And you can get awfully unitive after you're neutering. The situation of the husband who has a vasectomy. Okay, this article he wrote, which he took down, or somebody took it down, deals with the husband of the situation of a husband who has had a vasectomy and addresses whether his wife may or may not continue to have marital relations in such a situation. In my article, it was also mentioned that this analysis could also apply to a situation where the wife might refuse to get off birth control pill. Aha! That again, this is the problem. You can never tolerate relations with the wife who's on the birth control pill or contracepting. Any spouse who's contracepting, you can never have relations with them. It's in the Vademecum for Confessors, 1997. It's also in the 1800s, the Sacred Penitentiary. I've got blogs about this, okay? But point is that the only thing you can tolerate is onanism and NFP. Those are this, and they're called sins in Casti 59. You can tolerate that because they start natural but end disordered. Everything that is upfront unnatural, all contraception, artificial contraception, is never tolerated. Now, in both cases, it may be allowable according to the particulars described in the article and according to the Vademecum. Totally wrong. He's totally wrong. For the couple to have marital relations, for the non-contracepting partner to consent to relations with the contracepting one. Okay, totally wrong. And the reason they have to say this is because NFP is law. Therefore, they have to start saying, you can tolerate contraception now because that's what Casti 59 in the first two sentences is referring to. And it can't be referring to NFP, which it is, okay? That's how goofed up all this is. So Timothy Gordon may want to say that you can't have relations after being neutered, but if he's going to say yes to NFP, he's got to say yes to relations after being neutered for logic reasons. And also, Father Tad over at National Catholic Bioethics Center said so, and you don't want to get Father Tad angry, plus the whole group of them. Okay, back to our show.
So that yes, if a woman is unable to conceive or a woman's gone through menopause, you think, are you joking, man? You think that like a 45-year-old woman, 48-year-old woman goes through menopause and she's never going to have sex with her husband again? No.
Obviously, it's not a violation of nature because menopause is nature. Casti 59 says that. Okay. The saints will say that if there's no pregnancy available, you know what I mean, because of menopause or pregnancy, then there's no reason for the act because the primary purpose isn't there. It doesn't mean you don't have a legal right, but it's generally not cool. It's not holy. It's not the good thing. Because you're so in other words, that's what there's that quote, I think, from, I forgot who it is, to the spiritual man, treat your wife as your sister while she's pregnant. St. Augustine says a lot about during menopause, after menopause, that's the end of that. It's still lawful, it's still natural, but it's discouraged is the point, because why are you doing that? You need to kind of, if pregnancy isn't happening, because unity is not the primary purpose. This is why Tim is saying all this stuff. Okay.
The act has to be open to life. That means you do not artificially contracept. There's not a condom or a whatever, the female diaphragm.
Yeah, as I said, the act doesn't need to be open to life. It needs to be oriented toward life. And when you use anything to block that, you're not oriented toward life. But because NFP is oriented away from life, we can't say that anymore. So it's NFP or it's procreation primary. You can have one or the other, but you can't have both. Keep going.
Or chemical pill contraception means you avoid that. Doesn't mean because a woman has gone through menopause or maybe was never able to conceive that you can't have sex. Holy cow, man.
Next super chat. What does the church teach concerning spouses who engage in the marital act when the wife is already pregnant?
The church teaches that you still have a legal right, because the perpetual right over the body. Okay. But as I said, the saints and stuff have filled in the blanks. It's not good. And you're not pursuing pregnancy. You're not pursuing procreation. So what are you doing? It's like the farmer will say, you throw seeds in the ground, then you go throw more seeds in the ground. It's like, why are you doing? It's not logical. But what I paused here is we're going to see Tim's reaction. He just doesn't have a nice measured reaction. He gets all giggly about it. He can't believe it or something, because this is like, when somebody who's kind of acting fakey and you give them some facts, they sort of do the Hillary Clinton laugh. All right. That's what he's going to do. Watch this.
Can their intent still satisfy the procreative element of the act?
Okay. Yes, of course. It's open to, you must be open to life. Okay.
Let's rewind what he said. She asked a question. Whoever's asking these questions
to the procreative powers.
Hold on a second. Can their intent still satisfy the procreative element of the act? It's the procreative intent. And he is saying that you only have to be open. Right. Hang on. He can't believe it. He can't believe it. He's in shock.
Of course. It's open to, you must be open to life. Okay. That does not mean openness to the procreative powers. Okay. So I know that.
Yeah. And there are no procreative powers when she's pregnant. So what are you opening to? However, again, it's not always clear when pregnancy starts exactly as far as everyone in the know. Okay. And so the church is tries to give everyone as much leeway as they can on this stuff, but the saints will say, don't do that.
There's secondary powers, primary powers, first potency, second potency. So you check the box of procreative. An act is procreative if you have sex and it is terminal in the right place. And even if she's pregnant, then you have not blocked the procreative powers, meaning.
So he's basically saying if you just have the normal act, it's procreative. The church Pius XII said no, because he's like, just because you think you're doing it the right way doesn't mean it's perfectly fine. You have to have the hierarchy in place. That's what you have to have. So there's the intrinsic nature of the act, but there's also the natural hierarchy must be in place too. So when she's pregnant, it's like, where's the hierarchy, Sherlock? Okay, think about what you're doing. So this is why, to the spiritual man, don't do it. Let's go to some quotes real quick, and we'll come back to Timothy Gordon on this. Okay, so a few nice quotes from Catholic sources about during pregnancy, all right? nor indeed let them frequent their wives' company when they are with child, for they do not do this for the begetting of children, but for the sake of pleasure. Now, a lover of God ought not to be a lover of pleasure. Okay, sacred writings of the apostolic teaching of constitutions. There's that. Those who have this is a good one. I'm going to turn this heat on. Those who have intercourse with the pregnant are murderers. This is Saint Hildegard of Bingen. She was like off the chart mystic. She was amazing. Listen, the reason she said this is because you're wasting seed. In other words, you don't want to be doing that kind of stuff. This is what Onan did. He wasted seed. This is why she's saying if you're coming together in the conjugal act and you're not trying to get pregnant or there's no pregnancy in view, it's a form of murder is what she's saying. None of this is dogma or anything, but she's trying to say, look, this is what's up. Those who have intercourse with the pregnant are murderers. I do not want the work of a man and a woman to take place from the time when the root of a little child has already been placed in a woman. Why is that, St. Hildegard of Bingen? Lest the development of that little child be polluted by excessive and wasted semen. What she means by that has nothing to do with biology or science or anything. It has everything to do with sin, okay? These people, they're like, oh, no, they just didn't know anything in the 12th century. It's all about sin, wisdom. That's what these saints were onto, okay? That's what this is about. And St. Thomas Aquinas said it, and St. Whoever translated the Bible, Justin or whatever his name was, in the 4th century, the guy who says we're all Arians now, that guy, Jerome, whatever. In other words, when you use the conjugal act to try to not get pregnant, or if there's stuff in the way that's not going to make it work, that sin gets transferred to the kid, and the kid has leprosy, or the kid has birth defects, or something, as a way of God showing you, here's your sin right in front of you. You get to own that. Okay, St. Augustine in his book on the good of marriage, likewise, the tradition performing the marital act during pregnancy is unreasonable, correct, and unnatural, since necessary sexual intercourse for the begetting of children is free from blame, and it itself alone is worthy of marriage, but that which goes beyond this necessity of begetting children no longer follows reason but lust. He also taught that this is why St. Thomas Aquinas says it's a venial sin if you know there's no pregnancy, if you're not pursuing pregnancy, okay, and you're just in your brain, you're like, I'm doing this for reasons not pregnancy. I'm doing this for secondary causes. That is venial sin. He also taught that marital relations during pregnancy are the sins of married persons themselves, not the fault of marriage. So marriage, just because marriage, there's nothing wrong with marriage. It is a sin during pregnancy if there's a baby kicking around in there and you're not trying to get pregnant. What are you trying to do, homie? Venial sin. What else are you gonna call it? Unless unity is number one, then if it brings unity, you're pursuing unity. Open to life. The more I think of it, the more I want to say it. Open to life is just code for procreation secondary. You don't have to pursue it. You just have to be open to it. St. Augustine on the good of marriage. There are men incontinent to such a degree that they do not spare their wives even when pregnant. Therefore, whatever immodest, shameful, and sordid acts that the married commit with each other are the sins of the married persons themselves, not the fault of marriage. Did I already say that? Oh, yeah, they twice, yeah. 2 activities recommended by some NFP teachers are having sex during menstruation and during pregnancy, both of which the earliest extant church canons, apostolic constitutions, specifically reject. They say this stuff because, say it with me, open to life means procreation secondary. Unity is number one. When the natural purgations do appear in the wives, not let the husbands approach them out of regard to the children to be begotten, for the law has forbidden it. All right, we already kind of went through it. Let me find some more during pregnancy stuff. Yeah, during pregnancy is not Catholic. Okay, continuing. Go, Tim.
You haven't blocked the union, the possibility of the union of sperm and egg.
Yeah, you haven't blocked that possibility, but there's no egg, so you're entering when there is no possibility is the point, and you know it. Okay, it's not like we don't know when our cycle is. No, you know it, and there is no possibility. It's like 0% chance of pregnancy. Whereas during the normal cycle, there's always a chance, and you don't know. Okay, and it's just natural. It's just part. Anyway, continuing.
But what if she's already pregnant? Not relevant. If she's already pregnant, I'm just surprised people are only asking this now. Like, have you been erring on the side of like, yeah, we just never have sex when my wife's pregnant? That's 9 months, brother. What?
Good. Yeah. Okay. So God arranged this, and this is the way it's always been, Timothy, until NFP became law. And all Catholic teaching on this, Catholic tradition, sentiment, went out the window. And people are, with the internet, people are figuring it out now. Like, hey, and so Tim, you're behind the times, buddy.
Like, yeah, that's not natural. It's not. You're not supposed to be going 9 months in marriage without. There's all this sociological data. You get less close. The good of the spouses is basically on hold. The good of the relationships on hold.
No, God arranged it that way, and you've got to look at history, Tim. Under normal circumstances, that would make sense, yeah. But during pregnancy, and it doesn't necessarily 9 months, because by the time everyone figures it out, it could be like 6 months or something, whatever.
If one of you becomes a quadriplegic, that's a different story. You do what you have to do, but that's not natural. That's not ordinary. It's ordinary to be getting pregnant, right? We have lots of kids around here. It is not ordinary to be going 9 months without having sex, and it's not required. It is the procreative powers are available as long as your sperm can reach her egg. Theoretically, you don't know that your sperm reaches the egg of the woman each time with each procreative act. Again, we're not trying to be gross. As long as the sperm can reach the egg, it doesn't matter whether or not she gets pregnant or you're hoping to get pregnant or trying to get pregnant. As long as you leave it open, you are checking that box. And yes,
it's not leaving it open. It's pursuing. Okay. That's why all the saints said what they said.
You're supposed to be having sex.
Cameron Richter's had sorry, I hope I'm saying his last name right, had a really good point. He said, after talking with dozens of married men struggling with porn, wives who deny their husbands
All right, we already talked about that, so let's go to the next part just a minute. We're almost done with Timothy Gordon's video, so I wanted to clean up a few little things on the show notes that we never did cover, okay? The first is the Haydock commentary regarding increase and multiply, okay? So, increase and multiply, this is not a precept, meaning it's no longer a precept, as some Protestant controvertists would have it, but a blessing rendering them fruitful, for God had said the same words to the fishes and the birds, who were incapable of receiving a precept. Why does this matter? It's because if it's a precept, then you have to increase and multiply, and you've got to have kids, therefore marriage is based on, therefore you can have grave reason and not have kids, just like grave reason and not go to mass. But because it is a office of nature, you don't mess with it. You don't change the primary purpose like Tim Gordon is doing. He's changing the purpose. That's what you can't do. Okay? So there's that. Blessed them not with a fecundity that has come to the other creatures, dominion over them, much more innocence. The Hebrews understand this literally as a precept binding every man of 20 years of age. It's a good thing they don't do that anymore, he says. But the fathers in general agree that if this were a precept in respect to Adam, the purpose fulfilling the earth is no longer so, that end being sufficiently accomplished. The fathers in general agree. Okay, so the fathers said it, done. You don't have to have kids anymore. You don't have to increase and multiply. But when you do the act, you can't change the nature of it, like family planning does. And because Tim's big on NFP, he has to change the nature of it. So does Father Ripperger. He talks out of both sides of his mouth as best he can, but you can't. Anyway, does St. Paul wish all men to be like himself, unmarried? Yeah, right. So that's in the New Testament. They changed. The celibacy is number one now. Okay, what else do we got? Let me push pause just a minute. Okay, this is pretty good. Until recently, the church taught that contraception was a sin against life. What? Until recently? For example, see Aquila's canon, which was in effect. This is okay. Old canon law, basically. So for the 12th century until everything up to the 1917 code, if someone to satisfy his lust or deliberate hatred does something to a man or woman that no children be born of him or her, or gives them drink so that he cannot generate, or she conceive, let him be held as homicide. That's where this comes from. Look at that. If someone, to satisfy his lust, does something so that no children be born of him, aka NFP, let it be held as homicide, because all those kids that are supposed to have been, if we didn't have NFP, if all of it, we'd have, all these Catholic families would have 12 kids, right? But now they all have 5. Why is that? Because NFP, that's why. In the Catechism of the Council of Trent, conception was coupled with abortion as something akin to murder. Married persons who, to prevent conception or procure abortion, yeah. So they change it a little bit in Trent. They jumble it up just a tad to make it a little bit harder to pin on NFP, but this just right there says it. Okay, this is kind of cool, St. Augustine. You also violate a subsequent commandment, namely, you shall not commit adultery, so that you detest in marriage most of all the fact that children are procreated, and thus you make your hearers adulterers with their wives when they take precautions so that the women whom they have intercourse do not conceive. Adultery is a blanket term for anything illegal in marriage. That's what adultery is, which is why you can separate, you can put your wife away, put your spouse away for adultery, Matthew 19:9, and that includes everything in that canon law, whatever it is. In other words, if mistreatment, heresy, anything unlawful in marriage, anything bad in marriage is adultery, comes under adultery. So you make your spouse an adulteress if you're trying to not conceive. For they marry them by the law of marriage. When you take precautions so that they don't conceive, that's a plan. For they marry them that the law of marriage as marriage tablets proclaim for the sake of procreating children. What marriage tablets? 10 Commandments, maybe? Something like that? In other words, this stuff is set in stone, he's saying. You can't develop it in the 20th century, Tim. And since by your law they fear that they may attach a particle of your God to the foulness of the flesh, they have intercourse with their women by an impure union. Oh, and since by your law they fear that they may have attach a particle of God, your God, to their foulness of their flesh, they have intercourse with their women in an impure union only for satisfying them. They don't want it. They have fear they attach a particle, so they're doing everything they can to avoid pregnancy. See that? You have God or you have flesh. You have procreation or you have, they call flesh union now. So that impure union for satisfying their lusts, but they accept children unwillingly, although they should have intercourse only for this reason. How then do you not forbid? Hang on a sec. By the way, they accept children unwillingly. When Chrissy Horton had her 5th baby or something, she's like, she looked at that baby and said, if it were up to me, you wouldn't be here. So she was open to life when she was trying not to have a baby, but now she's open to life when she's trying to have a baby. Okay? This doesn't make sense, the NFP part. How then do you forbid marriage, as the apostle foretold concerning you so long ago, when you try to take away from marriage that which makes it marriage? How do you not forbid marriage, as an apostle concerning? Yeah. Okay. When that has been taken away, husbands will be shameful lovers, aka paramours. Wives will be prostitutes. Bedrooms will be brothels, and in-laws brothel keepers, pimps. St. Augustine. This is NFP up and down. I gotta send this quote to somebody I know. Okay. Let's see. This is pretty good. Aquinas' second inclination of nature to reproduce. So the whole thing, like, oh, we're not animals. We have to have things. We have to have things loving. Okay. Actually, there's been saints who have said it's below the beasts to try to pursue other than even animals. Dumb animals know it's about procreation, but we're so enlightened now. We're going to do the devil's work and pursue non-procreation. That is like below the beasts. Secondly, there is in man an inclination to things that pertain to him more specifically, according to that nature which he has in common with other animals. And in virtue of this inclination, those things are said to belong to the natural law, which nature has taught to all animals, such as sexual intercourse, education of offspring, and so forth. We have in common this, procreation, education, with animals. So what animals do, we must do too, in that order. Okay, I got to go to work. I'll be back. Hang on a second. Okay, here's one more part in the show notes I thought was worth going over because it kind of exposes the disconnect on the definition of marriage. So Timothy Gordon was reading CCC 1601. Cool. It says, check this out. The matrimonial covenant by which a man and a woman establish between themselves a partnership of the whole of life is by nature ordered toward the good of the spouses and procreation and education of offspring. Okay, this covenant between baptized persons has been raised to the Lord. So fine, it's the point I was going to make was marriage is an office of nature, but hang on, I got to push pause and remember what I'm going to say. Okay, now I remember. So marriage is nature, right? It's an office of nature. And then it says this covenant has been raised by Christ to a sacrament. So the office of nature is a covenant. That's what they're saying. An office of nature cannot be a covenant. Hello. Think about it. Two Zoroastrians or a Zoroastrian and an atheist walk out of a bar, then they go across the street to the park, push away a few homeless people and ask one of the homeless people to marry them, okay? Witness the wedding or whatever, officiate. And they put a little badge on him, because we celebrate diversity. Diversity is our strength. So those two people, as they're shaking off the Everclear, they get married, and they're saying that that's an office of nature, but it's a covenant. No, you can't. Sorry, you can't do it. It's impossible. This is why what's going on is Christopher West is spiritualizing everything, and now we have to have good of the spouses, good of Christ, Trinitarian total gift of love. None of that has anything to do with nature. Zero. So he says, this covenant between baptized spouses has been raised by Christ to the dignity of a sacrament. Therefore, was it not a covenant before it was raised? No, they're saying nature is a covenant. That's what they're saying. No, you can have a natural contract, but you can't have a natural covenant, okay? Because God is supernatural. It's not natural. Anyway, so I wanted to make that point. Let's go to the next thing. Yeah, on a related note, 2362, these acts in marriage by which the intimate and chaste union of spouses, in other words, the conjugal act, takes place are noble and honorable. Nature they're not necessarily noble and honorable. It just depends on what you're doing with it. A truly human performance. Okay, so nature doesn't require a truly human performance. It just requires performance. They have to do this because you're bringing the supernatural into the natural, and you're mixing it all together when you try to make love part of the contract. Fosters the self-giving they signify. Like we already kind of went over some of this, but I hope you can kind of see what the problem is. Once you legalize NFP, you have to change nature to accommodate it. And that's all that this mush is going. And that's why all your average blue collar dudes like, tell me about this theology of the body. Why does it sound so Christopher West retarded? And it's because it is. Sexual. How's that for an argument? Sexuality is more than is sort of a creator. God established generative function. Spouses should experience, but therefore the spouses do nothing evil. They accept the creator's intent. At the same time, they should know how to. Okay, whatever. That's that. Now we never went over midwives. We got it. We really should do that. Let me try to make this a little bigger. Okay. What do we got to say about midwives? Because a lot of people point to it. Oh yeah. So, by the way, the footnote 4. 2362 They don't kind of admit it, but I found out they're saying this points, the footnote is 146, which is Pius XII discourse. But they didn't say midwives, but that's what it is. It's midwives. Midwives is like the original Humanae Vitae, where they said marriage is natural except when it's not. And that's all the Humanae Vitae has done. Same thing, because they call it a significance. See this? See? Where was it? Signify. Self-signifies. Got to watch out for that when you're trying to make signification nature. What did Pius XII say in midwives about this? Nevertheless, here also husband and wife must know how to keep themselves within the limits of just moderation. As with the pleasure of food and drink, so sexual, they must not abandon themselves without restraint to the impulses of the senses. The right rule is this: the use of the natural procreative disposition is morally lawful in matrimony only. Yep, in the service of and in accordance with the ends of marriage itself. There's only one end, but he says procreation, education. Okay. Hence, it follows that only in marriage, with the observing of this rule, is the desire and fruition of this pleasure and its satisfaction lawful. Okay. So this is where Pius XII still had his feet on the ground kind of on this stuff, but they didn't really talk. That's why they don't say midwives in there. I don't think they want people to go back and look when they look at the catechism. Because it says, in marriage, while observing this rule, desire, fruition, and pleasure. Okay. The pleasure is subordinate to the law of the action whence it derives, and not vice versa. So you can't pursue the pleasure without the law. You have to have the law first. And what is the law? Procreation primary. Procreation alone primary. And this law, so very reasonable, concerns not only the substance, but also the circumstances of the action. Okay, so it doesn't matter what your circumstances are. This is why midwives is so nuts, because he's saying it must be natural. Circumstances, be damned. It's what it is. You got to go with what you can't say, well, I'm having a hard time now, or this is too hard, but then later they say, well, if you do have a hard time, it's okay. Pius XII went, he took a chunk of his brain out. It's a 2 + 2 = 5 moment in midwives, and then they basically polished up midwives in Humanae Vitae, and it's still wrong. And this law, so very reasonable, concerns not only the substance, but also the circumstances of the action, so that when the substance of the act remains morally safe, it is possible to sin in the way it is performed. Let me think about that. When the substance of the act remains what is the substance? In other words, I guess when you're saying morally ordered, it's possible to sin the way it's performed. I don't quite understand. Let me push pause and think about it. Okay, he's basically leaving open the gate for NFP. That's what he's trying to do. Because when the substance of the act remains morally safe, that's another way of saying when the substance of the act is natural. And nature has one hierarchy. So he's trying to get away from the nature a little bit. That's why in Casti Connubii, they spoke of nature a lot. It has to be conformable to nature, but he doesn't talk about that as much in midwives. It's possible to sin in the way it's performed. Yeah, so there's the opening for the grave cause thing. Anyway, that was the main point there on that you have to have the proper order, and NFP overturns the order. There's no way around it. There is no way around it. So the only thing we can do is get rid of the order, which is what they did. And they call it the personalistic norm, hang on, let's get to the next thing. I got too much to think about, too much to tell you, actually. Now, some of you may have heard of this. Cardinal Burke, the man, the greatest, the goat, whatever. Listen, he will not define marriage, okay? Look what he says. You can click on this link, all right? I'm going to give that. You can hear the recording. You can read the words, the transcript, everything. He says that he cannot, will not, does not, is not going to, we don't know what marriage is. That's what he says. It goes without saying, not all the elements pertaining to the good of the spouses can be considered essential. Essence is law. Essence is nature. Essence is finite. Essence is defined. Essence is unchanging. So Cardinal Burke is saying, what is essential to marriage? There is no accepted description of the essential elements. He went in a long-winded way of saying that because this is the same thing that happens in Humanae Vitae, or the same thing that happens in Love and Responsibility. How can we say procreation is secondary? We can't, so we're going to say it in about 5,000 words roundabout. And what he's saying roundabout is, we're not defining marriage, but we're asking you to consent to it. And if you want an annulment, we're going to annul it too, but we can't define what it is you consented to, nor what we're annulling. Have a nice day, everybody. By the way, no questions, okay? Here's the problem when you this is why you cannot define good of the spouses as nature. Now, think about this. I was going to make a meme about this. I just thought of it earlier. This is what the marriage is an office of nature, according to Aquinas. Everyone would agree with that, except now it's no longer an office of nature, because when you add love into the mix, it becomes private. It becomes subjective. So it's not natural. But we can't talk about that. So if marriage is an office of nature, then Cardinal Burke is saying there's no accepted description of nature. Then what do you have? You have your average trans guy, and you're not sure if he's a boy or a girl. It's a boy or a girl, saying, I'm natural. Don't judge me. That's exactly why I'm saying all the trans, homo, divorce annulment problem is all about defining marriage, and NFP is standing in the way of allowing you to define it. You can ask Cardinal Burke, why will he not describe legally what is essential to marriage? Why will he not do that? I think he can do it. He has the brain. He knows how to read what the definition of marriage is that the church has always had, but he won't or is not because of politics. He has got to go with the new code, and the new code says it's love. I'm sorry, the new code, you can't say that. You have to go with what came before it and make sure it harmonizes with what came before it. That's the imprecise way of putting it. He's not. He's. It's not that he can't. He's just not doing it. He should. Okay. Hang on. Let me push pause. Okay. So one of somebody who is watching my videos named Joe Andrus alerted me about Rerum Novarum, and I thought, okay, yeah, I'll check. I've heard of it. Of course, everyone's heard of it. But what's the significance? What does it have to do with what we're talking about? It says some of the same things about how of the law in marriage, and I'm going to read you a few of the points that he pointed out to me. Joe did. So Rerum Novarum 12, no human law can abolish the natural and original right of marriage because it's nature, okay, nor in any way limit the chief and principal purpose of marriage. Tim Gordon, what is the chief and principal purpose? It's not unity, but that's what you're saying it is. So you don't have to be open to the principal purpose. You have to be oriented toward. Anyway, it's procreation, of course. Ordained by God's authority from the beginning, increase and multiply. So the principle, as in primary, is increase and multiply. Okay. That means that's the only one that's oriented towards. Hence, we have a family, a society of man's house. This is not a partnership. The family is not a partnership. It's a society. Even if you don't have any kids, it's a society. It's not a partnership. That's why the 1917 Code of Canon Law called marriage a society. Partnership means it's something you have if you're working out stuff or whatever. That's not the legal basis of marriage. It's not a partnership because that means everything must be equal, which is where that mutual submission comes from. Consequently, it has rights and duties peculiar to itself, which are quite independent of the state. Did you hear that? The rights in marriage are independent of the state. Wow, interesting. That means the state cannot adjudicate separations like your bishop says they can right now. It's a heresy to do the divorce before the annulment. It's a heresy to separate the contract of marriage and give it to the state first, and then do the annulment with the church. That's why they like to call it a covenant, because it's not a contract. It's no longer an office of nature. It's an office of groovy love God stuff. And that has nothing to do with, and so we let the state handle the, quote, civil effects, because the rest is just groovy God stuff that has nothing to do with justice and rights. That's why we don't speak of rights anymore. People try, but they can't when the rubber meets the road, which is, I think, why William Albrecht got triggered when I started asking him some of this stuff. I did get through to his show today, and we had a nice little exchange about purgatory, but he says, call back Saturday to re-ask your question about marital debt, because I'm going to ask him, we'll see what he says, if you have a right over the body for acts, then what about the concomitant right to good of the spouses? So, like I was explaining earlier, whoever holds the right to the good wins, and whoever wants to exercise that. So therefore, everyone has a trump card to the marital debt. There is no more marital debt if NFP is legal. Sorry to digress. Rights and duties, particularly yourself, independent of the state. A family, no less a state, as we have. Okay. A true society governed by an authority peculiar to itself. That is to say, by the authority of the father. Yeah. The contention then, so no more, if he wears the pants today, your tribunal will say that marriage is not valid. If the husband says, I have the authority of I'm the father, I have the authority. No, you don't, because marriage is an equal partnership now of life and love. Okay. Natural partnership? No. The contention then that the civil government should, at its option, intrude into the exercise of intimate control over the family and the household is a great and pernicious error, which is exactly what your bishop promotes today. He promotes a great and pernicious error because he says the civil government should, at its option, intrude into the exercise and intimate control of the family. When you want to take your family to divorce court, or your spouse says, I'm going to do that, then the civil government exercises intimate control over the family. Can't do it. Only the bishop can, because everything that's any control over the family must be done per divine law. True, if a family let me see, go through here. There's a lot you can read in here. Mutual rights, okay. But the rulers of the Commonwealth must go no further. Here, nature bids them to stop. What bids them to stop? Nature. That's because marriage is an office of nature. So, therefore, they have rights. Those are defined. But if marriage is good, then you can't define it. So it has nothing to do with nature. Therefore, marriage is effectively, in practice, no longer an office of nature. And so there's no nature to stop. So the rulers of the Commonwealth can go as far as they want. That if you ask the tribunal, what does it matter what our divorce laws are in the state? They'll say it makes no difference. We don't care. It has nothing to do with nothing. Totally wrong. Fault-based divorce is Catholic. That's where it's separation courts, okay? There's a lot in here. You can read it if you want. The child belongs to the father. Oh, yeah. The child belongs to the father. That's right. Father's personality, strictly speaking, takes place in civil society. It's all right. It's a quality member. The child belongs to the father. What do you think the diabolical divorce courts do? They take the child away from the father. And your bishop goes right along with it. He leans on his crozier and says, well, nothing I can do, you know? If that's how she feels, what can we do about it? Just pray. Okay. So, here, socialists, therefore, in setting aside the parent and setting up the state supervision, act against natural justice and destroy the structure of the home. They sure do. Okay? Natural justice. When good of the spouses is the legal basis of marriage, there is no natural justice, because good is charity, is agape, is love. That's not nature. It's not a natural impulse for agape, okay? Christ on the cross, that wasn't just nature acting instinct. Oh, come on. All right. Now I did. So yeah, William Albrecht, he did text me back a little bit on YouTube, and he says radio stations have issued warnings about me, John Farrell, issued warnings about you. I know about you in a truly negative fashion. So point is that these Catholic Inc., they're running scared. They're a house of cards. When you show up with a rock and a flamethrower to their house of cards, what are they going to do? They're going to issue warnings. Big deal. It's like if a hurricane's coming to town, you're going to issue warnings. Somebody with the truth can knock over their house of cards, which they can't have. They're living this lie. They're saying that marriage is from God and St. Thomas Aquinas is on their side, and marriage is natural, and good of the spouses is nature, and no-fault divorce is something that we have no control. Oh, man. They can't hold it all together, which is why follow-up questions are met with the block button, okay? Okay, I think that's it. We got to go back to Tim's video. Let's get the rest of Timothy Gordon. We're almost done, you guys. Don't forget to give me some likes there because it just helps, right?
Well, I have a beautiful wife and I'm attracted to her, but I know it would be a sin if I had sex with her. Where did you guys get this?
Nobody gets it from anywhere. Nobody says that, okay?
I have a beautiful wife. We love each other, but I don't have sex with her while she's pregnant. Why?
That's because, as we already discussed, there's no procreation available, and the saints say don't do it. That's why. Now, hang on, let's keep going.
What are you thinking? Well, part of it's because you pay too much attention to morons who just say things on Twitter to have people listen to them.
Okay. The morons who say things on Twitter don't say it to make people listen to them. It's because they say things that are true. And since you're a non-moron, Tim, why don't you try a little charity and not block everybody who says things that you can't answer or make you uncomfy or something? Okay? Just unblock so that this is why they can't unblock, because the house of cards will come down. Anyone who engages with somebody who knows what they're talking about loses. All right. So this is why you get blocked different places. Sorry. Let's keep going.
It's diabolic.
So local show.
Anyway, Tim, like you were saying earlier, and Stephanie, it's feminist it's effeminate to like not engage or not want to talk or not figure it out. You just it bothers me. I don't like it. You figure it out, buddy.
Next week's show on Foreplay, I guess, on locals. Again, Mike's saying like, oh, I have a unique voice. I can do it. I cut through the BS. That's true. I blush when I say titmouse. So I don't love the topic.
138,
I guess people need to say it because everyone else is scared to do it.
130.
Everyone else is scared to do it because the Puritans freak out if you say the truth.
Tim, look in the mirror. I would say you freak out if when the truth is said, and the proof of that is this video you made. You even admitted on the video this makes you uncomfortable. You don't like talking about it, and I noticed you never said NFP once. You good of the spouses is something you don't want to talk about, or unity very much, because you can't describe it. So this is something that you don't want to get into. The people who have the truth want to talk about it. Those who want to defend the house of cards don't want to. Like the politician who runs into his limousine outside the building and won't take any questions, kind of like that. By the way, yeah, debate me, bro. Because you blocked me, I can't.
Which is weird. It's a weird thing. It's a weird time.
Don't be weird, Tim.
Because it's time for a haircut. Maybe if we live in the sacraments, but it's a weird time to be Catholic. There are a lot of Catholic weirdos. I'm just being honest.
Somebody said on last super chat here, but purity spiraling makes me feel special.
yeah. I think that's what it is. It makes weird touch-me-nots and closeted gays and Puritan Catholics.
Touch-me-nots, closeted gays, Puritan Catholics. I think I kind of know where he's talking. I don't. Puritan Catholics not oxymoron, whatever. Touch-me-nots are wounded people who have mommy and daddy issues and they need to get straightened out, like Father Ripperger style. And then the closeted gays, I think he's referring to me. I'm a closeted gay because I'm saying that good of the spouses is not essential. I'm just saying what the church teaches, and Tim can't say that the church teaches otherwise, because he can just, if you'll notice all his papers, he doesn't show you what's on it. And he'll just say all this new Vatican II stuff is solid gold, but it's not, as we already described. It's shown where they never said Simon Says.
Feel special.
You know what it is? It's like what we had when we first started talking about feminism, which was true. And you like busted onto the scene. You're like, this actually, everyone's wrong. And I'm going to tell you why. I think everyone's just looking for that sort of high to chase, but with things like made up rules. Like that was fun because we're like, no, we can point to scripture. We can point to church fathers. We can point to the popes. We can point to like just like a ton of sources to prove that everyone's wrong on feminism. But now it's like, ever since then, it's like it's been hard to chase a high like that.
Yeah. Well, most people, I guess, Catholics included, are wrong on sex. So I guess we're chasing that high. That's a good point. It's just weird, but it's related to the feminism thing because of all these heinous, nasty women who I guess are running around calling themselves Catholics and trad Catholics.
The feminists are calling themselves trad Catholic. Yeah, sort of. You're right. Everyone's a feminist today who says NFP is licit. I just wanted to, this was part of the point of this video, was to expose how somebody who has the best explanation for Ephesians 5 issues, the best, is Timothy Gordon, but he's a feminist and undercuts all of it. And I think he kind of knows that his argument isn't quite holding water, okay? Which is why he keeps going and going and going on this video. Look, his video is going a long time for him, and the guest already left. But Mike Pantiel,
a good wife wants to make her husband happy. That's just what she wants to do.
That's what she was created for.
She's created to make him happy and comfortable and.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I just can't believe what bad lives Catholics are leading a lot of times. You know, we have everything we need to have a good life and to enjoy our lives and to be holy at the same time.
Yeah, the bond of peace, St. Augustine talked about. When you don't have good of the spouses as essential, that's how you get the bond of peace. You want the bond of tyranny, chaos, and willfulness, you start saying the good of the spouses or unity is nature and a legal right.
And Catholics just try hard to spoil that. I don't get it.
Look for the League locals and monthly supporters on YouTube and Subscribestar. I will post
Catholics
the link
try hard to
join
spoil
us,
that
on this the live.
Timothy, we got to get straight on what the church teaches. Then we can talk about who's spoiling what. Okay, but if you, like I said, man, you just want to block all the time, we can't get any oxygen into the thing, and there's no one's going to talk about it like I am. Nobody else out there.
Stream right after this one. We're going to try something a little new today where you can hopefully interact with Tim beyond chat. We'll see if it works. So look at that link.
Cool. God bless you all. Sorry if I was a little crusty today. Not really. I'm not usually crusty. I just can't believe the
he keeps going
lives of quiet desperation many Catholic men are out there leading. Like,
it's not the quiet desperation. It's trying to push back the 20th century feminism that has become law de facto in the church. Right on?
Willfully. Like Henry David Thoreau said, you look into people's lives and they're leading these lives of quiet desperation and they're crippling themselves. They're hobbling themselves for no reason. Don't do this. I want you guys to lead your best life. Be your best self.
Okay, then stop blocking people.
For a lay person, for a layman,
tough guy,
having a good married sex life is a big part of that. So that's what I want for you guys. Deus Vult.
All right, Deus Vult. Hey, so listen, there's a couple little girls down the street and they were watching my videos, okay? And I was they said, tell us more about that part about homicide, John. You know, there's just like these two girls. They're like, I don't know, age. I think they're like 9 and 13, something like that. And one of them plays guitar. I said, okay. I said, listen, remember, this is what the church teaches. If someone, to satisfy his lust, does something that he cannot, or he cannot generate, or she cannot conceive, let it be held as homicide. And she goes, you mean like killing in the name of NFP? And I said, exactly.